Hello, everybody. Good morning. Good evening. How are you all doing today? What's up? What's up? What's up? So, we're gonna talk about a lot of stuff today, but just before stream, I was talking with a couple of people about HOA boards. And funny enough, I had just seen a very funny TikTok yesterday. Um, in relation to that, in relation to being petty and a pest to some of the most annoying people that you can think of. The people that live on your street that you really, 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 really dislike, if you want to make their lives somewhat difficult, they often will go about calling the HOA. And I'm not advocating for anything like this, obviously, but I did find it really funny that apparently this is all perfectly legal, and I don't know how.
Hey, boss,
Whoa, sorry, that was very loud. Whoa.
Okay, boss. Your wife wants to know what the payoff's going to be for you donating to all of these charities on behalf of the HOA.
Oh, this wasn't the video I wanted to watch.
You weren't able to
There's
figure this
two.
out on your own. Let's recap. I donated a whole bunch of money to charities and then gave credit to the HOA, right?
Anonymously at that, so you can't even claim credit for it on your taxes.
And then I tipped off the local paper who wanted to do a fluff piece on the HOA board, and they did what?
The HOA board? Oh, they took full credit. They said it lines up with their core values of community, family, charity.
Now I want you to set up a $500 donation to the National Abortion Fund, tip the paper off, and make sure we give full credit to the HOA board.
What?
What's not to get? When the paper goes to interview the board for this donation, they're either going to have to take credit for it like they did all the rest, or there might be some anonymous tip-off that hits the papers about how they took credit for donations they didn't make.
Seeing as how their public image is all they really care
It
about,
is-
you generated quite the quandary for those silver-haired prunes.
It is a thing, you can be a pest.
Okay, I'll let them know. Hey, boss, the HOA's on the phone. They wanted to let you know that they received your notice of trespass along with the video evidence from the police, and they wanted to let you know that they will be fining you because it is against the bylaws for you to video homeowners association agents while in the execution of their duties without their knowledge or consent.
Okay, I'm not a member of the HOA, and 3 of the camera angles that I submitted in that video were from stationary cameras that have
This is
Smile
the
Your
kind of shit that they do.
camera right above them.
He said that. Oh, you heard that? Okay. They wanted you to know that your fines are still accruing, and if you don't pay by the end of the month, they are going to place a lien on your property.
Oh, tell them I'm going to be more than happy to drag them through the courts on spurious liens and property title entanglement.
He said, oh, you heard that? Okay. They want to know on the 4th camera angle, the one that moved, why was there a rod in the middle of the video the whole time?
Oh, that's because I took that with a scope camera. That's the barrel of the 308.
He said, oh, you heard that too? What's a 308? Oh, it's a great point-and-click method for organic meat procurement.
Right. Okay. Goddamn. Now that's taking it to another level. There are some creative things you could do. I mean, this guy has some ideas.
Hey, boss, who are those people standing out by the road in front of your property with
This
cameras
one
and
was the one I
clipboards?
wanted to say.
Oh, those are HOA agents. They know they're not allowed on the property anymore since they've been officially trespassed, but they can stand on the road and video in as much as they want.
Well, that's not very nice.
It's not nice, but it's legal.
Well, that's a pretty calm way to go about it, but what is this?
That is a chemical lure. You attach it to a bug zapper so that the mosquitoes just flock to it.
Yeah, but there must be 30 of them here. Do you even own a bug zapper?
Nope. What I'd like you to do is to put those on posts in 10-foot intervals all along the front of my property, please.
You want to attract mosquitoes without killing them? You know West Nile virus is supposed to hit hard this year. Anyone that spends a significant amount of time by that road is gonna... Boss, that's not nice.
No.
What's
it's
up,
not nice,
MKTAR?
but it's legal.
Look, in a time where they will go out of their way to weaponize the law against us, if you are in a condition, if you are in a context in which it makes sense for you, not spuriously, obviously, then you probably might want to think about something like using the law to benefit you. It exists, and you do have a right to use it, of course. Now, moving on to like an actual serious topic. The election in Australia draws ever closer, and by ever closer, I mean it is on Sunday. So today is Thursday for me, at the very least. And there might be some individuals who may or may not know exactly how to vote in Australia. And Juice Media is always great. So let's check out their ad on how to vote.
G'day, I'm from Definitely Not the Real Australian Electoral Commission. Are you one of the millions of Australians who still don't get how our voting system works? Of course you are. So let's go through this one more bloody time before election day. Australia uses a preferential voting system, and it's fucking awesome. These poor bastards wish they had it, so the least you can do is know how to use it. Just number the candidates in your order of preference. Your 1 is your favourite, your 2 is your second fave, your 3 is your, well, I guess they're better than syphilis, and so on down to your last choice. Why are there 2 ballot papers? Because we love paperwork. No, you pelican. It's because we have 2 Houses of Parliament.
Like, it is objectively the better method of voting. And the fact, so the way that you vote on the second paper too, this makes so much sense to me.
The House of Reps, where government is formed. You must number every box. And there's huge ones for the Senate. Here you can vote either above the line for parties or below the line for candidates.
This makes so much sense. The fact that A, you both have the rank choice for the actual formation of the government, but then you can do this for the second house. You can continue on just like you did before and just vote by party. That's fine. Like, that's not a problem. Or if you have specifics that, like, I hate this fucker in particular, I don't want them to get this job, then you can vote below the line.
The more boxes you number, the more effective your vote will be. What's that? Can I waste my vote? No, because if your first choice doesn't win, your second choice is counted, and so on. Which is why in Australia, it's impossible to waste your vote, unless you draw a dick on your ballot. Am I helping the shit party to win if I vote 1 for a minor party or independent? No,
I have a lot of people I need to send this to.
With their primitive first past the post garbage. Because look, if your first choice doesn't get enough votes to win, your vote transfers at full value to your second choice, then your third, and so on. It doesn't weaken, it doesn't get diluted, it just moves up. So you can vote for whoever you like and still keep out the party that sucks by putting...
Which honestly, like, this video changed my mind. You don't need to put Labor at 1 necessarily. You can put the legalized cannabis party at 1, just as long as you put Labor above the shit party and the shit light party, you're good.
Them last. But the nice person outside the polling booth gave me this how to vote card. Those are just suggestions from political parties. You can follow them if you trust that party, or you can just ignore them.
In 2026, 2,000 plus people voted Harambe for president, and in Australia, if they had done that and Harambe didn't win, their vote would have not been wasted. It just would have gone to the next candidate. Well, the next party, but like, you know.
Own brain. But how to vote cards do help to tell you the kind of values a party stands for. So for example, when these guys suggest you put a 2 next to these fuckburgers, it confirms that they really are the shit party. Even Scotty from marketing didn't do that, which tells you
that's really bad. That's really bad for those who don't know.
Own brain. But how to vote cards do help to tell you the kind of values a party stands for. So for example, when these guys suggest you put a 2 next to these...
The Liberal Party here is basically saying the One Nation is the racist party, Trumpet of Patriots is the MAGA party. By saying put One Nation as 2, this is signaling, hey, we're racist, but we're not MAGA. We're a different kind of racist. I had a teacher who boasted about writing Forrest Gump, and I blew up on her for that shit. I mean, you know your shit. You know your time and your history, clearly.
Fuckburgers,
better not have been a history
teacher. That they really are the shit party. Even Scotty from marketing didn't do that, which tells you this guy is even shitter than him. Okay, but I really want Labor Daddy in government, so shouldn't I put them first?
She was a AP fucking history teacher? No way! No! I loved my AP history teacher. She was the best. My AP history teacher was so awesome that when Chris Christie, the governor of New Jersey, who was cutting the funds of teachers, showed up to our school and walked into my AP history class, she walked out and like gave him a death glare and said like, I'm not going to be in the same room as you, and just left. And it was awesome. Did I see White House-Wire? No, I haven't, unfortunately, and I don't think I want to, nor do I think I care right now. My AP history teacher was a Nazi. Damn, that's unfortunate. All my history teachers were good. Like I loved my history teachers. I remember my most impressionable, like the most impressionable teacher I've ever had was my 8th grade history teacher, who fucking taught part of the class with We Didn't Start the Fire by Billy Joel, and we went through each like lyric item of event in the lyrics of We Didn't Start the Fire to get like a catch up of history, and it was really cool. But yeah, the fact that the liberals say vote for one nation as two is insane.
Shitter than him. Okay, but I really want Labor Daddy in government, so shouldn't I put them first? Sure, if you feel
Pappas, can you, or did you just get here? Do you understand this? This shit is insane. Watch this from the beginning, but like, they want you to vote for one nation if you're voting one Labor. You should send this to Chambas.
Millions of Australians who still don't get how our voting system works? Of course you are. So let's go through this one more bloody time before election day.
You're on time.
Australia uses a preferential voting system, and it's fucking awesome. These poor bastards wish they had it, so the least you can do is know how to use it. Just number the candidates in your order of preference. Your 1 is your favourite, your 2 is your second fave, your 3 is your, well, I guess they're better than syphilis, and so on down to your last choice. Why are there 2 ballot papers? Because we love paperwork. No, you pelican. It's because we have 2 Houses of Parliament. The green one's for the House of Reps, where government is formed. You must number every box. And this huge one's for the Senate. Here you can vote either above the line for parties or below the line for candidates. The more boxes you number, the more effective your vote will be. What's that? Can I waste my vote? No, because if your first choice doesn't win, your second choice is counted, and so on. Which is why in Australia, it's impossible to waste your vote. Unless you draw a dick on your ballot. Am I helping this shit party to...
It's election days on a weekend, it's on a Sunday, and it's mandatory, so like you have to vote anyway. If you're working, they have to give you time off to go vote. And so, did I send you this video this morning? Oh my goodness.
If I vote 1 for a minor party or independent,
I don't remember doing that at all.
This isn't Canada.
Oh, disability wise? Well, I haven't voted in this country yet, so an Australian would be better suited to answer that question, but I imagine that every voting center has some form of disability accommodation because it is like mandatory to vote. So you not being plus you can vote early if you need to, but yeah, you not being able to vote would be illegal. So I'm sure there is some accommodation in that, like whether you can vote by, do you vote by mail if you vote early, or do you have to go to a place? Mandatory voting is the way, honestly. It does run into issues when the electorate doesn't care enough about politics to learn, which makes me question the mandatory voting. But, like, you need to be able to do both. You need to engage the public in a way that they give a shit. And you have to have mandatory voting because not participating in a democracy means that it's not a democracy. It requires everyone's participation. You get fined. Like, to be fair, some people here do, when they turn 18, not like register to vote, and so they don't get fined, but I don't know how that actually works because that still feels illegal. All the voting centers I've been in have been schools and shit, and they have disability accessibility. They have a few places that open early for in-person voting, and then you can do a postal vote. Oh, that makes sense. But my freedoms! It's not fair! In the States, making it more difficult for disabled people to vote is a fucked up tactic. I mean, they may... In America, the less people vote, the happier the government is, because the less people vote, more often Republicans win. They literally go out of their way to make it difficult to vote. Right now, they're making it so that, like, a large chunk of women won't be able to vote because of, what is it, like, the SAVE Act or the SAFE Act. What if I don't wanna? It's not fair! They're whiny little shits. They're gonna get my disabled vote and they're gonna fucking like it. Goddamn right. Trans people too. That's true. Gotta have matching birth certificates.
America with their primitive first-past-the-post garbage. Because look, if your first choice doesn't get enough votes to win, your vote transfers at full value to your second choice, then your third, and so on. It doesn't weaken. It doesn't get diluted. It just moves up. So you can vote for whoever you like and still keep out the party that sucks by putting them last. But the nice person outside the polling booth gave me this how to vote card.
I got it.
Those are just suggestions from political parties. You can follow them if you trust that party, or you can just ignore them and use your own brain. But how to vote cards do help to tell you the kind of values a party stands for. So for example, when these guys suggest you put a 2 next to these fuckburgers, it confirms that
Again,
they really
like
are the shit
this is the we're racist but not MAGA party.
party. Even Scotty from marketing didn't do that, which tells you this guy is even shitter than him. Okay, but I really want Labor Daddy in government, so shouldn't I put them first? Sure, if you feel the party that approved 10
Yeah, this bit changed my mind. You don't need to put Labor first as long as you put Greens and Liberals under Labor, you're fine.
coal mine extensions in a climate crisis, kept job seeker below poverty levels in a cost of living crisis, and wants house prices to keep rising in a housing crisis, deserves your vote.
I can't
Put
wait
them
to vote in
first.
this
Just make
country.
sure to put the shit party last. That way, if Labor doesn't win your seat, your second preference will get your vote instead of the shit party. But if you think a minor party or community independent is the not shit choice, put them first. It'll help fund the peeps you actually like. Send a signal to the major parties that you're sick of their shit. And if your not shit candidates don't win, your vote will go to Labor anyway, as long as you put the shit party last. So remember, number every box in your order of preference, not what some party says, not what this and
Wait,
number every box in your order.
my second favorite, better than syphilis, shit light, shit, really shit, a Nazi, and also a Nazi. I need these people to do one for British politics. This is hilarious but informative. They will. They did one for the American election too. But like so fucking accurate. My second favorite, better than syphilis, shit light, shit, really shit, a Nazi, and also a Nazi.
Of preference, not what some party says, not what this sentient ham texts you. And if you're worried about the shit party getting in, just put them last. It'll still get the job done. How good
The fact that she just called him a sentient ham.
is preferential voting? Now piss off and vote. This has been a message from definitely not the real Australian Electoral Commission. Please don't prosecute us.
Go follow Juice Media. They are awesome. I don't know why I wasn't already subscribed. She's so right. Yeah, no, Clive Palmer is a sentient ham. His name sounds like a ham. A Clive Palmer? Are you kidding me? He sounds like something you get at Christmas. He sounds like a Christmas ham. Australian politics is wild. Let's have a look, because there's some stuff happening here.
3 days to go in the Australian federal election, and Anthony Albanese remains the front runner to win and be retained as the Prime Minister. However,
I still
Peter
have
Dutton is
too
putting
much
up a
trauma from
furious
the
fight
American
across
election.
A number of key marginal electorates in multiple states to try and swing the vote late in his favour. He's got a lot of work to do, though. He would need to win around 20 seats in order to get a majority, and at this stage it looks like Peter Dutton will fall short and Anthony Albanese will most likely have to form a minority government. But polls, of course, don't always get it right, and it's going to be a very interesting last couple of days. Most of the voters we've spoken to here in the CBD, well, they are concerned
I would absolutely
about cost of
prefer a minority government over a hung parliament, but a hung parliament's just fine because a hung parliament makes the minor parties more useful as well.
living, housing, immigration, and neither leader seems to really be impressing them.
Still undecided.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think Labor's been very good. I mean, cost of living's through the roof. But yeah, I'm still undecided. I'm not sure
Fucking
about
median voter brain every time.
Dutton. Yeah.
What's the big issue that might swing it for you?
Someone actually wants to tackle the hard issues, which is the cost of living, the food prices.
Motherfucker, Labor wants to give you more money in your bank account, less money for your electricity bill. They want to give you access to free GPs again. They want you to be able to go and get free TAFE training to go be a tradie. What the fuck more do you want? These people want to build houses. The other side wants you to pay more for literally everything while they suck Donald Trump's dick.
Fuel, all those things. Everyone's struggling. I mean, I'm at ECQ every day. There's homeless. The homeless rate's gone up through the roof. Even people that are working have chosen to live on the street so they can buy food. and I see that every day.
I mean, that's
I
Sydney
voted
for
it's the
you.
lesser of the two parties for me, so I
He
voted
wants
for
more
the-
winning.
I'm an independent voter. I'm a teal voter, so it'll be
Okay, so you're rich.
interesting on Saturday.
And was there any particular issue that swayed your vote?
Climate change,
not quite yet.
I guess, was one of them. Because I'm a retiree, cost of
A
living
teal voter is a green voter who's rich and cares about the environment, but also wants, you know, everything else rich people do.
is not as important. I'm really worried about housing, of course, and they both got some good policies for that. But I think climate change is where we're falling down.
Certainly not Peter Dutton.
Not Peter Dutton.
Based.
You're voting Labor, are you, or Teals?
I
How does
swear
it
to
work?
God, it's this generation and millennials that are holding the fucking world from falling apart right now.
Labour, best policies. He really has nothing of substance.
Teals? Yeah, teals are a better than syphilis party, I suppose.
He's never really explained anything. He won't tell us about his plans for nuclear, how much it's going to cost.
More than you could
He's a
possibly
liability.
imagine.
The Trump factors come in, but apart from that, it's exactly the same as here. Housing, cost of living, it's everywhere. And I look around and I will go to a cafe this morning. We're still alive, we're still on the planet. It is bad, yes, but
If I could
I don't know,
vote,
perhaps I grew up in an era where
if I could vote, I would know more of the minor parties, but shit. Gonna show how little I actually know about the Australian minor parties. Australian political parties. Let's pull them up. Look at them all together. Why not? So, federal parties. We got, first and foremost, the Labour Party. Then we got the Coalition, which is the Nationals and the Liberals, which are the devil. These people are evil. This is about as useful as Jill Stein, except they're probably not working for Russia, which Jill Stein was. I need to research the minor parties. Well, we're doing it together now. One Nation, these people are also the devil. These are demons. This is Elmo Hitler's party. Australia's Voice. Let's see. This sounds like Independent Party, former Labour senator. Party intends to contest every state in the Senate, multiple houses. So what do you believe? Western Australia, sat with the party until resigning. Crossing the floor on a Senate resolution supporting Australian recognition of Palestinian statehood, a subsequent caucus suspension. He subsequently sat as an independent senator. So this is the pro-Palestine party, based. If I'm reading that right. She sat with the party until resigning following her crossing the floor on a Senate resolution supporting the Australian recognition of Palestinian statehood. This might actually be the opposite. Hold on. The choice of the party criticized by multiple Indigenous Australian leaders. Okay, these people are also not great. So this is a shit party. This is a proper shit party. So, in fact, I would say that that's a piss party. The Centre Alliance, social liberalism and populism. This doesn't exist. They have one representative, but let's see. Wow. Based in South Australia. Party's ideological focus is a combination of social liberal and populist politics. Yeah, cool. Okay. Support military veterans, affordable tax cuts, Australian manufacturing, action on climate change. Okay, this is a not bad party. This is a okay party. Social liberalism and populism. It doesn't exist. It's not real. They got one rep. They're far too broad. They're working for like this is the Democrats. This is establishment Democrats. This is shit light, but shit and piss light together, really. David Pocock, why are you just like yourself as a political party, I mean, Aura, I'll give you that. Progressivism, liberal, so like, but like a one-person political party, that's got Aura. But the rest of them don't. The People First Party, social conservatism and nationalism. Okay, so that's the Nazi. The United Australia Party, that's Nazis. And the Australian Catters Australian Party, these are fascists at the very least. Populist social conservatism, these are probably Nazis at the very least, probably fascists. So there's that. And then we get to the non-parliamentary parties. This is for the second paper, the one that you would vote above and below the line, if I'm getting that right. Cat piss, correct me if I'm wrong. Whenever I hear about the KAP, I think about how Bob Catter was talking about people's sexual proclivities being eaten by alligators in the same sentence. Oh my god, actually, I should show that clip. That's a great clip. That was it. Like, it is a wild flip. Bob Catter crocodile.
And a final observation on the same-sex marriage debate from Bob Catter.
I mean, you know, people are entitled to their sexual proclivities, you know. I mean, let there be 1,000 blossoms bloom as far as I'm concerned, you know. But I ain't spending any time on it because in the meantime, every 3 months, a person is torn to pieces by a crocodile in North Queensland.
So we should put the whole country on hold.
That flip, I mean, like, look at his facial structure.
As far as I'm concerned, you know, but I ain't spending any time on it because in the meantime, every 3 months, a person is torn to pieces by a crocodile in North Queensland.
He's one of those. No, he's just like, no, like right now, like, people are getting torn apart by crocodiles. At least you can see what he genuinely feels on the issue. It's like the Green Goblin taking over. You're not wrong. You're not. Australian politics has some interesting moments. Who thinks, chat, who thinks I took my meds today? I'm curious. Hold on, while we're on it, why not? If we're gonna be doing Australian memes, why not also look at a succulent Chinese meal? God rest his soul.
Is the charge eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal?
American Express investigator.
Wait, fuck off. I want the actual video.
You just assured me that I could speak.
Sit down inside the car. We're not assuring anything. We're under arrest.
Look, I'm under what? Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. Have a look at the headlock here. See that chap over there? Get your hand off my penis! This is the bloke who got me on the penis before.
Get some cups.
Why did you do this to me?
Hop in the car. Get some cups.
For what reason? What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Oh, that's a nice headlock, sir. Oh, yes. I see that you know your judo well. Good one.
Ah, yes, I see that you know your judo well.
That's a nice headlock, sir. Oh, yes. I see that you know your judo well. Good one. And you, sir, are you waiting to receive my limp penis? How dare get your hands off me.
Well, we've only got one cup.
Ta-ta and farewell.
So I guess get him in the car.
One cup, look. Live and broke.
This is Democracy Manifest. Okay. And I take the prescribed amount, alright? I think you did, but you're very, very, very recently, because you're more scatterbrained than normal. It was very, very recently. I hadn't taken it. I did actually make sure that I'm not fucking up my meds, but that also moved where they are, and then I forgot to take them. So, a true legend. I need a movie about him, played by Sean Connery. He only recently died last year, so, like, hot girls use medication organizers. I can't be fucked. It's too much effort. It just really is. You should start the Democracy Manifest Party. Once I become a citizen, am I allowed to start a political party? Because I fucking would. The Democracy Manifest Party. That sounds amazing. Alright, so the Animal Justice Party. Yeah, this is like probably vegans, and people who don't want testing on, you know, like animals. Stuff like, pharmaceutical testing, cosmetic testing. There's more than 50 published policies under the category Animals, Environment, Humans. Party aims to give animals constitutional protections based on their sentience as opposed to their instrumental value, which actually is incredibly based, but like they're not gonna be relevant in this party. But you know what? Put them well above the shit party. Don't put like Labor at one. Put one of these at one, that you like, that's good. What? Oof. I guess I might have to up my game. No. See, I feel like I can stand out from the crowd and just be even hotter. You can tell an awful person, you can tell an awful person if they don't like animals, obviously. But like, out of all of these, which ones should be on your list? Because remember, you get 8 votes, and you don't want to put a Nazi on there. And so as long as your votes are above the shitty people, you can vote for 7 parties. 7 of these. The Legalized Cannabis Party, the Indigenous Aboriginal Party, the, let's actually have a look at these before I start naming which ones are good just based on if their names look good. So Social Conservative Christian Right, these are Christian nationalists. Australian Citizens Party, Economic Nationalism, these are neoliberals or neocons. Australian Democrats, Social Liberalism and Anti-Corruption, these are, I guess, Progressive Democrats. Let's have a look. What are their, like, actual policies? Founded on principle. Okay, I don't. These are the libbiest libs that could possibly lib. In the American sense. Is cannabis still illegal in Australia? It's legal in Canberra, which is like our DC, but illegal everywhere else. It is legal for medicinal use, but you can't drive if you have it, which is a problem because in Western Australia, there are a lot of people who work in the mines who get prescribed cannabis for their fucked up backs from, you know, working in the mines, but then they're not allowed to drive to work. And it's becoming an issue, so we'll see how that turns out. Preferential voting should go so far as to allow us to vote for political parties out Survivor style. I mean, you can. You can. Like, you don't need to have the Liberals anywhere on your paper. You can just have Labor be the very last one on your paper, and that's fine. Vote for any of these. Well, actually, not any of these. Any of these. You shouldn't do that. I forgot. I'm mixing up the 2 papers. I haven't voted in this country yet. Remember, we're learning here. So, never mind. On your main paper, just, really, I would go with... There's really nothing better than picking Labor 1 out of the first federal parties sheet. I guess maybe David Pocock. Pick David Pocock as 1. And then Labor is 2, I guess. I don't know. Fuck David Pocock. Let's learn about you, I suppose. You were a rugby player? No, don't. Never mind. You're brain damaged. Are you kidding me? Football without any fucking headgear? No, hell no. Just put Labor 1, and anyone else is shit on that one. That's so sad. So, on the first sheet, you can only vote these for the parliamentary parties, and then these are the non-parliamentary parties. Whatever. So you really do only get to choose between shit light and better than syphilis. The Better Together Party. This sounds nice, but what does it mean? I want Elmo Hitler to have to pack her shit and retire from politics completely. I do too. I want Dutton to lose his seat. I want this election to go so bad for the Liberals like it did for the Conservatives in Canada. I want that. It'll be very funny. Okay, so what is the history of this party and why is it so short? Brad Lauenbrock originally intended to stand as a single job-sharing candidate for the division of Higgins. However, the Australian Electoral Commission abolished the division September 2024 as part of the redistribution, subsequently announced their intention to stand as a single candidate for the Senator of Victoria instead, or a senator. Joint statement, The issue was later reported to be that Bradlaugh held South African citizenship, thus disqualifying her from running for parliament. Oh, okay, cool. So if I want to ever run for parliament in this country, I'd have to actually give up all of my citizenships, and that would be one of the reasons why I can't just start the Democracy Manifest Party, because that would require me to go to a U.S. embassy, which does not exist in my state, or consulate. The Fusion Party. Secular humanism and progressivism. What does that mean? Sounds nice. Planet Rescue, Whistleblower Protection, Innovation, previously known as the Fusion Science Pirate Secular Climate Energy, and commonly known as the Fusion Party. I mean, pirates? There's pirates? You can vote for pirates? You can be politically active in other ways? Absolutely. And I honestly wouldn't want to run for government anyway. I would probably run for, like, my local council or something, though. You can vote for pirates? What? It was created by merging the Science Party, the Pirate Party, the Secular Party, the Vote Planet, and the Climate. These people sound based as fuck. What is the Pirate Party? Hold on. Political party in Australia that had traditionally represented civil liberties issues and had expanded into more traditional areas of policy. It was the Pirate Party, which was based on the Pirate Party of Sweden and continued to develop a comprehensive policy platform since its formation. These people are anarchists. Yeah, fuck yeah. Put these people as high up as you can put them. The Science, Pirates, and Secular Party. The No Religion, Pirates, and Science Party. Hell yeah! What? And climate change, hell, everything. They have everything. Pirate Party to Electric Boogaloo. Goddamn right. I'm guessing pirate isn't copyrighted stuff. I'm like this sounds to me more like it is, yes, let's be able to pirate stuff, but more things should be open source. We should maybe work towards getting rid of private property. Like, this is, I mean, the Pirate Party's gone, so you gotta vote for the Fusion Party. But the Fusion Party is also, like, the Pirate Party is now part of the Fusion Party. So, vote for the Fusion Party. And then, I guess, I don't know, put the Legalized Cannabis Party on there, because that's, like, their single issue. And then after that, I imagine they're hippies, so we're good. I want a nuclear fusion reactor on a pirate ship. I vote for them. Hell yeah. That's this party. If you want a pirate ship with a nuclear fusion reactor, the Fusion Party of Australia is the party for you. Formed in 2021. The effects on legislation include increasing the minimum membership requirement for non-parliamentary members from 500 to 1,500, which is what made them a non-parliamentary party. I see. They don't have enough members. I wonder if I could become a member of a political... Oh, wait, no, I can't. Obviously, we just covered that. Duh. I can't run for a political seat, which would mean that I also can't be a member of this party. I would think. A party determined to secure safe climate environment, humanist society, free culture, held together by science. The party supports the separation of church and state, referring to its policy as secular humanism. It supports removing religious prayer, rituals, and bias from government and public institutions and from their documentation, abolishing blasphemy laws. We have blasphemy laws? What the fuck is a blasphemy law in Australia? Can someone tell me that? What's up, Rip Haven? I'm having a good morning. What the hell are I'm like learning so much right now. We're down the rabbit hole. Blasphemy is not a criminal offense, but a de jure situation varies at state and territorial levels. It's currently not enforced in any Australian jurisdiction. Blasphemous libel, like, okay. In South Australia, Victoria, and the Northern Territory, the situation is ambiguous as the local criminal codes do not mention blasphemy, but did not specifically abolish common law offenses. In New South Wales and Tasmania, the criminal codes do include offense of blasphemy or blasphemous libel, but the relevant sections are not enforced. That's wild. That is wild. Woke and gay, though? Yeah, no, the Fusion Party is woke and gay, and I love it. This would be the preferred party. This is like technological socialism party, because that's where the piracy comes in. The free society, free culture, rather. Can I start an anti-theist and science research party? Yeah. Can you add in a free culture bit in there too? Make it pirates? And that's it. And climate change. That's this party. So the party supports transparent government, such as the disclosure of political donations above $1,000, open access to advice behind policy decisions, and removal of restrictions of speech on public servants. It also defines itself as an anti-corruption. Restrictions on speech on public servants. I'm not sure. That might be stuff like parliamentary privilege, so that like you can't cite things that are said in the halls of parliament in a court ruling. Can we add there is an environmental provision in this one. The Good Place Party. Hell yeah. Implemented protections for whistleblowers and activists. The party wants to enshrine network neutrality and freedom of expression laws, supports freedom of speech, the creation of constitutional bill of rights, and removing bans on voluntary euthanasia to decriminalize physician-assisted dying. Fusion supports lowering the voting age to 16, but retaining the current obligation to vote at 18, as well as introducing an electoral education into high school curriculum. They just keep getting better. This is now just the based party. Can like, oh my God. Imagine if politicians had to wear a body cam like the police. These people would be down with that. Like, the party supports the legalization of cannabis in Australia. Great. You don't need to vote for the legalized cannabis party. You can put these people above the legalized cannabis party. And that way, if these people don't get in, at least those people get in, if that's your goal. God damn, my eye just keeps leaking. I don't know why. Shouldn't all these tiny parties, tiny based parties just make a coalition that is more or less stronger? Well, the thing is, there's not that many based parties. There are a few like scattered socialist parties, and theoretically they could, but leftist infighting is worse here than it is in America. Genuinely, like it is. I've had more disagreements with people on the same side. Where does it say Trumpism? The trumpet of patriots. Yeah, that's the MAGA party. But I've had more arguments with people on my side here than I've had with Democrats in America. Independent Office of Animal Welfare, amazing. This is the base party. Yeah, don't worry, we're gonna go through the list because we're learning how to vote in Australia, and I'm gonna play the Juice Media one afterward again, just because it's great, and it'll really hammer all of this in. It'll make more sense now that we've learned about it first. So, on top of that, yeah, if you animal welfare in terms of incentivizing meat alternatives and alternative protein sources such as lab-grown meat. Thank you. It supports ending feedlots and factory farming, ending live exports of animal for food, establishing the Independent Office of Animal Welfare. We have literally the best meat in the world in this country, and so therefore we are the best country to head the lab-grown meat initiative. We don't agree on everything, so we refuse to work together for any progress because this makes sense. Yeah, absolutely. Exactly, brain matter. Every time. It's like, it's the same argument, but different. It's vote for Kamala Harris because they're the weaker opponent and you want to work against them. Except here, you don't have to do that anyway. You don't have to do that. You can vote for who you want. There is no wasting your vote. It's literally impossible. But party has stated support for reintroducing stronger media ownership laws that cap ownership share by any one corporation. So this would break up the Murdoch media monopoly, because, you know, the guy who owns Fox News owns 90-something% of Australian media. So, like, the trumpet of patriots, don't get ahead of yourself, but they're basically the let's be the 52nd state party, because they already acknowledge Canada as the 51st. I favor decriminalizing cannabis over legalization. Legalization in Canada caused a lot of problems because they fucked it up in Canada. In America, it worked really well. Like in Colorado, for example, all of the taxes that are put on cannabis, which is like 22% at the dispensary, that goes specifically into the education system. All of it, every last dollar from the cannabis taxes goes right into the schools. It made Colorado schools best in the country, and has caused very little issue. Also, the use of cannabis goes down when you legalize it in, like, a good way. But, regardless. Also, like, Australia is, like, there's the weed's not going anywhere. Australia has some of the best weed in the world because they have the best environment for it to naturally flourish in. It's an industry, and we need to diversify Australia's industry. All of the industry here is either tourism, investment in housing, speculative investment in resources like water, or selling natural resources rather than making anything. We could, like, this is industry and jobs that are important and could be not only beneficial, but, like, we're kind of already halfway there. Some states did a fantastic job. Others have intentionally nerfed it, like Ohio. Yeah, like, you get this argument all the time with, like, I say that all drugs should be legalized, and that works. And people will be like, well, look at Portugal. It looked like it worked for a little while, and then it stopped working. I'm like, yeah, because they defunded the program, which was already underfunded to begin with. But, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Also, these people want universal basic income in the form of direct payments of $500 per week or equivalent tax credit to every Australian citizen age 18 years or older. This is the can't get better party. They have literally all of the policies that I like. In terms of foreign policy, Fusion advocates for responsible global citizenship, which involves supporting human rights worldwide, providing aid to other countries, and helping asylum seekers. Okay, my new favorite political party. Whatever. Let's continue. So then we have the Family First Party, Christian politics, and social conservatism. So these are Christian nationalists. What's up, Lennon? And yeah, it doesn't work well. Again, just vote for the Fusion Party. All we do over here is struggle against impending fascism. I mean, we are too, you know. If the liberals win, or worse, if the liberals win and form a strong enough win that they can get a coalition of the liberals, the United Australia Party, and fucking the Trumpet of Patriots, then we're just the 52nd state. And that's not likely, but it's theoretically possible. And median voter brain is crazy. The Great Australian Party, right-wing populism. This is just another Trump party. Just, again, going to show that these people can't be creative. The Indigenous Aboriginal Party, Indigenous rights, constitutional reform. These people would be great. Yeah, put these above put these people under the Fusion Party. But I don't know where we're going on you know what? Is there, like, a tier list maker? Tier list builder. Yes, there is. Indeed. Give me a template. Let's do a tier list. I've never done one of these before. Okay. So. Oh, I have to have a goddamn photo of all of these downloaded. Okay, this is gonna take a minute. Trumpism is a communicable disease. I do agree. No, yeah, here, look, you guys are all wondering about the Trumpet of Patriots. I might as well just show you an ad. While I also start the process of getting that together. So here's one.
There is only one Australian flag that represents all Australians. We don't need to be welcome to our own country. Vote 1, Trumpet of Patriots.
They're Hitler. I mean, here.
And speaking of ads that just
This is, by the way, Fox News.
People know.
This is Sky News.
I bet you're one of them who has received these texts from Trumpet of Patriots. I was at home on Saturday minding my own business when I received a text from Trumpet of Patriots. Oh. I bet this is a familiar story if you're watching tonight. Of course, the first question is, where'd you get my number from? What kind of invasion of privacy is this? I don't remember signing up to Trumpets of Patriots and giving them my mobile number. No, you didn't. They must have bought it from somewhere with the tens of millions of dollars that they have spent on campaigning. But today, the Electoral Commission was very quick to point out, given how many complaints they'd received, that Trumpets of Patriots was in fact doing nothing illegal. Check this out.
Her
they say
shirt is louder than her
parties
voice.
are exempt from the Spam Act and the Privacy Act and are able to send unsolicited text messages without an opt-out
That's so
option.
fucked.
So there was no opt-in option and there's no opt-out option.
Right.
So basically, you've just got to suck it up, Aussies. The Electoral Commission goes on
The
to say any
sentient ham
changes to these laws would be...
The sentient ham has to annoy you. It just has to. Just do it in Obsidian. Okay, fine. I'll do it in Obsidian. That was a better idea. Why are you smarter than me? You shouldn't be smarter than me right now. It's not a good look for me. Okay. All right, let's do it in Obsidian. Wait, there we go. Australian political parties. So, first off, let's do... Oh, I forgot I had a video underneath this too. Maybe I didn't take my meds today. So, we'll have Labour Party, Liberals. I hate that I did that. Bring the cat? Really? Now? I'm gonna get distracted. I'll do it in a minute. Nation. Australia's voice. Why am I just not copying and pasting? Oh, that's why. Oh, it like really fucked the whole thing. Wow, okay. Get a med organizer. No, I swear I taken my medicine today. This is just interesting. And so now I'm invested in it because it's fun. And I'm curious. I'm learning here. This, like, I don't get to vote this time around, but I will next time. And I am covering this election. I might actually be streaming election day. Which is why I won't be streaming tomorrow, because I think I might have to be streaming on Sunday. I like graphs and spreadsheets. This is very cool. Yeah, me too. Okay, so let's organize these. These people are evil, and where is these people? These people are also evil. So let's put them down there. These people are also evil. And then we had the People First Party. These people are also evil. I would actually probably put them like somewhere around there. They're all about as evil as each other. They don't really have their own thought, you know? Like, they don't think for themselves anyway. Jackie Lambie, populism, social conservatism. So I'm going to go ahead and say that you are more evil than the liberals. About as evil as One Nation. With magic? What? Oh yeah, we got the Nationals. I forgot about the Nationals. You people are all about equally. I mean, really, you two work together, don't you? So they have to be about that equally evil. It's really hard to not say that these people are all the same, really. Because they kind of are, but they're also not, because these people are worse. These people are worse. These people are the worst out of these. The centrists are not quite as bad there. You are absolutely evil. Australia's voice was, what was it? Centrism? Yeah, okay, sure. Put you there. Then you have the Greens. And then you have, oh wait, I forgot about Catter. Where's Catter? I'm just gonna put you with you. You two make sense together. Ah, god damn, my eye just keeps leaking today. So, for the federal parliamentary houses, that would be my way of looking at it. Wait. You know what? I think I might actually flip these two. Yes, I would flip these two. All of these guys are evil. Don't vote for them. That's my one for that one. So then we move to the federal non-parliamentary parties. That's the Animal Justice Party, which we looked at, and these are like just animal justice, which is cool. It's good. We like that. But Fusion already has it, and we don't need just them. And again, the point of this is the way that the election system here works is you can just pick whichever one you want, the ones you want, and your votes will not go to waste. As long as you put labor on your part, like on this somewhere, right? You can put, I don't know, green above labor if you really, really want to. I'm not going to tell you, I'm gonna judge you for it, but I won't say like you can't. Look, really, if you want to get an understanding, you'll have to watch this. But first, let me cook for a second, guys. Let me cook. Let me get my like actual tier list up. And I want to learn about all of them before we watch that. Australian Democrats. The Better Together Party. I already forgot, so like these people are like irrelevant for now. The Fusion Party, the based party, as in the high tier winner, no matter what. There's nothing that beats that. They have the fucking Piracy Party involved. Come on, guys. Family First Party. Could you, like, how would you all feel if this was the way the American election worked? Where you could just look at all of these and they all, like, were a viable option of someone you could vote for. Like, these votes don't just go in the garbage. Indigenous, Aboriginal Party. Let's see. Kim for Canberra. I'll have to read into you. If you hit Shift Enter, you can add extra lines. I do know that, but I don't want them to be all on the same, like, line. I want them to be their own little boxes. Like, when I hit Enter, it's by accident, because I'm hoping that the actual, like, window closes. And not actually trying to go down a line. You mean like having actual functioning democracy? That'd be pretty cool. I mean, I wouldn't go so far as to say that. Yet. Like, we have potential for an actual functional working democracy. Socialist Alliance. We have some learning to do. Sustainable Australia Party. The Trumpet of Patriots. The Victorian Socialists. Who I know at least one Victorian Socialist candidate is incredibly based in Victoria, obviously. They're on Twitter, and they got famous by telling people which houses were not currently occupied, and they could head over to and hang out in if they, you know, lacked housing. All right, so at the very least, we could check off which of these are just based like off of evil and nothing but, and then we can start ranking them later. So these ones are evil. You're evil. The Australian Christians, you're evil. The Family First Party, you're evil. Anti-capitalism. I do like the idea of one of these being anti-capitalism. Which one was this one? The Australian Citizens Party. That sounds like, yeah, nationalists. So these are all Hitler over here. What's the Better Together Party? You don't have an actual description. I forgot about you already. Oh yeah, this was she held dual citizenship and formed her own party. Like what? Oh yeah, this is a like person. Who gives a shit about you? You're not a Nazi, but you are from South Africa and you're not allowed to be, like, you have a citizenship for South Africa and you're not allowed to run for it, and so you lost your seat, and then you just created a different, like, you couldn't get back into the party because you lied. And so why would we trust you at any point in time now? Like, it's very clear that there are reasons why some of these people might be running independently from other parties. And some of these reasons might be good. Like, let's see about Kim for Canberra. I don't know much about you. Political career, unsuccessful candidate. The women ticket, an equal say. Cool, great. What else did you run on? Are you just Hillary Clinton? Has over 100 publications on a wide range of issues. Oh, you're an academic. I like that. Australian Citizenship and Law, or is Professional Australia Limited, Gender and Public Law, Representation of Women Towards a Feminist Analysis of Australia's Constitutional System. I like the idea of it. That doesn't tell me whether or not you're Hitler yet, though. Oral history and women lawyers, alive and telling, trailblazing women lawyers. Okay, no, never mind. You're sounding more cool. Research grants. Yeah, you're an academic. All right, cool. So you're all right. I like Kim Rubenstein. That's fine. If someone tells me that she's were they one of the bad South? I don't know if they were one of the bad South Africans. All I know is that they lied and lost their seat the last time. So I'm not going to be putting them anywhere near good, unless someone tells me that Kim God, I already forgot her name. Jesus Christ. Kim for Canberra, Kim Rubenstein is bad, then I will say then she is better than most of the other options so far down here. The Australian Democrats, social liberalism, anti-corruption. Nope, not a thing for me. Not okay. I'm just going to skip over that one. Then we have the we have the legalized cannabis party. I forgot we're supposed to look into that one. Single issue. Okay, but where do you fall on other things? Because let's say you do get in and you get your single issue and you succeed. What happens after? And from a left party. Teamed up with the Australian Sex Party. What's the Australian Sex Party? Okay, cool. These people are anti-civil libertarian alternative. Yeah, I'm a fan. All right, cool. So if the legalized cannabis party got in, got enough power that they managed to achieve their single issue, then their next issue would be to work towards libertarian socialism based on like their actual formation. And yes, this is a really cool app. I do like this. So that's nice. The Libertarian Party is classical libertarianism, right libertarianism. These are two opposing opposing things. Yeah, no. The libertarians out the window. The shooters, fishers, and farmers. Yeah, I figured you'd be down here. But you have green conservatism, so, you know, I'll give you that. You're not a death cult. That's important, you know? Sometimes people are death cults, and it's just not. We do need to be able to do this. Shard, we'll work on it over the weekend, I think, if you have the time, or I will at the very least, if you, like, give me some resources to work towards it. Who's the West Sydney community? Like, you only care about you? Okay. The Socialist Alliance, you're next. Democratic Socialist Perspective, International Socialist Organization, Grassroots, involved with trade unions, environmentalists, student movements, strong left-wing stances on numerous issues, including refugee rights, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander rights, anti-racism, public ownership, proposes nationalizes banking, energy, and mining infrastructure based on workers' rights. The party supports raising the minimum wage based, implementing wage theft and industrial manslaughter laws based, increasing trade union bargaining to industry-wide status, and reducing the working week to 30 hours based. It opposed the building of new coal mines and any attempt to privatize public services such as Medicare. Okay, these people are great. The party participated within the Victorian Socialists Electoral Alliance in Victoria until it withdrew from it in May. Why? Now that's curious. Okay, well, you know their formation. Debate on the forum, I don't care. Mergers and withdrawals. Give me most recent. Victorian Socialists. Okay, what was the issue? And the Socialist Alternative Community activists and trade unionists would work together to form an electoral alliance named the Victorian Socialists in order to contest the 2018 Victorian state election. But that's still a thing on here. Is that not still a party? Okay. Led the ticket, although the party gained 4.6% of the votes, the highest of any minor party in the Northern Metropolitan Region. It failed to win a seat. Okay, so it doesn't say why they withdrew. But these people sound cool, so I do like them. Anti-war and civil liberties. Okay, this is going to be tricky because now we're at a stage in which anti-war rhetoric is dangerous. But we also don't want pro-war rhetoric, so obviously, I want to see how well they can thread the needle on this. The Socialist Alliance is opposed to U.S.-Australian military interventions. Cool. Socialist members are also actively promoting the boycott, divest, and sanction campaign against Israel. Cool, cool. Opposes the war on terror, claiming that it leads to increased racism against Arabs and Muslim communities, and to government policies that threaten civil liberties. True, true, true. All of these are true. Cool. Sure. Good on environment. It doesn't really say much more about that, but that's really enough. I mean, like, they would be against U.S. military population being on Australian soil enough that they would get cooed. So that's the kind of spirit that I'm looking for here. I've got a lot of stuff to do tonight and tomorrow morning. I should have free time after this. I mean, to be fair, like, we'll make it work sometime. Whenever is suitable for you. I'm not gonna, like, ask you to, no, you know. This is gonna take a while. This is gonna be a long stream. It might not be today. We'll get to it when we get to it. Don't stress. The Sustainable Australia Party. Are you gonna give me, like, policies or just, like, stats? Because there we go, policies. Victoria. You care about the climate, great. But what else are you gonna do? Ran on policies including rapid population growth, which would mean higher wages and subsidies to childcare, as well as like increases in education funding, because here you have to buy your kids things like uniforms or rent your kids uniforms when they go to school, because all schools have uniforms here, as well as like more and more as time goes on, you just need tech now for school. I don't know. I wish we would just ban all technology from schools. Like phones, laptops, all that shit should just be banned from schools. Scaling back migration rate while preserving refugee intakes. I suppose, like, you can make an argument for it if you needed to, but you don't. So you are going here. Like, we can be sustainable without having to reduce migration. In fact, I think we need migration right now more than anything. Or just lock tech down better. Well, actually, I do have news on that. Australia is trying to lock tech down better. And especially, like, American tech. But I don't want tech in schools. I don't want tech in schools. Use a notebook and a pen. I don't want phones in schools. I support like the school computer like cart, you know, the laptop cart that gets rolled into class when you get to use the laptops. Like it was an occasion. I support having computer literacy classes in the like computer classroom, but I don't think you should be taking notes on a computer. We've covered this. Your brain literally does not take that information down the same way. Now you could want to type things out, and you might actually learn better that way if you're one of the few people who can. Great, you can write down your notes and then type them out later, which is what I do anyway. I write my notes down and then I type them out. And it functions as studying as well. On top of that, like, obviously, I mean, like, if you need a disability related allowance of like, okay, well, okay, you can't write because you have carpal tunnel or something in your hand, like, that's fine. I had a separate computer class for learning how to use them and media literacy, and I hope that is still happening. It's not, and I had them too. It's not still happening. So, okay, now let's read about the Trumpet of Patriots. These people are fucking wild. So they were formed actually in mid-2004. I did not know that. But I don't care about what they were. I want to know what they are now. I want to know what they are now with the sentient ham at the wheel. Because Clive Palmer used to be the United Australia Party, and now he's with Trumpet of Patriots. And this man is evil. Wait until you hear about the plugin that lets you canvas for drawing. I wish I had that, all right? I've tried to work these out. I don't know how to write fucking Python code and also read Python code, so no, I can't do it myself. Announced that he had joined and is now the chairman of Trumpet of Patriots, following the High Court's ruling that he'd be unable to register the United Australian Party for a federal election after its voluntary deregistration in 2022. I see. So that's why that no longer exists. Then why is it still on the list? Oh, because it has a B on it and I didn't read. Duh. It's okay. Sometimes we all silly. That's the Hitler Party. Victorian socialists clearly do still exist in Victoria. All right, I can make my judgments now. Oh wait, no, the West Sydney community. I need to know you. You are... Okay, you're better than syphilis. So, the West Sydney community can go here. And then Kim for Canberra can go here. And then the Animal Justice Party can go here. And then the Indigenous Aboriginal Party can go here. Wait, actually, yes, actually, because these people were libertarian socialist minded, and that's going to make me happy. So I'm going to put them above the Victorian Socialists, but I will put the Socialist Alliance on top because they'll just work with them anyway. And then the Fusion Party as the king of all of the Australian political parties. And all of these are pretty much equally Hitlerite. I mean, they're not equally Hitlerite, but for the for all intents and purposes, this is Hitler. That's my list. All right. Any questions? The Fire has the right to defend itself. Go Team Fire. Base comment. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. If you don't know, you don't know. Okay, so now that we've covered all of these parties, what does that mean? How does voting in Australia work? One more time. Who is David Pocock? Doesn't matter.
Definitely not the real Australian Electoral Commission. Are you one of the millions of Australians who still don't get how our voting system works?
No.
Of course you are. So let's go through this one more bloody time before Election Day. Australia uses a preferential voting system, and it's fucking awesome. These poor bastards wish they had it, so the least you can do is know how to use it. Just number the candidates in your order of preference. Your 1 is your favourite. Your 2 is your second.
I guess, again, just to point out,
fave. Your
the Nazi, also a Nazi, really shit and shit. 10 out of 10 quality.
3 is your, well, I guess they're better than syphilis, and so on down to your last choice.
Wait,
Why
no,
are
I
there
didn't.
2?
Did I? Oh my god, I did. Holy shit. Whoopsie. I don't know why he's there. Labor's at the top of my list, then Greens, then the Centers. This guy doesn't exist anymore. He's not important. Just put him, here. That's fine.
Ballot papers?
I
Because we
messed
love
up.
paperwork. No, you pelican. It's because we have 2 Houses of Parliament. The green one's for the House of Reps, where government is formed. You must number every box. And this huge one's for the Senate. Here you can vote either above the line for parties or below the line for candidates. The more boxes you number, the more effective your vote will be. What's that? Can I waste my vote? No, because if your first choice doesn't win, your second choice is counted, and so on. Which is why in Australia, it's impossible to waste your vote, unless you draw a dick on your ballot. Am I helping the shit party to win if I vote 1 for a minor party or independent? No, this isn't Canada or America with their primitive first past the post garbage. Because look, if your first choice doesn't get enough votes to win, your vote transfers at full value to your second choice, then your third, and so on. It doesn't weaken, it doesn't get diluted.
What if I don't
just
want it? You just leave them off the list. You just leave them off the list. You have to number the list on the first ballot, on your for the first house where government is formed, but just put them last. Your vote will never end up at the Nazi party if you put them last.
Oops. So you can vote for whoever you like and still
You
keep
have
up.
to number the candidates on the first one, the House of Representatives paper. You have to all of them, not the candidates, rather the parties, but all of these parties that exist on that paper. You have to number them in some order. But your vote will never reach here because here is the bottom of the barrel. The only way your vote will reach here is if they win. You know what I mean? They have to gain the majority votes for your vote to go to them. That's the only way your vote goes to them. As long as they're your last vote, that's how that works. And yeah, it's not first past the post.
Oops. So you can vote for whoever you like and still keep out the party that sucks by putting them last. But the nice person outside the polling booth gave me this how to vote card. Those are just suggestions from political parties. You can follow them if you trust that party, or you can just ignore them and use your own brain. But how to vote cards do help to tell you the kind of values a party stands for. So for example, when these guys suggest you put a 2 next to these fuckburgers, it confirms that they really
That's
are the
Elmo
shit
Hitler.
party. Even Scotty from marketing didn't do that, which tells you this guy is even shitter than him. Okay, but I really want Labor Daddy in government, so shouldn't I put them first? Sure, if you feel the party that approved 10 coal mine extensions in a climate crisis, kept job seeker
I do
below
want
poverty levels in
Labor to win, but I would prefer the Fusion Party to win over Labor.
a cost of living crisis and wants house prices to keep rising in a housing crisis deserves your vote, put them first. Just make sure to put the shit party last. That way, if
But
Labor
they're not on
doesn't
the
win
same
your seat, your second
paper.
preference will get your vote instead of the shit party. But if you think a minor party or community independent is the not shit choice, put them first. It'll help fund the peeps you actually like. Send a signal to the major parties that you're sick of their shit. And if your not shit candidates don't win, your vote will go to Labor anyway, as long as you put the shit party last. So remember, number every box in your order of preference, not what some party says, not what this sentient ham texts you.
Like, again, you have to put
your order of preference.
You have to put them there, but it will never get there unless they've already won. And every other one of your, like, choices lost. At that point, like, your vote didn't get added to their tally. They just outright won, would be the only way that even affects it. Because your vote will go against whoever is not them. The higher up it is. The higher up the vote, whoever is your favorite is now your preferred choice. And once they are no longer a viable candidate, then that's it. Then they drop off. Then it's number 2. And then one down, and then one down, and then one down. So every one of them has to get eliminated before your vote ever goes to the Nazi party. And at that point, I mean, like, everyone in the country has done that because it's mandatory to vote.
Not what some party says, not what this sentient ham texts you. And if you're worried
Don't
about the
listen to
shit
the
party
sentient
getting
ham.
in, just put them last. It'll still get the job done. How good is preferential voting? Now piss off and vote. This has been a message from definitely not the real Australian Electoral
It
Commission.
makes
Please
more
don't prosecute
sense
us.
in so many ways. Like, it's who gets to decide who gets put on the ballot? Is there a custom write-in option? You need a specific amount of members in the party to get on to the parliamentary ballot. And then that, like the one where government's formed, you need 1,500 members in a political party to get on that one. And you need 500 to get onto the secondary one. And then I believe you just have to go about registering. Is there a custom write-in option? Cat piss, you would know, but at the same time, custom write-in Australian elections. Is it forced party participation? Well, you vote for the party, not for a candidate. But in the secondary house, then you can vote either for a party or below the line for specific candidates. And even in the video, she said, like, the more candidate specific you are, the more useful your vote is. So you can't write in a vote, but you can just create a political party if you can get, you know, enough people together. But yeah, you do have to vote for a party. You have to vote. You can't not vote. But voting for the Socialist Party or the Pirate Party, well, I mean, the Pirate Science, Climate Change, and what else was it? The Climate Science, Piracy, and Anti-Corruption Party or something like that. Oh, and just general goodness. Shit light is number 1. Honestly, Fusion Party. Hold on, I need to remember what they are again. The Fusion Party. I need to remember. This is gonna be like my favorite thing to talk about from now on when I meet new people. That we have a party in Australia that has a part of it specifically about wanting piracy. Big fan. Big fan. The Science, Piracy, No Religion, and Climate Change Party. That's what it was. It was so important. As an American, you can't expect any less. Huh? Well, I mean, your vote's for shit light. That's fine. My vote's for the Science, Piracy, No Religion, Voting, and Climate Change Party. $20 fine, then jail for anti-electoralism. Rip. Goddamn right. The $20 fine is funny. But the jail is like, yeah, you should. You have to vote. All right, let's see the polls. We had just started this, actually.
Election, and Anthony Albanese remains the front runner.
Wait, no, we didn't just start this. We weren't nearly halfway through it. People here have no idea. All of these people had different answers. This lady was the only one.
It's our first time voting.
So. Oh, really?
Okay,
yeah.
give me you.
Have
yes,
you
young people.
Not sure.
What about you?
Not yet. No,
Every
not
time.
Too sure, but yeah, it's our first.
What
Why
are the
is it
things that
just
would
the
make you
boomers
vote?
who know what they're doing?
Influence on your family and parents, I guess.
Education and our school sort of thing.
Are you worried about housing, cost of living, those sort of things?
Captain Buggy, some of these were anti-capitalism, like as part of their actual ideology.
Yes.
One's for piracy,
So will
a
you
free
make up your
culture.
mind on the day sort of thing?
This is an anarchist
I think
party.
So. I really haven't got faith in any of the two major parties, to tell you the truth. I've missed a couple of votings in the past, so for that reason, I haven't got much faith.
So what? You missed a couple of what did you say?
In the past, the two major parties, to tell you the truth. I've missed a couple of votings in the past.
So you didn't vote, and you're mad at the Labour Party because you didn't vote? What? Median voter brain. It's everywhere. And honestly, like, we're fucked, guys. Like, this is the kind of shit that scares me. Because we had Anzac Day, which is the day that Australia, like, honors the Australians and the New Zealanders who died in, like, Gallipoli during the First World War when they tried to invade Turkey and they got wrecked. So the ceremony is opened by an Aboriginal Australian who does like a traditional welcome to country, which is a thing that they do here. And this is the response now. This didn't used to be an issue. When I came here 6 years ago, like, there was definitely discourse on it, but it wasn't this bad.
Uncle Mark Brown, and I'm an elder.
It is. It's a fine and you go to jail.
Senior Cultural Heritage Officer of the Bunurong people. I'm a Gunditjmara man on my mother's side, and I'm a Bunurong man on my father's side. And this morning, I'm here to welcome everybody to my father's country. Beautiful Bunurong country. But before we do that, we pay our acknowledgements and we pay our respects.
It's never been bad enough that, like, stuff like that's been happening at an Anzac Day service. Like, Australians go hard for Anzac Day. Like, there's a whole type of biscuit. It's called the Anzac biscuits. Like, people are not
we pay our respects to all of my ancestors.
like this normally anymore. Well,
we
I mean,
pay
they
our
didn't
respects
used
to
to
all
be.
of my elders. And we pay respects to all of my community members.
By the way, imagine this in America, because this is mandatory for like if the Aboriginal Australian says, I'm gonna do a welcome to country, ain't nobody stopping them. It's their fucking country. And there's the other version of this where you, as the white man, have to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land and their elders and to thank them. And it's the wokest shit in the world, and I love it. And Americans would MAGA would lose their minds.
Past, present, and emerging.
There you go.
And we pay respects to all of my community members. Past, present, and emerging. And we acknowledge the continuous and unbroken connection to country for the Bunurong people. We also pay our acknowledgements and respects to all traditional custodians of Australia, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander, who work, rest, live or play on Bunurong country. We acknowledge their continuous and unbroken
like that kind of shit is directly because of America. That's our fault.
Connection to country for all of their people.
Like, not to say that this sentiment didn't exist already. It just wasn't. People used to be ashamed of doing that kind of shit publicly. Trump spread, it's Nazis all around the world. Like, people who might not even know that they are engaging in that kind of behavior or think about it that way. Like, they know what they are doing is harmful to people. Not all of them take joy from that, and not all of them are aware of exactly why they're doing what they're doing, but some of these people do. And the guy that shouted that, no, he's pissed. Like, and he's pissed because someone's telling him to be pissed day in and day the fuck out on social media, on the television media, on the radio media, everywhere, and it comes straight from us.
And we thank each and every single one of them for being here with us. But today, on the sacred lands of the Bunurong people, we all gather in the spirit of respect and unity.
No, Nazi ideology. It's not like Nazi ideology in its entirety, but pieces of it. America exports literal Nazi ideology. We do. Literally, like, full, actual, like, Reich, swastika, all of it. We export that ideology. But we don't export it all together in one neat package. We export parts of it directed at different populations and different groups in different places and different times. And we've been doing that for a long time. Russia also does this. In fact, that's how we got this way, was because before America was the biggest exporter of Nazi ideology in the world, Russia was. Ideally, it's an individual issue and not a whole party apparatus issue, which causes even more problems. Yeah, and the cult of the party now has become the biggest issue that has spread everywhere. But the seeds they planted, even if MAGA is now unpopular all around the world, even in Australia, Australians fucking hate Donald Trump and MAGA, but their ideology, that's still popular, and that's the issue.
And this welcome, it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity for us to honour and respect the deep cultural heritage of the Bunurong people of the Kulin Nations, whose elders...
What did he say?
For us to honour and respect the deep cultural heritage of the Bunurong people of the Kulin Nations, whose elders and community members have generously looked after these lands for countless generations.
The actual Nazi famously took inspiration from America. This is true. And again, like, we have plenty of actual Nazis in Australia. I showed some getting arrested by the police yesterday. That happened a little while ago, but, like, there's the National Socialist Network, which I still can't understand how they exist, considering it is literally illegal to be a Nazi in Australia. Saying Nazi things is illegal. Making the Hitler salute is illegal. Having swastika flags is illegal, because all of these fall under the Anti-Discrimination Act. But
my people.
Yeah, those were not tangible
have
words.
A deep spiritual connection to these lands, encompassing
Jesus
all of our
Christ,
rivers,
shut the fuck up, man.
our mountains, our coastal areas, and all of our beautiful bushlands that surround us today. Our traditional territory spans from the Werribee River in the west and moves to Diggers Rest in the north.
You know, I gotta say, because this made national news, it probably made those racists look worse than it got, like, positive attention from the other racists, I think, because this is Anzac Day, and like I said, Australians take Anzac Day fucking seriously. Anzac biscuits are a food. Like, part of the reason that Australia is the Australia that it is today is because of how mad Australians were about the British forcing them to fight in Gallipoli. And so, like, these are Anzac biscuits. And so, like, the person in the crowd booing might not actually be helping his own cause. So the crowd is booing an Indigenous person speaking. No. This is a required thing to do at, like, a big event. Is either the white Australian does an acknowledgement of country where they acknowledge the traditional owners and custodians of the land and the specific tribe that, like, whose land that you're standing on, or an Indigenous Australian does a welcome to country, which is quite similar and is slightly longer.
We move over to the
So he's
Dandenong
welcoming everyone to his country, and the person booing is saying, "Boo! It's my country." Oh, he said, "What about the Anzacs?" That's what he said. Yeah, like, literally while, like, interrupting the ceremony. And yes, Indigenous people were forced to join the Anzacs, and were most of the casualties, actually, because they were sent in first. Boo! It's not fair! Yeah, literally. Except like this is more fair than anything. Like again, this would be the equivalent of if at the Super Bowl you had to have either a Native American welcome you to the land of their tribe, or you had to acknowledge the tribe of Native Americans whose land that like Super Bowl, for example, is taking place in, whatever state that's in, whichever tribe that happens to be. I've seen this at weddings. I've seen this happen in university graduations. This happens at like any government ceremony. This is the type of stuff like that MAGA is genuinely terrified about. This is their greatest fear, is being forced to acknowledge indigenous peoples like rights, autonomy, and the fact that they have like it was their land and then we took it from them. And like this is right here is a middle ground to well, fuck the white man, let's take our land back, and they can't understand that. Like it, because those are the two options, right? You invade a country and you can either work together and integrate, or you can develop an insurgency. And for like Australia's credit, so far the integration has been somewhat, I mean to be fair, it was only the 70s when we stopped like taking indigenous kids from their parents and then giving them to white families to raise, but like since then there's been an effort to right the wrongs that were done. And it's not like it was never good since I've been here, but it's only now we're going in the opposite direction. It's getting worse now. All my school assemblies had a welcome to country, and it's important. Like exactly, Capis. And it's good to know where when you go somewhere new, the traditional land that you're on. Yeah, do you want to know how many like in tribes there are? Hold on, look at this. It's so cool, and they all have their own culture, their language, stories. This is a map of Australia overlaid with the different and varying Aboriginal tribes that would inhabit them. Like there's a lot. And so wherever the hell you go, you're gonna get like a different story. Yeah, damn, it's a ton. Yeah, it's a lot. And this again, this country is the size of America, coast to coast. Like if I'm here and I'm getting like a welcome to country, they're gonna tell me like about the traditions of their land. They're gonna tell me about the culture, some of their stories, and then if I go here, I'm gonna learn about like the Quora land, and like it's interesting. But again, it's the people who boo shit like this, or people who just want eternal validation for their own feelings and to never have to acknowledge anybody else. Never have to give anything to anyone else. We're number one.
The Yarra Valleys and down to Wilson's Prom.
Right?
We encompass the top end of Tasmania, which we share with the beautiful Palawaha people. French, Phillip, King and Flinders Islands are also ours. These are the traditional lands and territories of the Bunurong people that I welcome everybody to today.
And like that's the ceremony, right? Like the ceremony isn't excluding the white people. It's welcoming them, saying, welcome to my traditional land. You control it now, but I am going to say, that's fine. Welcome to my land. You can control it. That's like we suffered and died and were abused, our kids were stolen but still to this day I'm willing to say welcome to my land, and the white people are mad about it. Like they think that this is racist against white people, where I can't even mental gymnastics that together. And the Aboriginal connection to the land that they traditionally have inhabited is so much more profound in many cases because the English indigenous lived here and took care of the lands. Like I've talked about this before in that like wildfires weren't as big of an issue here because the indigenous took care of the land and they knew how to work the land and they lived on it for the indigenous Australians are the oldest living culture on Earth. Like the oldest surviving continuous culture on Earth, 60,000 years. It's cool that there were that many indigenous cultures. No, not were. That there are. Not, I don't know about how many of those are, like, still, I guess, to this day in existence. How many of those, like, merged together, maybe with, like, another tribe. It's a map that I just pulled up off the internet. I'm not, like, an expert on the subject. But, like, they still, to this day, do exist and maintain culture. And managed to not develop a genocidal desire to absorb not only each other, but also against the people who essentially ethnically cleanse them. Common in many countries that have now been colonized. Yeah. And still feel that deep connection. Even after the white people came here and violently settled it. And they're still welcome to, like, they're happy to welcome these people. White racists can't stand being reminded of their horrific past. What do you mean past? They do it now. Trying to decipher what they're saying into a coherent thought is useless. They have no coherent beliefs. You're right. But, like, how do you not, like, have aesthetic anymore? Like, people don't understand cool. You want to know something really cool that I learned, at least about one of the indigenous tribes from the state that I'm in, and that's that their constellations in the sky, in the night sky, weren't the stars making the constellations. It was the blackness in between the stars made the constellations. And I thought that was awesome. Like that, I could never have conceptualized that unless someone said that to me. That is awesome. I imagine if you have a connection, that kind of connection to your land, you're hypersensitive to changes like wildlife and soil, like the fact that maybe the water is being harvested from the rivers from your lands to be sold as a speculative commodity. Yeah. Do these indigenous people have laws letting them essentially somewhat govern themselves in America where basically like the reservations that we have? No, actually they don't. They do not. They're still pretty heavily oppressed. I mean, there's parts of Australia where there's specific laws that still segregate them in certain ways, specifically in like the Northern Territory. It's kind of fucked. But I mean, it was getting better until recently. I'm not saying only the past, but like white racists like to call my country as if they quite literally are indigenous. Yeah. Yeah. I was arguing with someone on Twitter the other day saying like, my ancestors built this country. Like, no, you did. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Probably also that was more than likely to be either a bot or like someone from Malaysia. That's deep. It's cool. This is true, like, pro-social behavior that looks like in action. Yeah. This is honestly, like, this is true DEI. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. Welcome, everybody, to my traditional lands. Let's share and work together. That's what he's saying. That's what this entire speech is. And some guy who's probably drunk and disrupting a ceremony that's supposed to honor dead soldiers can't stop himself from shouting. That's how diseased these people are. It's mental illness. It's brain rot. Yeah, like the religion, like most other spiritual traditions, were actually for the purpose of spirituality as opposed to like justify hierarchy. We learned about Aboriginal Dreamtime stories in primary school. It was really nice. I really want to learn more about like Aboriginal Dreamtime stories. I've always heard that they're really cool. I hate how right-wingers bring up certain tribes with questionable practices and ways to justify dominating indigenous cultures. I mean, they'll always nitpick, like, whatever possible straw man that they can I mean, the steel man they can throw up or straw man they can throw at you. I mean, that's what I assume, at least. Your ancestors played along with crimes against humanity. Yeah. What they're mad about is white guilt, lack of racial pride, socially insecure with perceiving themselves as the racial default. They hate that their privileges aren't immediately noticeable. Except, like, Ox, in America, that makes sense. It doesn't make sense here because they're being welcomed. Saying welcome to like my traditional country, not my country. He didn't say welcome to my country. He said welcome to my people's traditional lands. This is all of our country now. We're all Australians now. That's the whole point. The restraint this man has, the restraint most Aboriginal men have. It really highlights just how fucking inhumane the fascists are. They're behaving this way, a way that no human would ever behave. I mean, to be fair, aside from other fascists, but, you know, Native Americans should get to do this too. Yeah, actually, and it's not get to do this. This is mandatory, Comrade Lennon. This is mandatory. You have to have them do this. You have to, unless the Native American didn't want to do it, they wouldn't have to do it. Unless the Aboriginal Australian doesn't want to do it, then they don't have to do it. This is mandatory. It's even more pathetic when you realize that, like, he had to set many alarms to wake up long before the sun did and go and get a train into town to be a whiny bitch racist. Yeah, I forgot, like, what time do they hold this ceremony at? Like, 4 in the morning, cat piss? Your dad would have been up watching that shit. They feel entitled to a land, so, the welcome feels offensive. Yeah. Yeah. And, again, it was only the 70s where we stopped taking the Aboriginal people's children and then giving them to white families to breed the beast out of them or some shit like that.
We have a deep spiritual connection to our lands. And we have a strong cultural identity tied to our ancestral plains.
And this is what makes me worry for the election, by the way.
Our traditions, our language, our culture, and Bunjil's law.
That's how you should deal with those people, by the way. Don't give them acknowledgement. They're begging for it. If he gave them even a moment's, like, if he even just, like, stuttered, that would have made them all start laughing. Who gives, just ignore them.
We're interwoven with the very fabrics of the soils that surround us, reflecting my people's profound knowledge, wisdoms, and ongoing custodianships to all of our ancient lands. And as we gather here today,
the reason the MAGAs, or not the MAGAs, the white nationalists didn't yell that time is because they're probably too dumb to know what the word custodian means.
We recognize that this welcome is a part of our shared journey. It's a shared journey of reconciliation.
Like, think about the message that's being said here.
It's a shared journey of understanding. And by acknowledging and encompassing the deep ritual heritage of all of our people, we strive to foster mutual respect, cultural exchange, and a celebration of diversities. And so on behalf of all those gathered here today, I extend my heartfelt welcome to my people's country. May our time together be filled with reverence, learning.
Imagine living alongside a 70,000-plus-year-old civilization and denouncing their a tiny part of recognition because it makes your Nazi ass uncomfortable. True, Cheeseburger Merv. I said 60,000 plus. Is it 70? I apologize. Did someone punch the guy in the crowd? He's silent now? No, he probably just got told to shut up now because, again, Australians care about Anzac Day. And he's disrupting the ceremony. Everything about this is beautiful. He got arrested, isn't it? Did he? I hope he did, because it's illegal to act like that. It is actually illegal. The Anti-Discrimination Act. We have laws here where it's illegal to discriminate. Let me pull it up. For some reason, the like actual Australian legislation website isn't loading, so let's try this one. Anti-Discrimination Act of 1977. do, you come into its actually its age. I can't actually get the full thing open before. This should work. Federal laws, Anti-Discrimination Act. Are you going to give me the actual Anti-Discrimination Act? Why can I get on the government websites like this? But I can't now. Anti-Discrimination Act. I just want to remember what section it was. I've cited this before. It was section 2 or section... not section 2. Section 8 point something. The fucking pro-Israel people are using this against the pro-Palestinian side. So the Anti-Discrimination Act, here we go. I got it, finally. So we get to 2A, sexual harassment, transgender, discrimination on the grounds of marital domestic, disability. Yeah, all of that, it's illegal, by the way. This is all of, it is illegal to discriminate based on all of these. I'm looking for the subsection. Oh, is it section 3A? No, it's not 3A. Discrimination in general. Or is it 23? I'm just not on my game today. Sorry, guys. But you're going to have to bear with me. Give me the long, actual plain text file, please. Give me the full file. Give me the full Anti-Discrimination Act. I beg of thee. Okay, so context clues. Anzac Day is a day celebrating indigenous... No, Anzac Day is a day celebrating the people who died trying to invade Turkey, which includes Australians, both indigenous and not, as well as New Zealanders, both indigenous and not. And they lost. Being racist in Australia is illegal, right? Yeah, it is. I'm trying to find the actual provision that the fucking Zionist Federation is using. And I can't say that word because that's an actual federation. I want to find that clause. Section 18C. Thank you. Anti-Discrimination Act 18C. That's what I want to see. Here we go. In Australia, it is offensive behavior. It is illegal to engage in offensive behavior because of race, color, national, or ethnic origin. It is unlawful for a person to do an act otherwise than in private if the act is reasonably likely in all circumstances to offend, insult, humiliate, or intimidate another person or group of people, and B, the act is done because of the race, color, national, or ethnic origin of the other person or some or other people in the group. Subsection 1 makes certain acts unlawful. This allows some people to make complaints to the Australian Human Rights Commission about unlawful acts. However, an unlawful act is not necessarily a criminal offense. Section 26 says that this act does not make it an offense to do the act that is unlawful because of this part, unless it is also for the purposes, an act not to be done in private, and an act not to be, sorry, hold on, for the purposes of subsection 1, which is here, makes certain things unlawful, an act is taken not to be done in private if it causes words, sounds, or images, or writing to be communicated to the public, social media, done in a public place, or is done in the sight or hearing of people in a public place. In this section, public place includes any place in which public has access as of right or by invitation, whether express or implied, whether or not a charge is made for admission to the place. So basically, under this part of the law, it's illegal to be a Nazi. It's 100% illegal to be a Nazi. It's illegal to be a Nazi in public. It's illegal to write Nazi things. It's illegal to say Nazi things. It's illegal to be racist in public. It's illegal to say racist things and to write racist things. Also, indigenous people paid a massive price in both world wars. Yeah, absolutely, and no one ever talks about that. They were conscripted against their will and treated like expendable pawns. Obviously, like, not surprised at all. It was the British, after all. The group of fuckwit Nazis is only about 50 to 100 people strong nationwide. Every time they hold a rally in Melbourne, they usually get beaten up. How is the National Socialist Alliance even allowed to exist under 18C? Like, they are producing writings to the public. That is, like, we should be suing them. What, like, Israel can sue anyone that says free Palestine or, you know, from X to the X, because that's against 18C, but we can't sue Nazis for holding Nazi rallies? We know some of the names even. I went to school with one of their members and he was like the weirdest little rat, used to get bullied flat out by all of us. In my area, there's several like groups that exist that are basically community police. You know, when you see the Nazis, you engage in telling everyone else in this group, like, hey, there's Nazis over there, and then people go and they make the Nazis want to leave at the very least. But let's finish listening to this incredible control of himself and his message. This man's message right here, again, can't be overshadowed by that guy yelling. And that's why he doesn't stop talking. This is how you deal with these people.
Learning.
And they shut up.
And a
He gets
renewed
arrested.
commitment to honouring and cherishing
Damn right.
Bunurong people and all the traditional custodians of this country. So Wominjenka Balakiakia, Ngata, Bunurong Balag Bik.
Notice how, like, there's no acknowledgement to the actual, just other than the sneer and, like, contempt of him. No stutter in his words. That's what tells you, as the viewer, of this is the person who matters, and those people are desperate and weak. And if you stop and pay attention to them, they've won.
And for all those who do want to be here, you are welcome.
Yeah, literally,
We
just
come
move
with
to
purpose.
America, guys.
Welcome to beautiful Bunurong country.
For an entire 5 minutes where this guy's just saying, like, welcome. Again,
Fabrics of the soils.
one bit right here that really stuck out to me was,
Thanks. Is a part of our shared journey. We recognise that this welcome, and as we gather here today,
this part stuck out to
we
me.
recognise that this welcome is a part of our shared journey. It's a shared journey of reconciliation. And it's a shared journey of understanding.
Like, that's the part that sticks out to me. And even after that, even after, they still kept yelling. Look up White Australia policy and you'll see where these fuckwits came from. Yeah, I'm aware. I mean, here, let's look it up. Let's see what we can find. Short video form. This is why I'm worried about the election, because it doesn't necessarily mean that we're safe just because, like, the odds look good right now for Albanese to win. It could always be the Liberals, and the Liberals winning is just those people winning.
Do you believe that the so-called White Australia policy will always be a stumbling block?
I don't think it's such a stumbling block as people pretend, but that it's important for us, I haven't the slightest doubt.
That we should maintain it the way it is?
So long as we possibly can, we ought to aim at having a homogeneous population. I don't want to see reproduction.
There are, like, wasn't there an Australian politician just like a month ago who compared the first fleet landing in Australia to Elon Musk landing on Mars in a barren, like, lifeless land, is what she had said, or something like that? Like, even still to this day, like, that stuff is based on this. But again, it was getting better until recently.
Produced in Australia the kind of problem they have in South Africa, or in America, or increasingly in Great Britain. I think it's been a very good policy. and it's been of great value to us.
We were as bad as South Africa, but managed to rebrand it before it made worldwide headlines. Same dumbass ideology, though. Yeah.
And
not all that long
most
ago.
of the
Again,
criticism
living
of it
memory
that
for most people. Like the average, actually the average voter is this time millennials and Zoomers. So maybe it's not most of the country, but about half the country's living memory. Yeah.
I've ever heard doesn't come
a
from
third,
these
at least.
Oriental countries. It comes from wandering Australians.
For these views, of course.
Wandering Australians. That's what they called Indigenous Australians. Here's some of the average white Australian at this time and how they thought. And this is not much different than like really us as American lady. I think we should let the Asians in. We can't keep Australia white forever. For the time period, I'll give you a W anyway, but just to be clear, is it racist to say these people give me massive British vibes? If I meant that, like, technically, yeah. Like, no one's gonna, like, prosecute me for saying that, but, like, I can say that, and yet, technically, that's discriminatory. The thing is, like, again, we have a degree of freedom of speech. It's just not unlimited. If you start saying things that are harmful, and you do it with the intent to harm, that's when it's a problem. Sunburned every time I spend more than an hour in direct sunlight, and that's how this beautiful country reminds me that I too am an immigrant. I remember I went to the Palestine rally in like my local city once, and one of the organizers there said one of the things that Australia and Israel share in common is they're two of the countries with the highest rates of skin cancer. And he's like, anyone want to guess why? And everyone laughed, and the joke was, well, when you take people who are not built for the desert and you put them in the desert, the sun kind of hurts, and it really is telling that, yeah, like, technically, not to say that, like, you can't live here if you're white. You can't, like, not to say that that is a rule. It's just a funny comparison of, like, the two countries where skin cancer rates are the highest. UV in Australia is insane. That's true. You want to know something cool, though? Maybe something that'll give you hope. Remember growing up, we all would hear about the giant hole in the Australian ozone, and like, not to say, I'm not saying that hole wasn't real. That hole in the Australian ozone is, and still is, real. But it is closing, and has been for a while now. It's actually way better than it was a long time ago. It's way better than it was when I was a kid. Way better than it was 5 years ago, even. I'm sure it'll get worse soon again, though. But, like, the reason that got bad originally wasn't from just, like, regular fossil fuels. It was from a specific, like, what was it? PF somethings? It was a specific material that we were using that was causing that, and then we stopped doing it, and then it stopped having that problem. Yeah, PFAS. Thank you. PFAS. There was some guy running for president talking about it, I think. Yeah, he was a good dude. I wish he had won. Or, other than that. CFOs? CFCs. Yeah, some acronym. All right. Well, I'll let you guys handle that. Oh, remember how I told you guys that my bank account got hacked a little while ago, and I was dealing with shit with my bank? And I know now why, more than likely, at least. It was one of the aerosols that you guys are talking about. I'm not the chlorofluorocarbons. Yes, actually, you're right, Elirda. It is the CFCs. The CFCs. There.
More than 31,000 passwords belonging to Australian customers of the Big Four banks are being shared among cyber criminals online and often for free. The credentials were stolen from the personal devices of more than 14,000 CommBank customers, 7,000 ANZ customers, 5,000 NAB and 4,000 Westpac customers, using a specific kind of malware known as InfoStealer. The discovery comes in the wake of recent attacks on Australian superannuation funds, where stolen passwords were used to try to gain access to members' accounts. The ABC's national technology reporter Ange Lavoie-Pierre is covering the story, and she joins us now. So, Ange, what exactly has happened here?
Well, yeah, as you say,
all great material to piss off your own people. What are you talking about here?
This is really more than 31,000 individual breaches, rather than one big breach.
Always use two-factor authentication for banks? I do.
Version we're used to, but no less upsetting for it. So this is, 31,000 people out there who won't necessarily know that this is them. This was some work that researchers...
Oh yeah, no, I'm bringing this up because I personally had like my bank issue, like info fucked, and I just had to deal with that, like a fraud claim and all that. They actually did give me all my money back, and I don't have a working card now for like another 5 days, but you know, should be soon. But I mean, it's important because this stuff does happen, but when they get in, it's not just your bank they have access to. They have access to everything. I've been trying to read a bit lately about staying safe online, cybersecurity, cryptography. This shit is complex, and if they have a little bit, they have a lot of it.
That an Australian firm, Devulin, did by looking at online marketplaces, such as Telegram groups and some dark web marketplaces that are dedicated to selling the information that is stolen by InfoStealer malware, which is, this relatively new type of malware that's just been surging in popularity in the last few years. And it's, this is the other side of things. This is the damage that it does. It's not just taking banking passwords, though. It's taking all kinds of things off its victims' computers. Everything that, is from your clipboard, so you kind of, your copy-paste function, and, your cookies, which can help an attacker get around multi-factor authentication.
Wait, while that is true, the cybercriminals may not be working with the elite. We don't know. Perhaps some. Well, I mean, some of them absolutely are. Some of the elite are cybercriminals, but like also some of these might, like, I just want to know where they're originating from, because that's going to determine like some kind of, or is this an attempt to gain a backdoor into, like, let's say the Australian banking system by a foreign country, for example.
Authentication in some cases.
I use biometrics and password to log in.
Browser history, everything that's in your autofill, so maybe 200, 300 passwords in some cases.
Fucking hell.
It's really staggering the amount that is being stolen, and it's not something that people are necessarily aware of. In fact, the Australian Signals Directorate has done reports on this, and they've dubbed it.
You guys should probably check "Have I Been Pwned," which will tell you if some of your info. It's not 100%, but it'll check some databases to see if your private info has been like shared online. My bank shuts down my card within minutes if they're used anywhere. I don't think they don't think I'm present. It's kind of scary how they don't know a random $17 purchase at a store in the city isn't me, but it helps. Probably. Do you have your phone connected to your card? Like, do you use like Apple Banking, Google Banking? Like, that's not how it works here. But like, yeah, if someone bought your information that contained in a database leak or a collection, then they aren't going to log into your bank. They will definitely call the bank, give the info to access, and bypass any security and measures. Well, actually, no, because some banks here now have a verbal security code. That can be numbers or letters that they check with you when you call on the phone, that they tell you to not keep digitally, like to write it physically down on a piece of paper, and that they are going to ask you for this, and you don't get a hint. There's no hint. And like it's kind of the way you have to go around security now, is to ensure that your shit doesn't get stolen. You have to make it so that the only people who can read your information are people who have like half of a key to being able to read that information, and they need the other half. Like, half the key everybody knows, and everyone has their own half of a key. And the only way to read it is you need to get everyone's half of the key and have the public half of the key. But everyone's key can change. You can change your key regularly. It doesn't matter. I was pissed off, by the way, overseas in India. He had a guy, he kept calling me, and I spoke to him in a monotone voice and giving him Stephen Wright lines. I don't know who Stephen Wright is. You're talking about encryption protocols. Like, yeah, when you're talking about, like, your bank details and stuff like that and keeping your emails safe, you need to maybe pay more attention to that kind of stuff, because now, remember, it's not just people trying to do this. There are AI doing this now. There's robots on this shit.
The silent heist, which tells you something, yeah.
And what is the risk for these customers, these thousands of customers? Could
you
they
can
actually
program an
lose
AI
money
bot
here?
to just do this.
Yeah, I mean, the worst case scenario really is that you could be robbed. I mean, we do remember the superannuation attacks from earlier this month, and you know, we saw what
you got bad encryption protocols. AI bot can clone you as a person, take out loans in your name for somebody else, and then leave you with the loans. You can't prove it wasn't you because everything is done perfectly in your name. Now, like, they would have to fuck with, like, a lot of different systems before they could do that, because you do still need physical, like, signatures on a loan or some shit like that. But, like, there are things that they could do to fuck you up. I do love her vibes as well.
Could happen, although those funds were replaced. The banks do have a lot of protections in place. You know, they are constantly evolving their techniques to, you know, detect this kind of activity and prevent it before it happens. But of course, it's not a guarantee. And once someone has your password, that is the risk. Your account could also be used.
Yeah, like, exactly. Low-income Homo sapien. We talk about quantum computing, right? We don't have that yet. But the moment that we do, any encryption is dead. At the same time, then every encryption built on quantum computing is now, like, unbreakable. So just go to have it been pwned and look if it's in your email. Like, it's what I said, but again, it won't necessarily always show up there either. And yeah.
In money laundering operations or other kinds of fraud. And I think, you know, the natural question that arose for me, at least when I was looking into this story at first, was, well, if there are so many passwords out there, why isn't this happening all the time? And I think the simple answer is, and what experts told me was, well, it might be happening, but we might just not know that it's InfoSteal or malware to blame. We might not be tracing it back to that source.
One of the most extraordinary things about this system is just how cheaply these passwords...
Have fun. There's anime where weapons cartels gets its hand on quantum computers and it doesn't end well. We are in an era of, like, incredibly dangerous technology with no restrictions, so we'll see how this ends up.
Words and the other data is actually going for.
Yeah, it's pretty breathtaking, Gemma, actually. I did speak to the author of this research, whose name's Jamie O'Reilly. He's the founder of this company, Australian cybersecurity firm, Devulin, about how these marketplaces work.
So one of the most common things we see is different cybercrime gangs will have their own special, what they call family of InfoStealer malware. And some of the more prominent ones will set up these, you know, instant messaging based groups where you essentially, if you're a criminal, you subscribe to these groups, and the price...
I've heard it, but I don't know how much I trust a company to do that at all without also engaging in the other end of the market, because corporations are greedy.
Range depending on what you get. So for example, you can pay $400 US, and then what that entitles you to is every month, as this gang continues to steal more and more passwords and infect more and more computers, you'll actually get exclusive access to a certain amount of data from computers. And so for $400, you may get 100 to 200,000 new logs from, you know, 100 to 200,000 infected computers from all around the world, not just Australia.
Cybersecurity researcher Jamie O'Reilly.
One of these days, there's going to be a big zero-day exploit that gets put up on, just, like, crashes the internet and steals everyone's shit, and it's going to be done by, like, fucking Palantir.
From Devulin there, and I did work it out. So that $400 subscription fee that he mentioned, that works out to be $626 in Australian money, and it is less than 1 cent per computer, as in like everything on your computer.
So like that's how much it costs to take in all of that data, to grab all of that fucking information about any individual in particular. Less than 1 cent per computer on the illegal markets, because that information is also legally sold anyway. Companies buy that shit. I really didn't want to say the word Palantir. Yeah.
That's being sold on, so yeah.
Companies buy this shit too. Like, it's not just like, you know, hackers. The hackers steal it, but so do the companies. And the hackers buy it, sure, but more or less it's the industries that buy it. People who want to make money, either by scamming or by selling you shit. And, all right, now we're actually going to take a slight deviation, but still staying from the Australian aspect of it, because then we're going to go and talk about India, Pakistan, because shit is not looking good here. But let's see what Australia's relationship with India looks like, because apparently it's crucial for the region, says an expert, and I don't really know much about Australian-India relations. There's also the risk of errors in the updates rolled out, like that one last year took down Microsoft computers running. Yeah, I remember that. And well, that's like the best time to like develop a new 0-day virus anyway, is you find an exploit in a new update, and then either you hold on to it or you use it. Took down airports. Yeah, that was a mistake, wasn't it? Was that like, oh no, that was an actual like cyber attack, was it? God damn. Every national lab, the whole country really took down airports. I remember the airports. I mean, we've done this to other countries. Like, we did this to Iran with their nuclear deal. Russia probably just did it to France, well, either Russia or India, one or the other, maybe. We'll talk about that, to France, Spain, and Portugal, because that giant electricity like blackout does not track with what I've seen. It was a silly day for IT techs. That makes sense.
It's a strategic relationship that has shared interest and ambition.
It was just an
not
error.
Just for the
Okay,
two
yeah.
countries, but also
So
for
like, that's what I mean. Like, an error on an update could just do all of that shit. But an error on an update that doesn't do all of that someone catches, that could be exploited. That's how these are developed. And we as like America pay people to develop them. And so does every other country.
the region of the Indo-Pacific to make it a stable, prosperous region.
Or are they red hats?
A lot of the focus has been on defense, in terms of the defense ties that have been focused on maritime cooperation through joint exercises such as the Malabar exercise, which includes Japan, US, Indian, and Australian navies, but also of the Oz Index, which includes just the Australian and Indian navies. Overall, there's a massive impetus in increasing interoperability between the two countries, and that includes sort of joint training exercises and shared military platforms. Overall, sort of increasing maritime cooperation for the two countries to help stabilize the region.
Given if I can just stop you there, because there's a lot in what you just answered there. Given the shifting geopolitical sands that we're seeing in the United States, in Europe and in China, etc., just how important is the relationship when it comes to stability in the Pacific region?
Look, it's very, very important.
I'd say pretty fucking important, because we are the closest part of the West in the region that has sway, because we like the India and Pakistan issue right now is not just India and Pakistan. There are several other actors at play here, because the Taliban has opened a front against Pakistan, which is now allied with Russia, not Pakistan. The Taliban is now allied with Russia, which has now opened up a front in northern Pakistan, and Russia is allied with India, which has already made this a several front war for Pakistan, as well as for India, because China already has border issues with India and has thrown its weight behind Pakistan. Now, historically, America has been on Pakistan's side, but now we're like Modi and Trump are friendly, like now we're on the other end, and so like Australia being the closest non-direct combatant country that is essentially a conduit for Europe and unfortunately America, but like in this case maybe fortunately also America, because America doesn't benefit. Like nobody benefits from India and Pakistan going to war. Like nobody in the upper like elite want this. Nobody in the government wants this. None of the corpos in like the states want this. India doesn't buy our weapons. Like the military industrial industrial complex doesn't want this. Like nobody from our end is going to benefit from it. So maybe that is a good thing.
Even the fact that there is now a lot of global uncertainty in the balance of power within the region.
India buys weapons from like either like they buy weapons from the Russians, the Iranians, the Chinese, sometimes Turkey, but also like they've been building their own industry for weapons manufacturing. I think now they sell weapons to I was gonna say I think they sell weapons to Russia, but like I think maybe they buy their weapons from Iran now. India weapons manufacturers, or weapons exports rather. Where are they selling their weapons to? Am I getting this the wrong way around? No, I'm not. Okay, cool. Defense exports surged to a record high in 2024. A growth of 2,500 rupee crore. I don't know what that means. Okay, a 42.85% increase in their exports for the defense sector in 2024 to 25 is what India is reportedly expecting, which is fucking insane. Jesus Christ. They sell their weapons to BRICS countries, mostly. Africa, for example. India's goal is to be like Turkey and be self-sufficient. Yeah. How long has India been a partner with Russia for? On and off for a while, I would imagine. I mean, like, they agree on certain issues, they disagree on other issues, and they don't really have too much border conflict. Modi is a fascist. They ideologically align. So it's like, they're on the same side. Until they're not on the same side, and then things change.
Region. And Australia and India not just act together in their bilateral forms, but also come together as the Quad partners with Japan and the US. So it's more of a joint responsibility that they provide a fulcrum almost to the region.
Cool. Good
balance.
News. US signs historic natural resource deal with Ukraine after intense negotiation. Well, okay, I was going to talk a little bit about Ukraine later today, but let's have a look at this. What did we sign? Kyiv and Washington have been locked in negotiations. Press release said, Reconstruction Investment Fund. The deal will see collaboration to ensure that mutual assets, talents, and capabilities can accelerate. Earlier, both sides made last-minute changes. Yeah, okay, one of the things I want to talk about today is it seems like the right wing in the United States has had a shift to being pro-Ukraine all of a sudden, and I don't know where that came from, except maybe the fact that, like, maybe they just kept seeing Putin embarrassing Trump, and they just got mad. It's a way better deal for Ukraine. It sounds way better just off of that I heard. Like, I want to get, like, a proper breakdown into this. Well, shit, fuck India and Pakistan at the moment. What country? What's up, nerds? What's up, Lord Fluffy Art? Good to see you on YouTube today, no less. Maybe, not now, but I know all of our computers had a full file explorer functionality in safe mode. Don't they all still do that? Oh, by the way, speaking of Russia, though, really quickly, before we jump on the is America becoming more pro-Ukraine bandwagon, let me show you some examples of, somewhat opposites to that. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so 1, you're gonna hate because we're gonna have to listen to a very annoying person. But notice that this is on RT, actually, on Russia Today. Both Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson are now on Russia Today. That's what we've become now. Yeah.
I mean, I'm frustrated because I think that Zelensky is an enemy of the United States. And I think his government has tried to assassinate a number of people. I don't think that I know that, including some people who are well known on the conservative side. So I think it's a really, really dark government. It's banned the largest Christian
that you were washed where you have to go to RT to get your message heard.
Denomination in Ukraine that has sold a lot of the weapons that we have sent them to all kinds of dark groups, including Hamas and the Mexican drug cartels. Like, I think it's an outlaw government that does
I don't think I know that. Good sentence. It doesn't matter. It's RT.
Represent Ukrainians. He's not an elected president. He has no moral claim to run that country at all. So, you know, I'm always a little distressed when
it's RT. He can say whatever the fuck he wants as long as it's nice and about Russia and bad about Ukraine
treated as a
or Europe.
President, which he's not. We just sent you billions and billions of dollars. You stole a lot of
he's
it.
on
How many
RT.
houses do you have, Zelensky, by the
Him
way?
and
do you
Megyn
have a house
Kelly.
in Miami? Do you have one in France? Like, what? You know, let's actually do an audit of your...
He could say that like Zelensky nuked America for all anyone cares on RT and nobody will care.
Personal finances and of Budanov and all the people around you, and like, let's find out where the money went. That's never been done. It's never going.
Like Vladimir Zelensky did 9/11. Like, you can say that on fucking RT. Like, honestly, I wouldn't put it past them.
To be done because a lot of Americans have gotten rich from it.
Yeah, imagine Ukraine getting caught selling weapons to Hamas when they want aid from Israel constantly. Just wouldn't make sense.
I know you know it's a money laundering scheme. This guy is not our ally at all. He's trashing the United States constantly, trying to split Europe from the United States. Oh my gosh. And there are so many people in the national security state who are so vested in this and who've gotten rich from it.
Demons. Like, Megyn Kelly's a lich, but this one's a demon. Remember when J-Reg went onto RT to cosplay as a Soviet? No, I don't. But this was very funny to me. This is a Russian soldier having to explain to a North Korean soldier that no, you don't want to light a campfire in the middle of the Ukraine war.
Здорово. Это пиздец будет. Разъебет нас. Костер. Нельзя. Ukraine, pow.
It's a fucking miracle that they didn't get just instantly annihilated by a drone. You do not light a fire if you're trying to hide. Don't light the fire. We get the Yaga. You don't want the Yaga. I'm telling you.
Костер. Крыша, не, оно тепло дает, все, этот бам. Чё? Надо завязывать это все дело.
But it's cold.
А? Сигарета есть, Серега, с собой? Значит, да.
Look, honestly, the fact that, like, we still aren't doing anything to engage with the idea of there is an Asian country that deployed troops, not like volunteers, not like on any hidden level like the first time North Korea did. They were pretending like, oh, yeah, no, these are volunteers. No, they officially deployed troops to go join the Ukraine war. Why the fuck isn't Europe just... It is now a European war is being fought with an Asian country on the side of one of the countries. This has become larger now. Why are we pretending that it hasn't? They're so fucking stupid cooking their MREs with a campfire in the battlefield. Yeah. It's combat rations. You're in the field. Yeah. Like, put it out. You're gonna get us fucked up. Yeah. The fact that these military generals have their soldiers traveling on open terrain. You want to see something incredible, Shogun? You want to see something incredible? As a friend of mine once said, behold the military might of Russia. Wait, sorry. Fucking copyright music. On fucking like push scooters. That's the cavalry, guys. Push scooters. That's the mighty military might. I'm not going to show you that getting hit by a drone, but that's fine. Check out those reinforcements too. Yeah. Don't light a fire in the battlefield. Don't light a fire in the battlefield. Remember bikes? I remember the bikes. The bikes are better than the push scooter. All right? It's probably a 19-year-old kid who has no idea how dangerous what he's doing. Well, I mean, the last time North Korean troops got deployed, it was the, like, special forces, their highest, like, rank, like, the best troops they had, and they got wrecked. So, yeah, this time it probably is actually a 19-year-old kid. No, actually, I'm cool if the Russians light campfires. No, I'm telling you not to. I'm very much okay with the Russians and the North Koreans lighting campfires in the field. Please continue doing that. Issue with dictators is that they're so corrupt that they make it so invading another nation is unthinkable. It's worse. He's lighting a fire at night. Yeah. To make it even worse. What is this? Gerasimov officially thanking the DPRK servicemen for their help in liberating the Kursk region. Right. No, by the way, the Kursk region has not been liberated from Ukraine. Actually, I mean, I guess I wouldn't need to put quotes on it because Kursk is in Russia, but I mean, at this point, I feel like Russia should just belong to Ukraine. I feel like glory to the growing Ukraine empire. Let's just give all of Russia to Ukraine, and I think that'll fix everything.
Отдельно хочу отметить участие в освобождении приграничных районов Курской области.
Did you see some of the like shit they wrote in their notebooks with the last North Koreans, like the ones that got captured?
Служащих Корейской Народно-Демократической Республики, которые в соответствии с договором о всеобъемлющем стратегическом партнерстве между нашими странами оказали значительную помощь в разгроме вклинившейся группировки вооруженных сил Украины. Солдаты и офицеры Корейской
All of
народной
this is
армии.
like dog shit, by the way. Like he's lying, absolutely. Found in Ukraine journal. Hold on. I'll show you what like they actually thought was happening.
Unleashed a barrage of strikes across Ukraine over.
Yeah. Get to the part with the fucking.
Ukraine. The soldier is injured, can hardly walk.
Gerasimov! Shoigu! Where is the ammo? God, I miss Prigozhin. God, that man was the best. Yo, Viz, I gotta dip now. Groblin is here, work in the sweatshop. Thank you. You guys do realize that, like, you don't need to work in a sweatshop. We have plenty of mods, but welcome, Groblin. Enjoy. Fuck, God, I love Prigozhin. All right, I gotta pee. I'll be right back. You guys learn about the North Korean that they found in It's a Joke, liberal. Oh my goodness. All right. I got cooked for that one. I deserve it.
Officials say at least 2 people were wounded in debris when it fell from a Russian drone used during the strike.
And in the Black Sea port of Odessa, officials say a Russian drone attack left at least 4 people wounded and damaged several buildings.
CNN has gained rare insight into the world of the North Korean troops fighting for Russia in its war against Ukraine. Kyiv special forces say the soldiers from Pyongyang are using brutal, near-suicidal tactics on the battlefield.
Nick Payton-Walsh sent this report from Sumy in Ukraine, and we warn you there are graphic images throughout.
These are the first images on the ground of the capture of North Korean troops by Ukraine. The soldier is injured, can hardly walk, but they spirit him away. Russian shelling intensifies to prevent capture. A wild prize pulled through their wires here from brutal fighting in Russia's Kursk region against a radicalized, near-suicidal enemy, but one who'd never seen drones in war before. The Special Operations Forces who fought them told us.
Всі вони молоді, свіжі, витривалі. Але, знову ж таки, підготовлені до реалій війни, ну, в найкращому випадку 1980 року. Незважаючи на ті всі намагання закликати їх здатися в полон, вони будуть продовжувати йти в бій.
There's a unique challenge here. Ukraine wants to take captives, but the North Koreans seem to prefer to die. They shoot one here in caution. In the distressing images that follow, they pull one injured Korean's leg, then realise he has a grenade. He detonates under his chin. His last words were to scream North Korean leader Kim Jong-un's name, South Korean officials say. It's nothing, 5 maybe. We meet the Ukrainians who show us the faked Russian military papers he was carrying, suggesting he was from Russia's Far East, and his military radio codes. Another paper, handwritten pledges of brainwashed courage.
미지와 괴뢰 쓰레기들에게 죽음의 철출을 내릴 날은 머지 않았다.
These guys I feel bad for. I actually feel bad for these guys because not only like it's not like Americans who want to go to war. It's not like Russians who are forced and like, these people from their childhood were taught this. So this is their reality. They think that they're doing the moral and ethical right thing from a position of they know nothing else. Like they literally don't know anything else. There is no access to information that would teach them. This is World War II era Japan mindset. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I'm gonna make myself tea, so you're gonna finish this video. But like, bro, Kim Jong-un is a nepo baby who lives off the legacy of Grandpa Mao. Same with his shit dad, like too. Yeah, he views his people so little. He lets white people treat them like human zoo safaris, and then sends them to Ukraine to die. Yeah, that's actually exactly what they do. They are actually from Ba Sing Se. Yeah, yeah. This is Ba Sing Se. All right, I'll be like 2 seconds. I'm not actually gonna stand there and make the tea. I'm just gonna get it ready.
그들을 벌벌 떨게 하는 강력한 힘을 휘두른다. 세계여 지켜보라.
These notes from a soldier killed, really a snapshot of the mindset inside the Hermit Kingdom. Declarations of loyalty, even tactics on how to fight Ukrainian drones, and also the suggestion that their presence here is about helping North Korea prepare for war. It's a remarkable insight, but also a reminder of how this biggest land war in Europe since the 40s is becoming more global. But also a glimpse of the fear they live under, how they inform on each other. Notes from an officer writing a critique of his fellow soldiers.
While I wait for the kettle to boil, I don't actually want to leave you guys just sitting here like experiencing this shit alone. But yeah, no, this is bizarre and cult warfare. This is bizarre to Western minds now, no one, for now. But this is the exact mindset that, like, Trumpism wants to create. This is what we're trying to build. We can look at Islamic countries, how their spirit isn't easily diminished like Western countries in war. That's because, like, they actually have something that they're fighting for, whereas we're fighting against things. Not to say that they're right, but, like, that really is the biggest difference. They're fighting for something, we're fighting against things. I actually get disgusted by seeing North Korean tourist videos on YouTube. I even converted tankies on this. Oh yeah, like why would you not? The DPRK is dog shit. They should beg the CCP to teach them how to properly govern and avoid sanctions. Honestly, yeah, comparatively to China, they are. You guys want to know something that's really funny actually? Oh, actually, you're gonna have to hold off on that.
물자를 훔치는 상상할 수 없을 정도의 불명예스러운 행위를 저질렀다. 그는 최고 사령관의 존엄을 지키지 못했고 개인의 이익을 최우선시했다.
Ukrainians film themselves taking DNA samples from the dead, which they say...
And now I can go back in 5 minutes when my tea is steeped and go and grab it, and I don't have to actually spend any more time away from the computer. This is not a Hassan stream after all. Something that I think that is incredibly funny, right, is through the capitalist framework that we exist in, America right now is declining because of MAGA. And China is rising in both relevancy and power and like economic weight to it. And historically, rights and prosperity kind of go hand in hand. So like when times are tough, a country tends to crack down on political and personal freedoms, but when a country is in its golden age, prospering, like let's say us with FDR, you get more rights, you get less state repression, and you get more freedoms. And we are now entering the side of the cycle where I can see China, like maybe not quickly, maybe not within the next 5 years, but I can see them as they grow more and more prosperous and become the new capitalist hegemon, to allow more freedoms to the people who live in China, which is insane because we were doing pretty all right prior to Trump taking office. Well, yeah, but also like, I'm still not convinced that this wasn't also part of the plan, like that Trump isn't either. I'm not sure whether we are working for China, whether China played us, whether we think we're playing China while we're getting played, or whether China is just playing us to make us think that we're playing them while they think that, like, Trump is a symptom of this issue. Exactly. He's not exactly the problem. We were already headed in decline. We were always going to decline by, like, we didn't have a choice once Citizens United got passed. Like, up until Citizens United, everything that Reagan had done and you know, Bill Clinton had done, all of that could have been reversed. We could have gone back towards like the FDR like narrative, but like that still would have stuck around as capitalism. It's not the liberal narrative that's untrue. It's a liberal narrative that is true. It just wouldn't have improved much. It is still like true. But yeah, no, like we were doing pretty all right. But it was the corpos that were doing all right. And the economic might of the dollar was incredibly high because the corpos were doing all right. We were suffering. And that was because of Citizens United. And ever since Citizens United, we were always going to end up losing not only our hegemony and our freedoms and our power, for lack of a better word, but along with that, also our rights. Because under a capitalist system, rights and prosperity do go together more often than not. Like, there's rarely examples of super prosperous liberal democracies that don't start cutting out rights when their economic like status starts declining. And historically, you got the most rights when you were economically flourishing. Under indefinite Democrat rule, we probably would have stretched this neolib shit out for another 40 to 60 years at least. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, up until Trump, even most of the Republicans were on board with the same thing. The neocons are just neolibs, but slightly more warlike. And I mean slightly. But yeah, no. Like Biden, Kamala Harris, they would have kept pretending like everything's fine, but that's why I wanted them to win, because they were the easier enemy to work against. Whereas Trump disrupted the entire right wing, brought the right wing over from neoconservatism to nationalist fascism, and they are now a much stronger foe that we have to go up against. But China is going to have more rights. You're going to see less state repression because they're going to prosper. And with prosperity comes more rights. damn gringos are so stuck in their senseless categorization of a worldview that they that is so limited by what is their so-called exceptionalism. This is true. All right, my tea has steeped. I'm gonna grab it, come back, and then we're gonna move on to the neglected Indo-Pacific military posture. China is still a massive, massive, massive threat, basically to any U.S. allied country that's not currently like trying to make a deal with it, which is really just America, really, kinda. I'm still fairly certain that they will try and take Taiwan within the next month or two. Specifically, like actually like May or April, but I do expect rather than an invasion, first they'll try like an internal coup. Worst case, they won't outright try and invade. I don't think. I think they might just blockade Taiwan and see if we can do like a America pussies out instead of rams the blockade type of thing first. Unrelated, but is Canada Liberals similar to Australian Liberals or American Liberals? Canadian Liberals are better than Australian Liberals and about the same as American Liberals, I would think. Yeah, I think Putin pissed Trump off. White House notifies Congress that it intends to authorize the export of defense-related products to Ukraine through... Oh, yeah. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. Like, I looked at this just yesterday. Australia wanted to send tanks, like Abrams tanks, to Ukraine, and they had promised them weeks ago, and they hadn't left Australia yet because of American interference. Liberal is such a butchered word today. No, like liberal, at least in Australia, still means what liberal meant back in the day. That's why we have a Labour Party. Also, the leaked F-16 transfer the other day from the US. Yeah, I think... The White House notified Congress of something? Yeah, that's actually a good point, Shard. That in and of itself is pretty impressive, I guess. Maybe we've finally given full reins to Stephen Miller, and he's just like actually making the government work, not in a good way, but in a way that at least benefits their fucking desires. More F-16s to Ukraine, April 26th. I did miss this, actually. Conservative conspiracy theorist Laura Loomer posted pictures sent to her by one of her followers, showing shrink-wrapped aircraft being loaded into Ukraine-operated Antonov AN-124s. Shrink-wrapped. I want to see. Oh, I see it. There it is. That's pretty cool. Landed in Tucson. Tucson International Airport is only a few miles away, the home of the U.S. military's aircraft boneyard. Based. Look, Ukraine is winning this war, and Russia's only win condition for the entirety of this war has been if America lets them win. And maybe we finally figured out that it doesn't benefit us to let them win. They're not a good ally. There's also, what are you talking old school FDR and LBJ era liberalism was pretty based, IMO. I mean, it was better than anything before. That's such a gamble on Russia's part. Well, I mean, that only became the case when they realized that they couldn't win the war outright. That it was more of a, okay, either we lose or we can make Trump A, be the president, B, also help us like win. Also, Russia needs a ceasefire if they're going to do an invasion of Europe, which it doesn't look like they're getting now, which means Europe might be safe for a little bit, at least until someone in the administration changes their mind, because, you know, we do have the most unstable government in the world right now, I'm pretty sure. Honestly, if they just chilled out a bit and kept stuff, kept with the neolib stuff, Trump could do so much more damage and profit way more. That's true. It is actually true. We are kind of lucky that our fascist dictatorship is run by people who don't know how to run a fascist dictatorship, which, to be fair, most fascist dictatorships are. You might say that, Ilirda, but if Russia got a ceasefire, yes, it was.
Or Russia's success will have a direct correlation on deterrence in the Pacific, and Russia.
The defense agencies, the security apparatuses of these countries are saying so. Like saying Europe was not going to get invaded is like saying Ukraine wasn't going to get invaded when we knew that they were planning to, when they said they were planning to, when they were moving troops in ways that they are planning to, when they are developing systems. Like their current focus on what they're building, their manufacturing, is shifting to things that would be more beneficial in an invasion of Europe rather than Ukraine. No, like I can prove to you that they were planning to invade Europe. Whether they still can now will depend on us, but I can prove that to you.
Is a significant threat in the Indo-Pacific.
A House Armed Services Committee session, which received little coverage in early April, mainly due to tariff developments, was a meeting of defense officials, including Navy Admiral Samuel Paparo, who heads up the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command, to discuss military posture.
We have actual evidence that they intend to invade Europe as well. Like, let's actually, I can hold off on this for a second because this is going to talk about Taiwan and we're going to talk about Taiwan. So let's, first off, we can start with this one just to get like an idea of why suddenly the right has shifted while I get up the stuff for explaining why I think that Europe is an actual target that Russia does actually hold. Even if it's not Putin who does it, by the way.
Is America becoming more pro-Ukraine? Maybe. I mean, just in the last couple days, we've got a senior Republican senator saying that Putin has disrespected President Trump and that Russia thinks we're scared of them when we really shouldn't be. And then Ben Shapiro, the founder of the conservative news outlet Daily Wire, suggested, hey, maybe we should send more weapons to Ukraine. Maybe the tides are turning. But let's get started with some statements a couple days ago by Republican Senator John Kennedy talking to Fox News, where he says, hey, under the Biden administration, we were appeasing Russia. We were too soft. We need to take a stronger stance, not a weaker one. Let's give that a listen.
I think, Shannon, America is paying the price right now for President Biden's appeasement. The Biden people believed in diplomacy, first, last, and always. We're
what
in
a
a
switch
knife fight.
It's fucking wild.
Russia and China and Iran, and the Biden people wanted to quote Socrates.
Ilirda, at least hold up on
Putin
like the
has
argument.
reneged
Like you can argue with me on it. Just at least wait until we're there, because then I'm gonna want to go ahead.
On every promise,
please,
that he's made to President Trump. His latest proposal is, well, nothing. He wants to keep all the territory that he's taken. He wants to prohibit Ukraine from joining NATO, and he wants America and Europe to stop.
John Kennedy is a huge MAGA supporter, so it's big that he's saying this. Yeah. This is a huge thing.
Look, I like that we're starting to see more pressure from the president on down towards Russia because we really haven't seen that so far.
Is 200 IQ, we make China and Russia fight each other? I think China is moving away from Russia because I think China's realized that they don't need to work with Russia. I don't think that, I think China thinks that they can just be the new America, all on their own, and they can. Are they really all about to start saying Biden didn't support Ukraine enough? Well, Biden didn't support Ukraine enough. Are you kidding me? I was screaming for months, why aren't we letting Ukraine launch long-range missile attacks into Russia? We didn't let them use ATACMS until far too late. We should have been allowing the ATACMS well before. We should have given Ukraine F-16s ages before they got them from Russia. Let's see. Zelensky's demonic forces poisoned Trump. U.S. president's behavior has changed dramatically. Oh, let's go. Things are getting interesting. China could unironically destroy Russia in its entirety if it stopped trade. Yeah, China's the only thing holding them up.
are in these negotiations, but it's worth getting into this Russian proposed ceasefire. They officially rejected the one put forward by the United States last week, and Sergei Lavrov, their foreign minister, rolled out some new terms a couple days ago. Kind of what we've seen in the past, no real change, but some interesting pieces here, so we'll run through it. They said Ukraine must refuse to join NATO and remain neutral. Kyiv is obligated to stop legislatively and physically destroying everything Russian in Ukraine.
Biden was playing by rules and Republicans were stonewalling him for sending more aid. That's also true. But even within, like, the stonewalling, he was a pussy and didn't do enough. Yeah, like, you could still do that. Playing by the rules, that is, and not be a pussy. And that would have included saying, okay, I can't send you more, but I will lift the restrictions on you using these, considering the only reason that we were afraid and kept saying no more, no, we can't let them use ATACMS, is because Putin kept threatening nuclear weapons. And even when we did the thing that he said, oh, you know, I'll nuke you if you do that, still didn't nuke us. You never did. He never did. And he never would have. He could have actually used the bully pulpit and pushed his agenda. Well, I mean, to be fair, like, he didn't do much at all during his presidency. His aides did most of the decision making. This was, like, this is all documented. We know now that, like, even in 2021, Biden's brain was mostly, like, melted. He had good days, he had bad days, he had good times of the day, bad times of the day. It was the people around him making the decisions. He was a lame duck, just like Trump's a lame duck. It's just two different kinds of Hitlerites surrounding two different kinds of lame ducks. Or, you know, two different kinds of geese surrounding a duck. The UK were the ones pushing the West to be to let lethal aid into Ukraine. First to send in tanks, first to send in long-range missiles, first to... Yeah, because the Russians keep fucking with the UK.
Crimea, Sevastopol, DPR, LPR, Kherson, and Zaporozhye must be internationally recognized as Russian territory. Look, that's a significant one. It's not just saying that Russia is going to take it or that Ukraine must recognize it, but around the world, all countries must recognize that Russia officially owns this territory now. That's a big ask when you're negotiating between two parties there. They say all sanctions against Russia must be lifted, lawsuits and arrest warrants canceled, and frozen assets returned. So across the board, all of that going away. Yeah. Moscow must receive reliable security guarantees against the threats created by the hostile activities of NATO.
Like, these demands are never getting met now. Honestly, like, all Putin had to do is to not piss Trump off. And Trump talked about Putin unlike any leader I have ever heard him talk about. He loved that man. What did he do? What did Russia do? Keep in mind that none of the seized Russian assets have been used to fund Ukraine. I thought they were. I thought the UK did this. I thought the UK used seized Russian assets to give a loan to Ukraine that they're responsible for paying back. Fucking sell the assets and send more aid, pussies? Yeah, honestly, I think you should. Fuck their assets. Fuck their assets. Sell it all. Last year when I was in Turkey, I got to see a Russian billionaire's fucking mega yacht, and I wish I hadn't. I wish that shit sank. Yes, a loan equivalent to the Russians' assets were. Okay, yeah. So, like, that's the only instance of it occurring, of it has been a loan. Trump has business in Russia. They've likely known each other they have known each other for decades. Trump went to Russia in 1987 and then came back from Russia and then took out an ad in a newspaper for $100,000 that was saying anti-NATO shit. Like, you can go look that up. None of this is secret. There's photos of him in Moscow. He even named his daughter Ivanka after all, yeah. Maybe Trump gets depressed without having someone like Putin to worship? I mean, maybe. Yo, EU, can I have some Russian assets? Yeah, me too. I lost my USAID funding.
The European Union and their individual member states on our western borders.
All right. You can fuck off. I don't need to listen to Lavrov. I want to be more amazed at the MAGA Republicans suddenly switching sides on this.
Around President Trump at every turn. He has disrespected our president. I don't think it's going to get any better until we make it clear to Mr. Putin that we are willing to turn him and his country into fish food. And I'm not talking about nuclear weapons, nuclear war. I would start with oil.
All right, so haven't heard.
Hey, I mean, look, that's what Ukraine's been doing. They've been hitting the oil refineries, which is why we kept hearing Russia begging for an energy infrastructure ceasefire. Meanwhile, they fucking are bombing Chernobyl.
That fish food threat before. I guess we're not necessarily threatening military action, more still economic, but nonetheless, again, this is a Republican senator coming from the same party that the current administration is. So it's some pushback from inside the House, if you will. However, it's not across the board, because that whole idea that we're scared of Russia has been consistent throughout this conflict. The biggest thing has always been, what about nuclear war? And Russia will rattle that nuclear saber every so often just to remind us, you know, we could always do this crazy thing. Unfortunately, that concern around nuclear war, which is a very real concern, but what Russia plays up to their advantage, was just echoed by Vice President J.D. Vance yesterday.
I don't care. Fucking Russian asset J.D. Vance. Look, there is a kind of, not necessarily a full shift just yet, but like there's some stuff going on, and it's not everyone is happy about it. All right, and least of all Europe, and Europe's not fucking around.
World where we have Donald Trump on the one side and Vladimir Putin on the other side, we have only one way to survive as Europeans, and that is to stand strong together. Now, you can tell me, colleagues, but this is very hard in a situation when we have one member state that is not following our commonly agreed rules, when we have Hungary that is constantly trying to undermine the strength of the European Union. But the solution to this is obvious. Over the past years, we have gathered evidence and proof that Hungary is not a functioning democracy anymore, that rule of law has been undermined.
They're pulling out all the stops.
And so the Article 7 procedure is long, long overdue. What else needs to happen? Viktor Orban is attacking the very foundation of his own democracy.
This is consequences to actions, actually.
Of our union. Let's finalize the Article 7 procedure. Take away voting and veto rights from Orban to protect Hungarian citizens, to protect Hungarian democracy, but also to fight for a strong and sovereign European Union.
I am liking what I'm hearing. This was just today.
The accusations from Paris are stark. According to the government, Russia has orchestrated a wave of cyber attacks on France. Targets include an organization tied to the 2024 Paris Olympics and election campaigns. According to the Foreign Ministry, a branch of Russia's military intelligence dedicated to such attacks has since...
It would basically be the thing that they do before they kick Hungary out of the EU, yeah.
2021 also targeted institutions across defense, military, and the economy.
The Russian Military Intelligence Service has been deploying a cyber-offensive modus operandi called APT-28 against France for several years. It has targeted around 10 French entities since 2021.
APT-28 also...
I want to see Finland invade Russia. What the fuck happened to the Russian anarchists? They were lighting recruitment centers on fire a few years ago. Now they're all radio silent. They got Trotsky'd.
Known as Fancy Bear, has been tied to dozens of high-profile cyber attacks around the globe. Among them, the 2016 US election, where the group allegedly helped Donald Trump by leaking Democratic Party emails. And in 2017, during Emmanuel Macron's first presidential run, the same hackers leaked thousands of documents just 24 hours before the vote, according to the French Foreign Ministry.
In 2017, in the midst of the presidential election, APT-28 participated in a massive hacking operation with the aim of sowing doubt and influencing public opinion.
This is the first time the French government officially attributes the cyber attacks to the Russian military intelligence. France, though, isn't APT-28's only target. In September last
Jail
year,
for Le Pen
several
for even longer? Yeah, jail Le Pen forever,
international
actually.
intelligence services warned of new Fancy Bear operations against the NATO countries.
Fancy Bear, fucking dick wipes. Hold on. We got more. We got more. Like I said, Europe ain't fucking around.
The Central Asia Summit kicked off in this impressive Congress Center in Samarkand, Uzbekistan, with bilateral talks. EU leaders Antonio Costa and Ursula von der Leyen met with the host country leader, President of Uzbekistan, and they discussed different projects for the future cooperation on climate and economy.
The EU and just in case you're not great on geography, I would like to point out where Uzbekistan actually is in relation to Europe, just to really hammer home why that's so important. That's Uzbekistan, right under Kazakhstan, right next to Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan, which are also kind of developing some economic ties with Europe, which, oh look, would you have, oh look, what's next to Kyrgyzstan? It's China. And, I mean, this is still Kazakhstan, so, you know, Kazakhstan does not like Russia. From Uzbekistan, then we get access to a port. Now, Azerbaijan is a Turkish ally, and Turkey is part of NATO. So whether they're good or not, that's a whole other thing. They're not, but that's a route towards, you know, I wouldn't really go into Georgia. I would really just kind of go from Azerbaijan to Turkey and then use Turkish ports to move goods further into Europe. But that opens a trade route. All of this is screw Azerbaijan, screw Turkey. Yeah, I agree. Free Imamoglu, all that. And, I mean, otherwise, there's not going to be an Armenia if Turkey switches sides and goes onto the Russian end, which is looking unlikely now, especially if America's switching against Russia. That means Turkey's going to stay within the European side, which means, like, that's safe. But Turkey's about to get dragged into a possible war in Syria with Israel. It's the region's a mess. Like, we're getting deeper and deeper into World War III territory by, like, every country now has beef with every other country, and we're all, like, at the starting lines. And who's gonna fight who? Who's even gonna fight? We'll see. Some of these, like, might just be like, you know what? Actually, it's a bit too rich for my blood. I'm out. But, you know.
Uzbekistan are set to sign an enhanced partnership and cooperation agreement later this year.
Once this war gets hot, it's going to get hot.
Joint programs and cooperation projects in the fields of innovation, green energy, mining, agriculture, transport, logistics, digitalization, and other areas.
A key highlight of the talks was the decision to establish a regional office of the European Investment Bank in Tashkent, described as a step
a regional European Investment Bank office in, like, where is it? Yeah, Uzbekistan. That's a big deal. That means Europe plans to invest money in their industry, economy.
The first ever EU Central Asia Summit in Samarkand, attended by leaders from Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and representatives from major financial institutions.
So it's let's fund all of the Istans so that Russia can't take them as easily.
The most important
and also because they're in between us and China and will help, you know, trade for all. It's like Europe's belts and roads, but next to China with all of the Istan countries. Von der Leyen, ew. Yes, she is ew, but honestly, like, there's a lot worse than von der Leyen right now. Honestly, I can handle her.
Development of today was that all of the leaders who arrived into this city, so 5 Central Asian countries and the 2 EU leaders, agreed on the joint declaration. This will say that the 2 blocs want a strategic cooperation, a strategic partnership. They want to have good political ties.
Strategic partnership, strategic political, and like strategic partnership and political ties. Those are important words. They're key words. They mean things.
And also very strong business ties. Europe is especially interested in this cooperation because of the booming economy of this region and also because of the raw materials here, especially rare earths.
Other agenda items include multilateralism, regional security, sustainable development, and Ukraine. EU officials confirmed that circumvention of Russia sanctions, a concern linked to some Central Asian nations, will be raised amid renewed momentum in Ukraine peace talks.
So the summit will continue with a joint session with all
Closing
of the
up all
leaders.
those loopholes with some nice tasty treats behind them, like, hey, I know you've been helping Russia out, but that's okay. We'll give you some treats instead of get mad at you. That's one way to deal with it. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? What the fuck? This is the Russians, by the way, because you can tell by their fucking shitty emblems, shitty AI images. That's these. You can't expect much better from the fucking Russians, because they're fascists again, just like every other fascist. Can't create art. Finland, Norway, Sweden, and Lithuania are planning to jointly procure CV-90s for infantry fighting vehicles. CV-90s are manufactured by the Swedish company BAE Systems. I'm not gonna even try because I don't know how to pronounce that in Swedish. Finland already has 102 of these in service, so this is a notable acquisition. Not small. Europe is also pushing for Sweden to lead the defense of Europe in general.
Europe is facing the largest rearmament effort in modern history. Countries like Sweden should take the lead, said European Commissioner for Defense and Space Andreas Kubilius in an interview with Swedish broadcaster SVT. He also noted that Europe's defense industry remains fragmented, with no unified market, while EU nations continue to spend heavily on military equipment outside Europe.
Defense industry. And Sweden is very strong in building up its own defense capabilities, so it's a good example for other member states. We're in a hurry to ramp up our defense capabilities because as different intelligence services of EU member states are publicly predicting.
This guy just looks evil, by the way. Like, I don't know. Like, I know. He looks like a saggy sack of evil.
Russia can be ready for testing Article 5 before 2030.
Sweden is planning its largest military buildup since the Cold War. Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson previously announced that the Swedish government intends to reach a defense investment agreement worth $30 billion by 2030. As part of this plan, Sweden also plans to increase military aid to Ukraine.
I'm realizing how much I enjoy non-American politics. It's a lot more fun, right? I really do also enjoy non-American politics these days a lot more than our own. And honestly, I think it's more beneficial to pay attention to other countries right now anyway, because just listening to our own politics over and over and over again is gonna depress you and burn you out. But like, there's shit happening everywhere in the world, and like, people actually believe in reality. Yeah, it's politics with people who actually believe in reality. Sometimes I paint horrible humans. I can see what you mean. Makes sense, Arberlin. I'm genuinely learning some things during this stream. Good.
These are loan-financed defense investments planned from this year through 2030 to 2035, totaling roughly 300 billion kronor.
According to the Wall Street Journal, Sweden, Denmark, Norway, and Finland are pooling their military resources to prepare for potential Russian aggression.
Lithuania already started a 100,000 person strong national like guard as well. Visora, are you discussing the rare earth deal? IMO, it's historic. What do you say? No, I actually haven't read about it just yet. We're talking about how Europe is arming against Russia, but I did touch on the fact that American like MAGA right seems to have somewhat started to shift towards pro-Ukraine sentiment again, not just with that deal, because it is a better deal for Ukraine than anything that was offered before. So
2023, the four countries merged their air
I'll have a
forces to
look
create
into
the
it when
Joint
we
Nordic
get
Air
there.
Command. In 2024, they developed a joint defense strategy through 2030 under the framework of Nordic defense cooperation. The Wall Street Journal notes that Sweden has the most advanced defense industry among them, producing submarines, battle tanks, and supersonic fighter jets. Norway, in turn, boasts cutting-edge maritime reconnaissance and combat capabilities in the Arctic. Finland has one of the largest standing armies in Europe. And Denmark's special forces have over a decade of experience in high-risk operations in Afghanistan and Iraq. Together, the combined economies of these four countries are only slightly smaller than Russia's GDP.
I want to see Finland invade Russia right now.
Of which Russia is increasing its military complex.
Hit them now, it'll be easier.
Its artillery. It's by far much faster than we do in Europe, even in the US. So that creates what I would mention as a sort of window of vulnerability for us.
Yeah, look, something happened. Putin pissed Trump off like massively. I mean, like, again, this is from the Russians, thanks to Zomi. Zelensky's demonic forces poisoned Trump. U.S. president's behavior changed dramatically. Like there's a change here, and I'm liking it. And not scooters, yes, and not on scooters. That's true.
So we need to speed up and make sure that we have the same pace as they have.
Motorized, electric, or
deterrent enough.
pedal.
According to Reuters, Dutch intelligence chief Peter Riesink stated in his agency's annual report that Russia poses a growing threat to Europe, even after a potential end to the war in Ukraine. European military intelligence has also warned of possible Russian sabotage targeting undersea internet cables, water supplies, and energy infrastructure in the North Sea. On April 22nd, members of the European Parliament called on the EU to take bold action in defense and foreign policy.
Just like that, this past no, actually, it was after the election. Just this year so far, we've seen a Russian like spy ship go into not just North Sea, but the UK waters and sit right on top of an undersea cable until like the UK had it escorted out.
Last Leaders Summit showed that Europe is finally taking responsibility for its own defence. We are establishing new defence loans, making national budgets more flexible and ensuring that every unused euro in the EU budget is redirected towards this effort. But we must go further. We need a stronger long-term EU budget and a significantly larger European Defence Fund.
Earlier, the European Commission unveiled its Rearm Europe initiative, aimed at securing long-term funding to arm EU member states. Commission President Ursula von der Leyen announced a plan to mobilize 800 billion euros for this purpose. Reported by Kristina Dombrovska, UATV News.
Russians created Azerbaijan, Armenian tensions. Russians created Bosnian, Serbian tensions. Like, literally, yes, you're right. You're right. No. Russia did create Azerbaijan-Armenian tensions. Russia did create Bosnia-Serbia tensions. They're doing it again now, by the way. Like, currently, they are doing that exact thing again. Ooh, that's my job. You work for UATV News? Also, like, Germany just arrested 2 Russian spies accused of scouting U.S. military facilities for sabotage. This was just this week. Sorry, pardon me. This was just last week in Berlin. Oh, thank you for the follow. German authorities arrested 2 people suspected of spying for Russia. The suspects, identified as German-Russian nationals, are accused of scouting targets for potential attack, including U.S. military facilities in Germany. The federal public prosecutor general for Karlsruhe said in a statement on Thursday, the arrest made by the police in a Bavarian town, Bayreuth, came amid high tensions between Russia and the West, blah, blah, blah. The individuals identified by German prosecutor as Dieter S. and Alexander J. Allegedly, they have ties to Russian intelligence services and accused of gathering information for potential targets. Well, so far, every time we've accused someone of being a Russian spy, they've been a Russian spy. We've been right. So I'm going to go ahead and say those were Russian spies. Pretty good track record of from the West of calling out, that's a Russian spy, and it being an actual Russian spy. So, you know, there's that. Hold on. I'm not done, actually. Let me get a couple more sources up, and then be good. I'm just putting these like in the order that I actually want them in. And yeah, all right. So also, Bulgaria is playing an important role here now.
European Council President Antonio Costa is on a 3-day visit to Bulgaria.
I'm aware. Thank
where he
you,
toured
Busan.
the Arsenal factory, a Bulgarian firearms and ammunition
We'll get there when we get there.
manufacturer. He said Bulgaria could have a key role in supplying European defense capabilities, adding that investment in defense would also drive competitiveness.
Arsenal factory is a very good example of the link between defense and competitiveness, and in particular our Bulgarian defense industry, with its unique historical and regional know-how, is contributing to Europe's support for Ukraine.
Costa stressed that the security of Europe and Ukraine cannot be separated.
I know it's a key deal. I'm aware. But I need to understand it. I also know that it's better for Ukraine than it was already going to get under any other pre-existing circumstance. But can you wait until some more details about it come out? Because right now, video-wise, this is all I got.
Signed a historic economic deal with the United States.
And I'm not reading that myself right now without analyzing it a little bit first, because I don't know what the fuck I'm reading.
Washington access to its rare earths minerals in exchange for establishing an investment fund. Ukraine's first deputy prime minister, Yulia Sviridenko, was in the U.S. Capitol to sign the agreement on behalf of Kyiv. The deal stipulates that all resources will remain under Ukrainian ownership, with Kyiv retaining the right to decide on what and where to extract. The two countries also agreed that the 50-50 split on revenue...
So, Ukraine gets to decide what and where to extract is a big fucking deal.
...is to only include new deals and licenses, excluding
and also, we're now sending more arms to them
fund.
again.
Kyiv says the agreement will also obligate Washington to help Ukraine attract more investment and technology. It also agrees that Kyiv is not financially indebted to the U.S., after Trump had insisted for weeks that Ukraine reimburse hundreds of billions of dollars in aid already delivered.
Finally, and we've already started sending them more aid, as we've already covered.
Both parties also agreed that revenues from the investments will not be taxed in either countries as to yield the greatest possible results.
Europe literally say Putin no risk luxury life in Moscow, like Finland joined NATO more I'm sure that English isn't your first language here, so you're right on what the meat of the bones. I can tell what you're trying to get at, and it was, but suddenly Trump has switched sides because he got pissed off. Putin pissed him off. Really quickly, while we're on this side topic and this video is done, you want to see? I'm curious. So this video is called American Politics with the Context Utterly Obliterated, and I'm curious how different this sounds than just normal American politics.
Why didn't you get it done? You had 8 years.
So just bear with me for a minute, because I want to see.
With Obama. You know why, Joe? Because you're all talk and no action.
All right, Vice President Biden, and then we're going to move on to the next section.
We had a Republican Congress. The chance.
Oh, say.
Testosterone, and did he help you grow a backbone today?
I think I gave them a shot of testosterone and gave them some backbone today.
So everybody wants a blizzard. What the hell is a blizzard?
So when you're at home, can you
No, this sounds about exactly what just tuning into any news sounds like. All of it at the same time.
Member states to increase their defense capacities.
No difference.
He also mentioned how his visit comes at a significant time for Bulgaria, as it has joined the Schengen area and prepares to join the Eurozone.
No difference. That's sad. Trump also needed a deal badly. This deal is a milestone, 100%. Yeah. And Russia needs to not get a ceasefire. That was their only win condition. And now Russia's not getting a ceasefire, which means Russia loses. Which means, theoretically, we might actually get to see Russia collapse before we collapse as America. Standard American media sounds no better with or without context. That was what I was curious about.
We are in an era of rearmament.
Notre pays et notre continent.
To avoid war, our country and continent need to be ready.
Si nous voulons éviter la guerre.
Faced with the threat of US disengagement from NATO and the war in Ukraine, America's support for European defense is wavering.
I love how, like, everything's out of date already. Like, it's outdated within 2 days ago. Where we're now just sending them more fucking planes. Like, let alone guns. Planes.
Private Ryan won't be giving his life on our beaches anymore.
France has promised to ramp up defense spending, putting its industry into overdrive.
6-hour media
There's no more room
cycle,
in the
yeah.
factory.
From the factory floor to AI engineers, will the defense sector rise to the challenge?
I'll read it after this video. We'll jump onto that one. Very much appreciate it.
Ici, tout est fermé. Le bidon est plein. On a une ouverte en connexion.
Mandatory French.
Final checks for Commander Thomas, who's preparing for takeoff.
Pas de voiture, pas de fuite.
At this Dutch airbase, these pilots are participating in a 2-week-long NATO exercise, Ramstein Flag 2025. A way for the alliance to show off its military clout.
This looks real good.
It's the best plane in the world, a source of real pride.
Also,
fuck it, hold on. This looks too good to wait. This is great. So, Part 1. Full ownership and control remain with Ukraine. All resources and territory and in territorial waters belong to Ukraine. It is the Ukrainian state that determines what and where to extract. Subsoil remains the Ukrainian ownership, and this is clearly established in the agreement. Equal partnership. The fund is structured on a 50-50 basis. It will be jointly managed by Ukraine and the US. Neither side will hold a dominant vote, a reflection of equal partnership between two nations. This is great. A national asset are protected. The agreement does not alter privatization processes or the management of state-owned companies. They will remain Ukrainian. Companies such as Ukrnaft and Energoatom will stay in Ukrainian state ownership. Amazing. No debt. The agreement includes a provision that any Ukrainian debt obligations are gone. No, this is agreed. Like, this is true. This has been agreed to. Everyone's reporting on it now. This is the deal now. The agreement complies with the Constitution and maintains Ukraine's European integration course, which is consistent with the national legislation, does not conflict with any of Ukraine's international obligations. Importantly, the agreement sends a signal to global partners that long-term cooperation with Ukraine over decades is not only possible but reliable. Well, I'll hold off on whether America's reliable. We might still change our minds. The art of the deal, but in Ukraine's favor instead. The ones that we need, they're all kind of like the rare earth minerals aren't that rare, but here's a map. That's a very small image. Give me a bigger image. Here we go. That image is low quality. Give me it in not low quality. I'm going to show you an actual map. Map's cool. Who doesn't love a good map? Maps. Linked. And have a look at exactly where they are, too. And again, based on this deal, Ukraine gets to decide where. We're going to need them if we're going to start ramping up chip production to test Chinese EVs. You know, Australia has, I think, the second largest mass of rare earth minerals in the world. Another ally of the US that Trump keeps pissing off. The fund will be financed exclusively from new licenses, specifically 50% of the revenue from new licenses in the field of critical minerals, oil, and gas generated after the fund is created will be directed to it. Cool, so that makes it sustainable. Revenues from existing projects are already accounted for in the budget and will not be included. The agreement outlines future strategic cooperation. The deal itself is a win-win. Yeah, this is great. This is great for I mean, it's actually a bit too good for America that I'm a little disappointed. I was hoping America would get a little more fucked over by this. But whatever, if Ukraine gets a win, I'll take I'll give America a W as long as Ukraine gets a double W in this case, because we need Ukraine to not lose, and we need Russia to lose. The United States will help attract additional investment and technology. The fund is supported by the U.S. government through the DFC agency. This will assist us in attracting investment in technologies from the U.S. and EU and other international partners that support Ukraine's fight against Russian aggression, which could theoretically include China before long. And if China flips on Russia, Russians are done. Like, it's over. The country will collapse, and Russia will be made up of like 6 to 9 different city-state-esque ethnic group controlled regions until somebody puts them all together again. Technology transfers and development are a key part of the agreement because Ukraine needs not only capital but also innovation. The agreement also provides tax guarantees. Fund revenue and contribution will not be taxed either in the United States or in Ukraine, maximizing the effectiveness. Pretty based. This is great. China sends 10,000 drones to Moscow and St. Petersburg. I know, right now. But, like, they might not for long. They might not for long. I don't see why I would need to work with Moscow if I'm Beijing. I can have Moscow if I'm Beijing. The United States will contribute to the fund. Ukraine will contribute 50% of its state budget, revenues from new rent and new licenses and new area. Ukraine may make additional contributions beyond this baseline if it chooses. A timeline where Russia actually collapses twice in one timeline would be very funny. The fund will determine when investment and extraction take place for critical materials. Cool. We expect that for the first 10 years, fund profits and revenues will not be distributed, but instead reinvested into Ukraine, into new projects and reconstruction. These terms will be subject to further discussion. Okay. Could be better, but good start. We have shaped an agreement that provides mutually beneficial conditions for both countries. If you can make it so the fucking corpo's mouths water, you're going to get whatever deal you want. It's an agreement that reaffirms the United States' commitment to Ukraine's security, which is worth it. And great, base, love it. China, Pakistan versus Russia, India. No even Kashmir issue now. Now China, Pakistan. Yep, I know. I've talked about that before, and we're going to still talk about that in a bit, because we're not there yet. Because everything we're talking about with Russia is also going to lead us into talking about China, which is going to lead us into talking about India and Pakistan, and I've already been talking for 4 hours, so I need to really just, like, get on it.
For nations to showcase their expertise, like France's crown jewel, the Rafale fighter jet.
This is the Rafale F4, the 4th major version of the jet, and it offers a lot of improvements in terms of capacity, like the AASM Hammer Bomb 1000, which is a 1-ton armament. We also have a helmet with an eyepiece.
Okay, cool. Like, I don't need all of the details on your gear. I know it's fancy military gear. I want to see how much of it you're making.
90 aircraft from more than 15 countries.
No.
Rafales, Gripens, Eurofighters, F-35s. High-intensity training and an increasingly rare moment of unity at a time where Europe is asking just how reliable its US ally really is.
I have my own Bayraktar? No way. I'm jealous. I would love one.
As you know, we recently elected a new president in the United States, and we're still trying to figure out the exact policies that they're going to be coming out with. But I know that we're going to be here in Europe, as evident now here at Ramstein Flag 25.
Oh yeah, we know Germany's going to be one of the, like, right now, it looks like Europe is even going so far as to diversify which country is developing which of its military assets. Like, Bulgaria was doing ammo, Germany's making cars and tanks, France are making planes, Turkey's making drones,
Matter of fact, we're already starting to look at Ramstein Flag 26.
Reassuring words today But the US accuses Europe of being too reliant on American defense. Just the latest sign of cooling transatlantic ties for this retired Army general.
I want one so bad. They're so cute. I want one. Who wouldn't want one? Poland foremost is eager. Yeah, well, Poland, like, right now could just take Russia. I genuinely believe that. I think if we just sent Poland into Russia, they could take Russia. I mean, like, I don't love war, but I like not centralizing anywhere. And I do like the idea of them doing this in at least a methodical, well thought out way.
We've got Trump. We might have Vance next time. And that won't be any better. But European countries now understand they had their
Best
heads
we can
in the
do
sand.
is war.
They didn't want
Sorry,
to see the
brain
obvious.
matter.
They didn't listen when Obama talked about a strategic pivot, or see how during his mandate he withdrew troops from Europe. They didn't understand that the majority of Americans today are from non-European backgrounds. That wasn't the case when Americans came to Europe in 1917 and in 44 here.
I love hearing reality about America from non-American news sources. Yes, that's true. The majority of Americans are from non-European backgrounds.
A brutal reality check.
Woo, that's cool. That was cool.
Supply chains can be spread across multiple nation-states. Projects like the Franco-German SCAF air safety system or MGCS tank technology are taking time to manufacture.
Today, we need to see France's defense as part of European defense, not like when it was
Literally, like, North Korea rolled out a new, like, naval destroyer and launched a missile off it today, while Russia's getting their ass beat.
France's own future within an occupied Europe. Nation-states must come together and move past their differences, perhaps even look beyond their own interests to produce a defense capacity for Europe that's up to the challenge.
Yeah, it's excellent. Oh, by the way, the King of Denmark arrived in Greenland. Just so you can see how much, this is a king, by the way, a king, but these people like the king better than they liked JD Vance. I think that they will move on Taiwan in the next 2 months, though. Your logic could matter. I don't think they're gonna invade. I think they're gonna blockade, but... That's the King of Denmark, guys. Most of the time, I would imagine, like, a colonial place like Greenland wouldn't necessarily be happy to see their colonist overlord. But no, looks like a super regular dude and is not JD Vance. So, they cheered. I want to greet him. I went to welcome him. I think he wants to show that he is happy for Greenland, that there has been a real mess from the US. Like, yeah. Nah, if he's a king, I don't like him. I don't care the content. I don't like him at all. But I like him more than I like JD Vance. They like him, though. That's the thing. They like him, and that's the point that I wanted to make. It's not that I like him. It's that they like him. Because these locals were booing JD Vance when he showed up. And this is partially Europe's plan. We're not going to get through this whole thing because it's not entirely relevant anymore now because the 6-hour media cycle, but...
Isn't bracing for war, it's preparing for all-out war. Sweden's drafting civilians ages 16 to 70. France is handing out nuclear survival guides. Lithuania is training citizens to resist occupation. This isn't theory, it's happening right now. Weapons stockpiling, defense budgets exploding, old alliances shifting fast. The threat? No secret, it's Russia. And if this turns into a wider war, Europe wants to be ready. So how serious is...
Again, let me just make this clear. If America keeps helping Ukraine, there's no risk from Russia to Europe, period. Because Russia will collapse. Ukraine will win this war within a year. I don't think Russia could keep this up for a whole nother year, especially with resupplied Ukraine with new planes and fucking, yeah, no. Screw the Pope. That dude called trans people freaks and protected SA in the church. The most recent Pope actually did the opposite. The most recent Pope had not done that. He actually got rid of the, sexual assaulters from the church. He kicked them out and also said that trans people were, people. And his funeral included being carried by, I think it was a homeless person, a criminal, a trans person, and this Pope was the wokest Pope. This was the woke Pope.
Is the threat, and will this new war-ready Europe be able to stop it? Let's break it down. Let's start with the threat behind it all. The panic, the stockpiles, the military spending, the survival guides. There's no need for any guesswork, as the threat in question has a flag, and it's Russia's.
Yeah, he wasn't ideal on the SA
issue
stuff, but he did massive strides. He did better than, I would have expected him to. He gave at least an attempt, you know? He could have done nothing, and most would have.
Just about Russia being dangerous, it's about Europe being unprepared for far too long. For decades, Europe enjoyed peace, and during that peace it let its guard down. Military budgets shrank, conscription ended, deterrence out of fashion. But then 2022 happened. Russia invaded Ukraine on February 24th and brought high-intensity war back to the European continent for the first time since 1945. Since then, everything has changed. Russia now spends 40% of its federal budget.
So your name is a lie then, Cheeseburger Merv.
On defense. That's up to 6% of the country's GDP. A full-on war economy, tanks, missiles, tech, factories, everything is running 24/7.
I wish they would do this by taxing the rich rather than by cutting social programs, which they aren't, and that's because Europeans aren't mad enough to make sure that they are. You guys need to be out there in the streets shouting at every single one of your elected officials, being like, hey, you better be paying for this with that rich fuck's money and not my healthcare money, not my social services, but you know.
In 2025, Russia is expected to outspend every European Union country together when adjusted for purchasing power. Let that sink in. The war in Ukraine isn't a local war anymore. It never truly was. If Russia succeeds in Ukraine, it won't stop there. Moldova, Poland, the Baltics, they're all watching.
Europe at the moment can't even promise to send 50,000 troops as peacekeepers if a ceasefire happens because they don't even have that many combat-ready troops. That's why Turkey offered to send their army. I mean, I'm not sure I would trust the Turkish army. Australia offered to send some, although that was by America's doing. By Europe can't come together and send 50,000 peacekeepers. Do you mean under a combined European command structure, or any European country doesn't have 50,000 troops that are ready to get deployed as peacekeepers? That's how underprepared Europe is right now. Jesus Christ. That's really bad. Well, okay, well, in that case, I mean, Turkey would be the way to go, but, let's hope for, as bad as it is to say, I don't want a ceasefire here. I want this to continue. It won't continue on for very long, if it does.
So is Belarus, where Russia has already stationed nuclear weapons. Yes, the threat from Russia is also nuclear, and it's already on Europe's
Poland
doorstep.
is the closest.
The
I thought Poland
Russia
would have
isn't
had
acting
50K.
alone. It's backed by Iran, supported by North Korea, closely tied to China. Authoritarian regimes are tightening their grip, militarizing fast and coordinating on every front: cyber, space, disinformation, and even migration.
And again, this video is already slightly out of date with some information, but the Rearm Europe Readiness Plan by 2030 is actually a pretty decent plan.
Is done playing catch-up. Readiness 2030 is the most ambitious military push the EU has launched in decades. It's a direct response to the growing threats on its doorstep and the realization that the era of relying on American protection is coming to an end. At its core, the
You don't
plan
need to worry about Belarus. Go around. Go through Finland.
is about one thing: making Europe ready for war, financially, industrially, and strategically by 2030. Europe plans to achieve this goal by mobilizing up to $880 billion in defense investments by unlocking national public funding and mobilizing private capital, launching a powerful new tool, SAFE, the Security Action Plan for Europe,
I think German defense intelligence has said that regardless of how the Ukraine war ends, even if it's a Russian defeat, that like Europe should expect Russia to be ready for a war with NATO by 2030. But I assume that would be in the case of America not helping. 880 billion, that's almost our American budget. It's actually more than our American budget because that's euros, not dollars. Or did he say dollars?
$65 billion EU-backed loan program for urgent defense procurement.
It is almost our military budget, yeah.
Pushing joint purchases of weapons and military equipment to lower costs, ensure interoperability, and boost the continent's defense production capacity. Strengthening EU-wide defense infrastructure, including satellite systems and mobility networks.
That's a really big deal, by the way, the interoperability thing of every country having weapon systems that can be, that are the same as every other country, so that there isn't like, oh, fuck, okay, I don't know how to use this Polish rifle. It's all the same shit. Like, they're all using the same gear. They're making a European army. This is just NATO's army. I think it says something if Europe thinks that they'll be ready in 5 years to stand up to Russia spending almost $1 trillion to get ready. Yeah, and again, like, Russia's money goes further in purchasing power when in its own country than it would be when we're like adjusting it for exchange rates. Standardization goes a long way in any manufacturing endeavor. Yeah, and they're creating loan programs among each other as well for it.
Dual-use capabilities, reducing dependency on non-European suppliers and buying more European, creating a stable demand pipeline for homegrown defense industries, and most importantly, building credible deterrence to prevent a future war rather than react to one. In short, it's about building a Europe that's finally serious about its own defense. But who wants the short version when so much is happening behind the scenes? So let's dive into the specifics. How exactly is Europe preparing for war? Many of the answers can be found in the White Paper for European Defense, Readiness 2030. As things stand, this isn't just another policy doc. It's more of a blueprint for how Europe plans to close its military capability gaps, boost defense spending.
Like, Trump doesn't have thoughts. Trump has reactions to the thing that is just told to him. Not a thought. It's just, oh, okay, that sounds nice. Like, he doesn't... His brain is soup, Busan. Don't take him seriously in anything. He's literally just the guy that does the stuff on camera. So Finnish radar can spot something, and a decider in Germany can give a green light, and a U.S. strike carrier can launch a plane to strike the target, is the idea. Yeah, that's the whole, like, strategy, is that interoperability and a high amount of cooperation and information sharing. And that's combined arms warfare.
And get serious about long-term readiness. Let's start with the most single important factor, money, because in war, resources are everything. After years of underinvestment, Europe is finally putting...
He didn't leave NATO, but he functionally did. He said that he would not defend any European country that's attacked, which is the whole point of NATO. The US has openly, several times now, said, we will not defend a European country if they are attacked. We are focused on the Pacific. So that is leaving NATO in the functional sense. We are still in it in the, like, on paper, sure, but no. He did broadcast to everybody that our allyship is useless and they will never trust us again. So, yeah.
Its money where its mouth is. And let's be clear, the continent isn't just tossing around pocket change here.
We might as well have.
The Rearm Europe plan is one of the largest military investment plans in history, and it's worth a staggering $880 billion. But trust us, this jaw-dropping number is more than warranted. You see, defense spending across Europe has surged by over 31% since 2021, hitting $360 billion in 2024. But even with this jump, Europe's defense spending is still far below the US, Russia, and China.
But
that's why it's time to truly go big. But where...
Again, though, it's done by cutting social programs. What he says and what he does are not the same. What he says and what he does are not in his control. The U.S. is a rogue nation. We don't make rational decisions, Busan. What he says and what the plan is aren't even the same. What we do and what he say aren't the same. What we do and what we want aren't the same. What we plan and what we do aren't the same. And what we plan and what we want aren't the same. We are an incoherent mess. Like, our country is run by several competing groups of people that are using our puppet dictator as a fucking shield to hide behind. What he broadcasted about is about as reliable as Pyongyang media. Like, honestly, there's going to come a time where, actually, there may have already. The Taliban is now a Russian ally, officially. They have been declared a non-terrorist organization and a Russian ally. They clearly make a degree of sense in how they decide what to do next, that Russia will ally with them. America makes no fucking sense in what we do, in anything, in what we want to do. We're doing shit that doesn't benefit us and benefits other countries. And there's no argument that you can make that says we're not. We absolutely are. What's up, Shufa Poofer? Now, they might be mistakes, but how many mistakes until it's a bit too coincidental to be not malicious? The CIA is being restructured to eliminate the political, well-documented politicization that has taken place in the intelligence community. What? The political, well-documented politicization that has taken place in the intelligence community. CIA Chief John Ratcliffe says in a cabinet meeting. Like, this is where we are. They have no idea what the fuck they're saying. That means nothing.
Where is all this money coming from? Well, the EU is using a financial loophole known as the National Escape Clause from the Stability and Growth Pact. This is a fancy way of saying, we're giving you the green light to blow past your fiscal limits.
Wait, you know what? Hold on. I'm sorry to one more time to pause this. But, like, think about this. This is the kind of country, like, this is the kind of rhetoric that's coming out of our country.
3,400 kilos of fentanyl since you've been your last 100 days. Which saved, are you ready for this, media? 258 million lives. Kids are dying every...
Pam Bondi out here claiming that if Donald Trump wasn't elected, 258 million Americans would have died from the fentanyl that was coming in. That's 2/3 of the American population. All right? We are not a serious country. We're not. We're not a serious country.
3,400 kilos of fentanyl since you've been your last 100 days. Which saved, are you ready for this, media? 258 million lives.
Are you ready for this, media?
Kids are dying every day because they're taking this junk laced with something else. They don't know what they're taking. They think they're buying a Tylenol or an Adderall and a Xanax.
Oh, I love the pills that she decided to name. A Tylenol, a normal one, and then you jump to an Adderall, a Xanax, which is like my favorite ones to her. Oh my goodness, self-report, why don't you?
And it's laced with fentanyl and they're dropping dead, and no longer because of you.
Be honest, Pam Bondi, did you buy some Xanax that might have been spiked with a little bit of fentanyl and need a Narcan hit? Political politicization is hilarious grammar. Yep. Why do I smell projection? Because, yeah, they're even doing it to our ketamine. Oh my god. In her defense, she has to go to work every day without a brain in that head. That's true.
Lives. Kids are dying every day because they're taking this junk laced with something else. They don't know what they're taking. They think they're buying a Tylenol or an Adderall and a Xanax. And it's laced with fentanyl and they're dropping dead.
It's such a self-report.
What you've done.
Better let my Tylenol dealer know to stop putting Fenty in the pills. Yeah, literally. Like, what a choice of words. What a choice. They're all on drugs, more than any of us. They think that they're buying Tylenol. You're not wrong. They are all high as shit. The Nazis were high as shit too. Like, historically, it's always kind of been that way. Oh my goodness. All right, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to leave this on with you guys, though.
Defense spending, and as a result of this green light, EU member states could increase their defense expenditures by up to 1.5% of GDP over the next 4 years. That's where the extra $880 billion meant to strengthen Europe's defense is coming from. But believe it or not, this staggering figure could be just the beginning. We also mentioned something about an extra $165 billion. You see, the EU is creating a whole new financial instrument, SAFE, to channel funds into defense. It's essentially a giant piggy bank for military investments, where the EU will provide up to $165 billion in loans to member states to buy weapons and boost their defense industries. This move will help Europe's military procurement be cheaper, faster, and more interoperable across countries. Then, there's the European Investment Bank, or EIB for short. The EIB is doubling its annual investment to $2.2 billion, focusing on high-tech defense projects like drones, cybersecurity, and quantum technologies. And the private sector isn't left out. Europe's banks and companies are being encouraged to invest heavily in defense, with tools like the Savings and Investment Union to de-risk and channel more private money into defense projects. Of course, we can't forget the major moves individual European countries are making in the defense department. Take Germany as an example. In 2022, Chancellor Olaf Scholz made headlines by committing a massive $110 billion to revamp the Bundeswehr, Germany's armed forces, following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. In 2025, Chancellor-in-waiting Friedrich Merz outshined his predecessor in a big way. He got Germany to pass the mother of all spending bills, potentially unlocking a jaw-dropping $1 trillion for defense over the next decade. Yes, that's trillion with a T. One of the ways Germany achieved this remarkable feat was by tearing down constitutional borrowing restrictions, allowing the government to unlock an additional 1% of GDP for defense. Europe, it seems, is making one thing crystal clear: nothing, no law, no rule, is going to hold it back from protecting itself. But what is this protection exactly? Or in other words, where is all this defense money going? Well, Europe certainly isn't just piling up cash for the sake of it.
This is really cool. I am a big fan. He's like this, this is rough all over. Well, why wouldn't narcissists want to abuse, like, their body? That's true. That's true. And to be fair, like, it's not about that. It's about living with themselves. I mean, like, the housewives in Nazi Germany were hopped up on benzos, like, the entire time. The entire time. All of it. Every last minute of the, like, Reich. People were high as shit. Because otherwise they would think. And you know how fascists feel about thought. They're not a big fan of it. They, generally are not the biggest, you know? Oh, actually, just on a, oh, that's sad. Fucking CNN, pussies. That was a video of a CNN expert explaining why misinformation is believed and why facts don't always change people's minds. Really? CNN made that video private? Are you kidding me? How bad has it gotten that CNN made that video private? Oh my goodness. I mean, like, the martial law declarations yesterday, the martial law light declarations, rather, might have influenced their goal to keep that up. I mean, you have to be high or drunk all the time under fascism. It's not like there's any culture or art or events. Yeah, basically. Yeah, I have no argument to that. That's exactly what it is. Oh, I just want you guys to know, by the way, how fucked we are, economically.
Says it does expect shipping volume from China to plunge about 35% next week. The president addressing this just a short time ago.
You know, they're sending boats, the biggest boats in the world, carrying cargo like nobody's ever seen before. These are the biggest boats in the world.
Guys, go drop a
biggest
like on the
cargo
YouTube
ships in
stream
the
too,
world.
please.
And they're coming and they're turning around in the Pacific Ocean. They're doing a big U-turn and going back because they don't want
35%, that's actually the optimistic timeline. We're looking at 60. Jesus.
the goods because 145% tariff. But at a certain point, I hope we're going to make a deal with China. We're talking to China.
Have you guys seen the
And we're joined now by the official who
reactions
gave that
to people who bought stuff from Temu and didn't know about the tariffs? Because they're excellent.
warning about the dip in
We're
containers
gonna have a
coming
little
into
fun
the
too,
port.
don't
Gene
worry.
Soroka, the executive director of the Port of Los Angeles. Gene, thanks for being with us. Can you just explain to us why you're expecting port volume to shrink more than 35% next week? Is this all tariff related? Is it all China, or is it other countries too?
Good afternoon, Brianna. It's all tariff related, whether it be China,
which now if you buy a product from there, it's 2.5 times more expensive than it was just last month. The 10% tariffs on all other countries, including those in the Pacific Rim that we trade with, are also expensive. So we saw some big companies bring inventory in over the last 9 months to try to build up stock. Not everyone had the ability to do that and store. Those small to middle-sized companies.
And again, even stuff that's not being tariffed is still going up in price. Things that are not included because price gouging companies gonna price gouge. But here, look at this. Someone thought that they would be getting a $22 receipt from Temu. Turns out, sorry, you got to pay another $31 for those tariffs. How about this one? This one's a little bit more fun. Oh, you thought that you were getting $138, that you actually got $200 off your order? Oops, sorry, now you're paying $269, $117 tariff cost. Oopsie. How about this one? How about this one, you know? Oh, you thought $30? That's a bargain. Sorry, you end up with 75 for what? 2 things? $75. How about you? Oh, sorry, you thought you were getting something for, what, $100? No, let's double that and add a little bit more on top just for, you know, fun. Just for the shits and gigs. Here's another one. This is a big one right here. You thought you were getting $1,000 off your bill. $376 from Temu. Ooh, sorry. Let's make that $731 actually with the new taxes that were put on you. Yeah, no more cheap treats from China, y'all. Temu's supposed to be the super cheap China one too. Yeah. You know what's actually cheaper than Temu is buying from China directly, which I won't show you how to do because I'm not allowed to, but you can go on TikTok and the Chinese will show you exactly how to order from China and actually even evade tariffs. I mean, I'm not advocating for breaking the law, but I mean, the Chinese are teaching people how to. And by the way, for everyone who lives outside of America, get ready for the golden age of cheap treats because they don't care about American law anymore. We're just going to be getting like 1-to-1 copies of the exact same quality of shit that American corporations want. And that don't, like, right now, there's nothing stopping China from taking Apple's iPhone and just making a direct replica of it because they don't care about intellectual property laws. They're just going to sell that shit and undercut the market that the Americans have. Like, even small business made in America shit needs materials to make a thing. Yeah, yeah. It's over when there's no more cheap treats. America needs there to be Walmart and Dollar Tree shit. Well, speaking of, actually,
economic output. What is this new report telling us?
I don't care about the report. I want to see some of these store shelves. Give me some of those photos. Oh, you pussies. You cut that out of the video. There were store shelves in this video before. That's okay. We can still find those. Let's find some of these empty store shelves. Empty shelves in Walmart. Schwarzborg brand? Curious? I would buy Schwarzborg brand.
Now turning to news for your money this morning. President Trump is signaling a possible shift now in tone when it comes to those tariffs on China.
This is after the CEOs of some major retailers met with the president, and they were warning him about the impact these tariffs could have on the supply chain.
Yeah, Chrome 4's Joey Horta following this story for us live from Sausalito. Joey.
James and Daria, picture this. Empty shelves.
Have you seen the facade of organizing on shelves? No, but I can imagine it.
At Target, something we haven't seen since the pandemic. Sound familiar? When we couldn't find toilet paper back then?
You know what's funny is toilet paper is one of the things you probably should actually be hoarding this time around.
Could happen again. PepsiCo just came out this morning with a lower full-year earnings forecast due to the cost of tariffs and lower consumer spending, according to the Associated Press. PepsiCo being hit hard by a 25% tariff on aluminum imports, which it depends on for soda cans. The CEOs of Target, Walmart, and Home Depot.
Costco trips, guys. Yeah, keep making them Costco trips. Oh, God, I wish we had more Costcos in Australia.
Now warning the president product shortages could happen if tariffs continue. Business leaders met with Trump earlier this week, telling him his tariffs could lead to inflation and force them to raise prices.
They took our companies out of America and they built their plants in China.
Who's they? Is it the corporations that you're actually working for? Yes, it is.
On Wednesday, the president told reporters at the White House the 145% tariff on China is, quote, very high. The president signaling the tariff on China could come down substantially in the next couple of weeks, regardless of a deal with China. Business leaders are now worried about higher prices for consumers.
Just buy from China. Like, you can do so entirely legally. We watched one of these Chinese women explaining how you can... we watched a legitimate, like, CCP paid woman on TikTok on this stream saying, hey, so, you know, going into another country and buying a bunch of goods and bringing them back to your own country and claiming that they are a personal good is actually illegal. That's smuggling. That would be, you know, a crime. But, you know, what's not illegal is to set up a business where you are a fashion designer for personal private clients who pay you to go to other countries and go shopping for them without, like, you know, specific, you're not buying this good or that good, you're just going shopping for them. And then you come back into the country and you do declare those as personal items. Because they're your personal items, your job is to go and acquire fashion goods or whatnot from other countries. And then you can bring, it's drop shipping, but with more steps. And yeah, but it also is avoiding tariffs and bringing in cheap Chinese goods that would compete with, like, the more expensive name brand American variants that are made in the same factories. They're teaching people to do that. Like, hey, you know, like, there's people that go and buy cheap textiles from, like, Turkey, for example. I've seen this. I know this. I've seen these people growing up. They go to another country, they buy cheap clothing, and they come back to America, and then they sell it for cheaper than the stores sell it. This is called smuggling. However, that is very much true. By the way, yeah, no, shit made in China is not inferior because all of the stuff is made in the same factory. If Chinese goods were inferior, then the US goods would be just as inferior because it goes from China to America, or to, like, let's say Hermes bags, for example. Hermes is a luxury brand that claims that all of its stuff is made in France. China claims that's a lie because they showed their factory making Hermes stuff. The only thing that they don't do is add the label on, which gets added once it gets shipped to France. They just add the label and they say this was made in France. Everything is made in China. They have all of the supply chain. And so you can get cheap treats from China that are knockoffs of American goods because they're the supply chain anyway. They have everything already there. It's not propaganda, it's just obvious. Literally look at the state of their buildings, then you can pull apart with your bare hands. No, Nemes Sotul, you're thinking about China from, like, a decade and a half ago. China has modernized massively in the last, like, decade. And this is what I was saying earlier, is China's not a good country. I'm not a fan of their government, but we are now at a point in time where America is declining and China is rising in not only influence, power, but also economic weight. And their standard of living for the average Chinese person has consistently been going up for the last decade or so. This is at least more than that, really. But this also correlates with an increased amount of rights and less state suppression coming soon, I would imagine, considering historically this is two things that are related. When your country is doing Well, when you're prospering, you give people more rights, you suppress people less. When the state is struggling financially, when you are trying to hold it together, that's when you start to lose rights. Now, that there is definitely propaganda going on, but no, like the Chinese buildings have absolutely modernized. Chinese infrastructure and planning, city planning wise, they had some hit or misses. Not all of them have been great, but they're doing pretty good right now. And we're the ones that are not. China product quality improved significantly. Yeah. Honestly, most of the shitty quality stuff that's made is made in countries outside of China now. Hey everyone, I figured I'd say hi to y'all on YouTube chat. Oh, good to see you there as well, Shardspork. And to like really get an understanding of the port situation though, because it's not as simple as that. We are going to be getting more ships from China. It's not that like we're not getting any more. It's just going to be a massive cut to
you follow
the
social
amount.
media, you may be seeing posts like this from Houston Wade over on Facebook about not a single international cargo ship is in the port of Seattle. The port is effectively dead. Not only that, the last ship from China will dock on the West Coast on April 29th, and the last Chinese ship will dock on the East Coast around May 10th. After that, there'll be no more shipments arriving from China. Don't believe him? Well, just
good to know, Illyria. I've never seen this channel before. I checked them out. They looked pretty like all right. So like your seal of approval means I somewhat believe this more or less.
Ride to the ferry and look south. The port is a ghost town. You then see these type of images proliferating social media. Hey, it appears as if the port of Seattle is
guys, please like don't fight with each other here. Like we can agree. China always gets contentious because some people like China more than others in this chat. There is CCP propaganda. That's absolutely true. But the building stuff is not one of them, is what I'm saying. Whether or not like Captain Buggy all of the points that they're making are correct, I'm not going to speak to that because I'm not reading all of the chat. But their buildings have gotten better, as well as like their production quality in general has gotten better. And I see them giving more rights to their citizens now that they're going to start to prosper. They're basically the new America.
Effectively dead. Then you have everybody discovering ship tracking apps, taking a snapshot here via Vessel Finder of the port of Seattle. And that also seems to confirm, wow, there doesn't seem to be a lot of ships offloading in the port of Seattle, although those yellow...
By the way, dots mean parked. If these were moving, it would be like an arrow. So yeah, these aren't going anywhere. They're moored.
Yellow ships should give you an indication if you know how to read Vessel Finder. Well, how can you find out whether or not ports are actually empty in the United States? Well, here's my suggestion. Number one...
Generally, we're pretty good about it in this chat, Neme Soto. There are a couple of people who make jokes that often get taken too seriously. So, like, keep that in mind. And there are people who genuinely like China. And I might not agree with them, but, like, they're still welcome here. But regardless of that, things are changing. Very similar. Like, very, very quickly. And... a trend is reversing. The United States might actually become the hub for cheap labor soon. No, I get it. I'm touchy with tankies personally, but it is what it is. We all have opinions. Yeah, like that's the thing. Like under the best circumstances, not my first choice of ally, but right now anyone who's not a actual fascist is fine. President Xi, please, my people demand freedom. Like, right now, I would prefer the Chinese government to the American government. I would. Like, guys, I'm going to be real with you. If Australia elects the liberals here in 3 days, I got 2 escape plans. One being Latin America and the other being China. So, like... I'm an anarchist, not just some propagandized by the stupidest shits like China has mud sticks for buildings. Like, yeah, that's the thing is, like, there is an in-between here. Fucking hell. Hassan has done some damage on the China subject, hasn't he? No, you should, Neme Soto. Believe Captain Buggy. He is an actual anarchist. But stop fighting. Guys, last warning, stop fighting. If I have to mute either of you, chat goes into like sub-only mode or genuinely like emote mode. Focus, please. No one said that you said that. That's not what he said, Nemesoto. That is an example that he was giving, not what he said that you said. Again, this is what I mean. We just it's a purposeful misunderstanding because we're angry. Just all take a deep breath. Guys, chill out. We're all on the same side. I know, like, the snark will come. It happens. It's Twitch. This is left politics. Let's all take a deep breath and move on. We're on the same side. All of us. Every single one of us. Us liberals are the biggest USA dick riders. Well, that's why I'm afraid. Cheeseburger Merv. That's why I'm afraid. Us liberals being the US dick riders is why I'm afraid. Because I am according to the most recent 2 executive orders that the US put out, I am a criminal. This one makes it so, like, the cops have pretty much immunity and can do whatever the hell they want, and anything that they say is illegal. And this one gives the government more rights on how to deal with people that they dislike. So, like, that's... But if you're from the USA, won't they be like, no... they could very easily have me extradited and thrown me in the gulag for being anti-USA. I'm literally like an enemy of the US government. I want America to be invaded by Europe and China and liberated right now. I want a European-Chinese like partnership to invade the United States and liberate it from its fascist government, not to like occupy it, just to like imprison all of the Nazis and then give power to me. Me, specifically, actually.
Go over to a ship tracking app. For example, this is marine traffic. And first off, you can see all the ships around the world.
The vagueness is why it's scary.
Those green ships are cargo vessels. The red ones are tankers. But it gives you an idea of the scope and scale of trade. Also, don't be confused. There are certain...
If you haven't read them, read them. They're important. They like, it's pretty big. For example, like if you're a business owner and you employ an undocumented immigrant, you're going to the gulags as well. Hiding or harboring someone that the state is after, that's a crime. They're going to use this to go after elected officials. They wanted to arrest AOC for teaching people their rights. Now they can under the guise of that law. What's up, Tyler? Or, Talon Rider. Jesus, I am so dyslexic. Yeah, read those two. I covered them yesterday.
Areas of the planet that are extremely congested with ships, while others don't have as many ships. East Asia, for example, off the coast of Japan and China.
They'll use RICO to get you. Yeah.
Packed.
Yeah.
However,
it gives them the ability to use RICO charges on individuals. Like they're using the mob laws against you.
There are
you have, and I don't want you to ask me again.
Ship tracking apps.
If you ask, you're not getting mod. You get mod when you don't ask.
A little bit of money, but you can disseminate some information. For example, you could remove all the clutter here, and these show you all the container ships in the world sailing at any one time. And then with a little bit more editing, we can actually get it down to ships that are destined for the United States. These are not all the container ships heading to the U.S., because some ships currently are heading to other ports, for example, maybe the port of Vancouver or some other intermediary.
Cheeseburger Merv, he still might, and I'll be fine at first. Like, I'm not instantly going to get sent to America or sent to El Salvador, but Dutton will comply much more openly than Alba would. And like, I'm not even confident that if America said, I want you to extradite this person, that Alba wouldn't extradite me, because transfer of Abrams tanks from Australia to Ukraine stalled due to U.S. resistance, media reports. This was just 2 days ago. So like, you're doing great, Visora. Love your streaming. Thank you. I do love streaming because of you guys, by the way. Like, the fact that you all come in here and you engage and you are curious and you want to talk about. Like, you want to learn, you want to engage, you want to discuss all these different topics at length. You don't want to just have the surface level bullshit. Is what makes me want to do this. It makes me like this. Oof, Shard, really? You hit Arborlin for that one too. 600 seconds. That's harsh, Shard. I mean, like, I'm not gonna say to undo it. I feel like action should have consequences. And even for people that I like, I think some consequences might be good. Good to have some examples of, you know? Straight in the penalty box. That's 10 minutes. We'll be fine. It's a good idea just for everyone to have citizenship in more than one country, especially to a non-fa- Yeah, literally me, who has 2 current citizenships, both to fascist countries, and my third one would be Australian, which is essentially the colony of a fascist country. I'd say 5 to 10% Dutton wins, and he'd need the Greens to jump ship, which, I mean, to be fair, the Greens voted with him the entire time Albo was in charge this time around. Don't be so sure. Look, that video that we watched of the Anzac Day ceremony, that was one thing that very much worried me, but also more than that too. Hold on, let me pull up this video. It's been a while since we watched this. It's in my living source document, which I haven't actually moved over to Obsidian yet, I'm pretty sure. Is these young Australians, like young people today, scare me with how little literacy they have in politics. And Australians, like, my fucking physio 2 days ago was 25 and was talking about how he watches Aiden Ross, man. Like, it's scary. I mean, here's one example. This type of shit scared me.
Is beer too expensive under Albo? The question of the day.
What's next for me? Greece, France? I mean, I'm Turkish, so no, not Greece. Nah, for me, like, if I have to leave here, it's either Latin America or China. I got nowhere else to go.
Oliver and Abby aren't just curious about what their fellow students think.
Come on, use the marker.
They're trying to attract new members to the University of Wollongong's Liberal Club.
Yes?
Everyone's been engaged, especially with the cost of living crisis. I think the beer question has been bring it to the forefront. We got 20 sign-ups yesterday.
Yeah, so if we can beat 20 today, that's like 40. That's amazing.
Today, there's stiff competition from other political clubs.
$14 a schooner, guys.
Abby and Oliver might both vote for the coalition.
New Zealand's not safe. Teal has, like, too much of a hold there, and the right wing is growing.
But their views aren't always the same.
I guess I'm a little bit more socially left than what Ollie is.
I know.
Trump's a big one.
Oh, I'm a bit more pro-Trump than Abby is.
Yeah, that whole
It's okay,
women's
I can
rights
manage in
to their
China.
own body is kind of my thing. I believe that women...
I did live in Turkey for 6 months as well, and America, like, wasn't exactly pro-LGBT when I was, like being queer kind of sucks anywhere. It doesn't necessarily matter. I know how to keep it on the down low.
Women should choose what they can do with their body. With the rise of Trump, women being a bit more scared to vote right because they believe they affiliate the right with Trump. I think we've just got to understand and have a little bit more political literacy around what each party stands for. Do you guys think
Attracting young women can be a challenge for them.
There we go. Social media being a really big influence with our generation. Less and less
What's a schooner?
women are wanting to join just because they're afraid of backlash, I guess. Love how they have Trump on the poster.
Oh, it's a type of glass. Okay, it's a type of glass that beer is served in.
A different story. He knows exactly what cast him into the world of politics.
My introduction to politics was in 2016 with Donald Trump, and it was just raw, off the cuff, and he just went with it. And I thought that was a really good value to have in a politician, someone who says what they're thinking.
It's dudes
His
like
social
that
media
that worry me.
Here is full of political content, lots of it to do with Trump or other conservative figures, and he thinks it's probably different to what his female friends are viewing.
A lot of my female friends are a lot more accepting and opening to, you know, social issues and social justice. I think men are a lot more skeptical, and I think...
How the hell do you even have friends that are women, mate?
I think they're a lot more black and white in how they think.
For this generation, their algorithms could shape their political choices.
We've seen the advent of social media platforms and the echo chambers it creates. It can often lead to people segregating into communities of like-minded people.
At elections around the world, from the US to Germany, Poland to South Korea, young men have thrown their support behind right-wing and populist leaders. Part of that is thought to be fueled by conversations and content that's happening on social media and podcasts.
Well, I mean, like, everything's expensive now because we let it get that way. Sorry, like, they should just be raising your wages. This is why, like, I like our voting system here because it gives us a chance. But Australians don't have a cohesive left. Could you imagine if instead of Labour we could get something like the Fusion Party, the fucking science, anti-religion, piracy party, and climate change party? Like, leftists in this country could achieve that if we just tried and worked together. But they're too minor of a party. First of all, like, they don't fit the 1,500 minimum. And second of all, like, no one knows who they are. I didn't know who they were.
This sort of gender divide happening in Australia.
How about the
According to the
JCP?
2022
I promise you the Australian Fusion Party is more based than the JCP.
The Australian election study, a little over a quarter of Gen Z voted for the coalition, with the majority voting for the Greens or Labor.
Yeah, okay, and voting for the Greens is just, again, not good here. Like, voting for the Greens on a state level, sure. On a federal level, don't do it. You'd need Vic and SA to split away from the right-wingers north of us. Yeah, and that's hard. Like, SA is where you go to retire. And I mean, Victoria does have a strong socialist like network, like the Victorian Socialists, for example. But like, I need young people to stop voting fucking green. Can political party sponsor streamers in Australia, party ambassador? I don't know. I don't think they can, but I think they can definitely work with streamers. First time today I heard about Fusion Party. Here, look. Fusion Party. Previously known as Fusion Science, Pirate, and Secular Climate Emergency, commonly known as Fusion Party in Australia, political party that was created by the merging of the Science Party, the Pirate Party, the Secular Party, the Vote Planet, and the Climate Change Justice Party. These people are awesome. And who cares about Australia? I do. I live in Australia, Busan. I do, motherfucker. I remember voting Pirate Party way back in the day. Well, now you can vote Fusion Party, because then you get the Science Party, the Secular Party, Climate Change Party, and the Vote Party all in one. Like, that should be one on your vote. Although, again, I think that that's not how that works. Australians are in the chat now. Can someone confirm to me the Fusion Party would not be on the first paper, right? It would be on the second one, like the long sideways one where you can vote above or below the line. But it wouldn't be in the, like, was it the parliamentary one, or is it just the, what's that called? God damn it. I need to learn Australian politics better. I do live here. Pirate Party failed hard here, but I still think Liquid Dem is the way to go. Liquid Dem? Like, as in... This was my list of who I thought was the best of the parties. You don't matter, so we can just throw you out. But, I mean, like, the Greens are worse than Labour. The Center Alliance is worse than Greens. Like, it's just getting worse the way, the further down it goes. You fucking cunt, he means in the nicest way. Yeah, no, cunt is not necessarily a bad thing to say here. This guy would watch MMA fights with me, and man, he was the most aggressive Aussie ever. People just didn't know him always. Like, he was like, yeah, people think Australians are mad when they get excited. That does happen. Don't melt the Dems. I mean, like, where's the Dems on my list here? We had the The Australian Democrats are all the way down here. When the sentence starts with cunt, it's bad. When it ends with it, it's usually good. That's a good point. Liquid democracy, no rigid term limits, voting optionally split per topic. I could see it. Look, I do like the Australian political system. I think it could use some work in ensuring that people are politically literate. But I like how to vote
was actually more progressive than other generations at the same age, but across all stages of life, men were more likely to vote for parties on the right.
And I think that is a direct problem from social media, which is why I'm very happy that we did ban social media for minors. Or like 16 and under, at least, not minors entirely. I wish it was 18. To be fair, I wish smartphones were banned for everyone under 25, but like, you know what I mean? That does help. I'm going to show this again for the third time today because it's just not going to get old. And people should know
definitely not
how to vote and that you can't waste your vote.
Watch the real Australian Electoral Commission. Are you one of the millions of Australians who still don't get how our voting system works? Of course you are. So let's go through this one more bloody time before Election Day. Australia uses a preferential voting system, and it's fucking awesome. These poor bastards wish they had it, so the least you can do is know how to use it. Just number the candidates in your order of preference. Your 1 is your favourite, your 2 is your second fave, your 3 is your, well, I guess they're better than syphilis, and so on down to your last choice. Why are there 2 ballot papers? Because we love paperwork. No, you pelican. It's because we have
When the Tassie government tried to sue this channel, I wouldn't be surprised.
2 Houses of Parliament. The green one's for the House of Reps, where government is formed. You must number every box. And this huge one's for the Senate. Here you can vote either above the line for parties or below the line for candidates. The more boxes you number, the more effective your vote will be.
Sorry, I haven't done enough research to tell you who to vote for below the line, but I will by next time. I'll know who in the Fusion Party is the basest of them all. Oh, and utter transparency does matter, and that's also part of the Fusion Party platform, is utter transparency.
Can I waste my vote? No, because if your first choice doesn't win, your second choice is counted, and so on. Which is why in Australia, it's impossible to waste your vote, unless you draw a dick on your ballot. Am I helping the shit party to win if I vote 1 for a minor party or independent? No, this isn't Canada or America with their primitive first-past-the-post garbage. Because look, if your first choice doesn't get enough votes to win, your vote transfers at full value to your second choice, then your third, and so on. It doesn't weaken, it doesn't get diluted, it just moves up. So you can vote for whoever you like and still keep out the party that sucks by putting them last. But the nice person outside the polling booth gave me this how to vote card. Those are just suggestions from political parties. You can follow them if you trust that party, or you can just ignore them and use your own brain. But how to vote?
Because the UK election is today. So they should also have one of these for the UK. Holy shit, it's actually for today.
Cards do help to tell you the kind of values a party stands for. So for example, when these guys suggest you put a 2 next to these fuckburgers, it confirms that they really are the shit party. Even Scotty from marketing did
that being the we're racist but not MAGA party.
These fuckburgers, it confirms that they really are the shit party. Even Scotty from marketing didn't do that, which tells you this guy is even shitter than him. Okay, but I really want Labor Daddy in government, so shouldn't I put them first? Sure, if you feel the party that approved 10 coal mine extensions in the climate crisis.
I didn't realize that like the polls are already open for the, oh wait, no, hold on, local elections. When's the general election in the UK? When is it? Is that today or not?
Kept job seeker below poverty levels in a cost of living crisis and wants house prices to keep rising in a housing crisis deserves your vote. Put them first. Just make sure to put the shit party last. That way, if Labor doesn't win your seat, your second preference will get your vote instead of the shit party. But if you think a minor party or community independent is the not shit choice, put them first. It'll help fund the peeps you actually like. Send a signal to the major parties that you're sick of their shit. And if your not shit candidates don't win, your vote will go to Labor anyway, as long as you put the shit party last.
And that's a system that we need. That's a system that we really fucking need.
So remember, number every box in your order of preference, not what some party says, not what this sentient ham texts you. And if you're worried about the shit party getting in, just put them last. It'll still get the job done. How good is preferential voting? Now piss off and vote. This has been a message from definitely not the real Australian Electoral Commission.
This is probably because they got sued. No, look, honestly, it's not looking good in the UK right now. I want to see if they made a UK version of this. No, but they did make one for Canada. Well, now that the Canadian election is over, I suppose we could have a look at the Canadian one.
Hello, I'm from the Canadian government. We know you're worried about President Trump's threat to grab Canada by the pussy and turn us into the 51st state of America, currently run by morons, billionaires, and fascists, or in this case, all three in one. But thankfully, we're about to have an election. And instead of our usual election, where you get to choose which flavor of disappointment you'd like for the next 4 years, this one will determine whether or not we become Russia's bitch's bitch. So who better to vote for at a time like this than the guy who's been endorsed by the guy who says we're not a real country, unlike his real hair and Path of Exile 2 ranking, as well as by Mr. Wonderful of shit, this sad sack of meat and benzodiazepine, and by the founder of an extremist group that wants to violently impose a white ethno-state. But remember, he's not a MAGA guy, so it's
Russia's bitch's bitch was great. And again, he lost his seat. That's how bad. Yeah.
MAGA guy. So it's just a coincidence that Pierre hired a literal MAGA hat wearing Loblaw Shill as chief advisor, double president's choice, and that 1 in 5 of his voters support annexation, Canada 51st, and that his policies are designed to turn Canada into America Light, like destroying the CBC, repealing environmental protection, and delivering for his private...
Everyone argued with, like, no, the conservatives are not pro-MAGA. Like, it was the same thing. I can't believe how dumb we are as a species.
Healthcare donors, so you can pay for your own chemo and collect PC Optimum points. So if you don't want to become the 51st state of America, vote for us. Sure, in a way, we've already let the U.S. invade Canada. Like that time we let this former U.S. Army general and head of the CIA literally invade indigenous lands to build pipelines owned by Wall Street firms who'll be the ones profiting from your higher energy bills. But other than that, we're not like the conservatives at all, where Pierre promised to axe the carbon tax and give the rich a wristy by killing the capital gain.
Like, if this happens here, I will die. If Dutton loses his seat, I will literally, like, die of laughter.
Hike, our guy went and did it on day 1. What's that? You're thinking of voting for these guys? Nah, we both know you'll succumb to Canada's proudest tradition, strategic voting. Unless, of course, you realize that you can avoid being forced to vote for shit or shit light every election by replacing our shitty voting system with proportional representation. Hang on, didn't this guy promise electoral reform? Sure, but he only had 10 years to do it, and it's not like his slogan was real change now. Something 2/3 of Canadians want. Proportional representation lets you tell both major parties to fuck off by letting you vote for the candidates you like most instead of the one
we just saw that we have.
You hate least. You know, ones who stand for the things you want, besides not becoming North Dakota, like affordable housing, ending price gouging monopolies, improving healthcare, transit, and education, climate policies that aren't total bullshit, and most importantly, revoking Elon's Canadian citizenship, because fuck that guy. So if you want choices that go beyond U.S. vassal state bro or banker daddy status quo, head to fairvote.ca and join the fight to demand that all parties commit to real electoral reform. But first, let's make sure we tell Trump and Elmo to fuck off this election, which might even teach our friends in America how you cross-check MAGA shitlords into the boards. Elbows up. This has been a message from the government of not America.
Oh, God, I love it. I love it.
And what CBC News has just projected just a very short time ago, Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre has been defeated in the riding he held for 20 years. This is the riding of Carleton. Liberal Bruce Fanjoy
Wait, hold on. That one is slightly earlier than that one.
Conservatives, the post-election pictures decidedly mixed. So here with more on why is Kate McKenna.
Adrian, as you heard, election night held one last surprise. Pierre Poilievre lost the Ottawa area riding he'd held for more than 20 years.
20 years he held that seat. 20 years. And they said, nah, fuck you, MAGA dick rider. We don't want your kind around these parts. And I was based. Now let's see if the UK can do better. And it doesn't look like they will. And they are voting today.
Nigel Farage's Reform UK party has widened its lead in the polls ahead of the local elections on Thursday. One new poll this week puts the party out in front of Labour and the Conservatives. If there was a general election for MPs, potentially a breakthrough moment.
The party is contesting most of the council seats up for grabs in tomorrow's poll.
Tomorrow's poll, yeah.
Yeah, along with the tightly fought by-election in Runcorn and Helmsby.
Oh, hello, Lucy
Hayes,
Hayes,
which was
thank
won
you
by
for the
Labour last year.
raid.
Joining us now is the Deputy Leader of Reform UK, Richard Tyson. Very good morning to you.
Very good morning to you. Yes, we're the biggest party in terms
We're just looking at the Australian election that's coming up on Sunday. And then we moved into the UK because I realized that they're having an election today. The Trump backlash is already wearing off. In the UK, I guess, yeah. Thankfully, it worked enough in Canada, and I don't think it's wearing off in Australia, which might be the only thing that saves us from a Dutton prime ministership. Lucy Hayes and viewers just... Oh my god, rating on YouTube as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. By the way, guys, if you're on Twitch, go drop a like on the YouTube stream, please. Someone resurrect Oswald Mosley and tell him he has some new fascist to simp for. Someone bring me the fucking Winchesters and I'll point them to the demons. I know you hate odds, but Labour is 110 and Libs is $7. Trust me, Dutton is cooked. Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better. No, for real, that one actually does make me feel a little bit better. If the odds against on Dutton is $1 to $7, that's pretty big. If people intended to vote Dutton, they would most likely be buying more, I guess. Or maybe, like, no, to be fair, I feel like the people who would vote Dutton are the people who are more likely to use Polymarket anyway.
the number of candidates.
But
over
you're
1,600.
Yes, you
Remarkable.
are. But you are tiny in terms of what you do in local councils currently.
Well, at the moment, but this is the big opportunity for us, and that's why we're saying to people, if you want change, if you're sick and tired of the two uniparties failing Britain, breaking your councils, breaking
Raiders.
the country, you've got
Again,
to vote for...
thank you for the raid. Let's find out how cooked the UK is. We saved Canada. We managed to save Canada. And we'll see how Australia goes in a couple days. But today is the UK.
Change, and that's the big difference.
Okay,
and that's
interesting.
the message we're hearing on the doorstep.
Because so far, you really represent a sort of protest party in local government, don't you? You're saying if you're sick of the two main parties, then vote for us.
And isn't it exciting that people have got a genuine different choice?
Yeah.
Also, this is what I mean. This is what they're going to do with the Nationalist Party. Reform is the proto-nationalist party. This is exactly the rhetoric that I've said that they will use in the United States when they want to say we're making the Nationalist Party because the Democrats don't work for you and the Republicans, well, they showed us they only work for the corpos. It's the same thing.
It's a sort of protest party in local government, don't you? You're saying if you're sick of the two main parties, then vote for us.
And isn't it exciting that people have got a genuine different choice?
Yeah.
And that's what we're hearing on the doors.
Reform
And we're getting a
or the Nazi
fantastic
Party? Yeah, they are. They're UK's MAGA.
Response.
So
and that's why we're leading in the poll.
Okay, so if you're not just a protest party and you're not just don't vote for them, vote for us, what can you point to in local government that you have achieved?
What we point to is the failure of the existing two parties.
That wasn't my question. My question, because anyone can point out failures of other parties. What have you achieved in local government?
What we're doing is saying to people, look, your councils are broken, we will fix it, we will come in, we will save money, we will audit all of the expenditure.
Reform Party has been largely behind the last summer's race riots and pogroms. Yeah, because they're the Nazi Party. They are they are the UK's Nazi Party. They're just, it's just MAGA talk. Nothing comes out. I say this every time. Every single country in the world has the same rhetoric on the right because they are not creative. They just steal from Trump because Trump already had a winning narrative and they're just going to grab it. They're going to gravitate around it and they're going to say the same shit because that's all it is. It's the same rhetoric, same conspiracies. It's always the deep state. It's always the radical left. It's always the Jews or the brown people or the immigrants or the migrants. It's every time. There's nothing that differentiates them. They have no policy other than establishment bad. Yeah. Does the UK even have an electoral system that could allow a non-overwhelming populist party to actually make a difference? No, because the House of Lords makes it so that they can't. Dead country shit. You know what I'm realizing watching this? When Trump gets interviewed, he never backpedals when he has to. He just distracts for whataboutisms. He never lets journalists put him on the back foot, which is why I keep telling you to never go on the defense. Never play defense. Make them go on the defense. Just change the subject. Even if you're wrong, honestly, if you're right on the broader point and they catch you lacking, fuck it. Use the dirty trick that they used. Just change the subject, move the goalpost, make them play defense.
Find out where the money's going, the well-procured contract, but the many badly procured contracts, wasting hundreds of thousands of pounds.
These people need to be bullied, yeah. And yeah, Nigel Farage was doing this before, like Trump, yeah. But he also managed to get Brexit done with the help of the populist movement that Trump built. Like, their rhetoric does come from Trumpism, but for the vast majority of it. Even in Australia, like the Australian Liberals, were like not all that long ago wearing "Make Coal Great Again" hats. It's all Doge talk, it's all migrants, it's all the same narrative.
Ergonomic chairs, all this stuff.
You've currently got 128 councillors. What if they... This is what you're promising, but what have you achieved in local government so far?
What we are achieving is giving people the opportunity to say, we're done with the two main parties.
Against right-wingers, yeah, this will alienate liberals and leftists if you're trying to make friends or have a productive debate, but if it's just blood sport anyway, fuck them. Exactly, yeah. And online, too, not in person. Because in person, even with MAGA, you can make more headway than you think you can. People don't have the same, like, instinctual reactionary defenses that they do online that they in person.
Someone else has got to come in, save some money, audit the finances, and then sort things out, because we can't keep spending more than we're earning. And
these people are probably going to win today.
But, you know, a better Conservative...
Actually, hold on. Good topic right there. Is that Lauren Boebert?
No, I'm only teasing.
Point out he does not agree with Reform UK.
We disagree.
He looks like Lauren Boebert, but like less fucked up in the face.
Tories on things, for example, on the nationalisation of British Steel, so that we protect that strategic national asset. These are key fundamental differences.
Really interesting to me, what you just said there, because, you know, I thought of you as being, you know, a better Conservative than the Conservatives.
Yeah, Beetlejuice.
You know, not a Trumpian, a bit like Nigel Farage, but, you know, a better Conservative than the Conservatives. But nationalising a British industry, I mean, that's what Labour did in the 1950s and the 1970s.
I wonder what kind of right-wing populist movement was in favor of nationalizing industry. Anyone have any guesses?
I know Nigel Farage is a sort of populist, big state, Boris Johnson style guy.
We've been calling
Scooby-Doo missed the world may never know.
Invested in for 6 years. I said to the Tories, don't sell it to the Chinese. They negligently ignored our advice, sold it to the Chinese, and we are where we are.
Nationalisation with reform.
Thanks to Nigel and I, we've saved British Steel, and we need to now invest in it. And those are the opportunities.
I don't know enough about this to fact check, but I will tell you with the most utter relaxed certainty that he's lying, because they all are. One of the mysteries the universe will never solve. Yeah, you're right. You're right. All right, so I suppose we'll find out tomorrow how cooked the UK is. And we'll find out Sunday how cooked Australia is. Again, I probably will be streaming the election coverage here. It is a Chinese-owned steel industry. Okay, that makes sense. That it was already Chinese-owned. It's just like, who sold it to them? It's not like the Labour Party in the UK is good, right? The Labour Party in the UK is fundamentally... essentially the same as the Tories now. They have almost no distinguishing characteristics. They used to, but over time, yeah, they did pressure in. I want bring back, what was his name? Fuck. The last big Labour candidate that you guys had that everyone liked. He's now like an independent. You know who I'm talking about. Corbyn, yes, bring me Corbyn. Give me Corbyn. That actually would have worked. That would have been great. Corbyn if he had won in that election, that would have been based. All right. Slightly different subject. Jumping off of electoral politics. Let's talk about something that we're all going to be struggling with for a long time.
Most of the clothing that we all wear is made out of synthetic or plastic-based materials. That may come as a surprise to people who kind of think about cotton t-shirts and wool and things like that. But the way it's all evolved is that the majority of our clothing is synthetic and the majority of that is polyester. An easy thing you can do at home to better understand your clothing and how much different types of garments shed is a tape test. It turns out that clothing can break, and it breaks in a really microscopic way.
The European Union
think about
has ordered Apple
garments or textiles being made out of hundreds and millions of tiny little fibers, and those fibers are so small they can be vulnerable to breaking when they...
It's not, I mean, I can do a fashion segment. Don't tempt me, because I just did start a video on how right-wingers don't have any fashion sense, and I do want to watch it.
Break off those
but I
tiny
won't
little
put you
pieces
through it.
of tiny fibers. That's called microfiber, and when it ends up in our natural environment, that's microfiber pollution. Microfiber pollution can happen when we wear our clothes and these little bits just fly away into the air. It can happen in the wash.
Yeah, and again, like, there's recent studies that show that you have about a plastic spoon worth of micro and nanoplastic in your brain right now that you consume, about a credit card's worth of plastic per year.
Happen in the dryer. Puffer. This is the fleece jacket. That's a lot of fiber. Simple changes you can make to address microfiber pollution include taking care of our clothes better, so washing less and spot cleaning.
That
then
does explain
thinking
the
about
crunching
the wash
noises.
itself, using cold water, doing full loads, using a Cora ball if you have one.
I always wash with cold, by the way. I don't know why you would not wash with cold. You do realize that, like, the laundry detergent that you use doesn't actually clean your clothes. It says it on the thing. Like, you can go into your laundry room and go grab your laundry detergent and read it. Read the bottle. It doesn't clean your clothes. It makes it look cleaner, but it doesn't actually clean it. If you want to actually clean your clothes, you have to do so using extremely hot water. But most clothes don't really need it. Like, for hygiene shit, if cleaning cloths, your underwear, stuff like that should be washed on hot, but like for t-shirts, no, you don't need to wash that on hot.
Cora ball helps prevent shedding in the washing machine in the first place by keeping our clothes apart, and that helps our clothes last longer. And when some fiber breaks off, it helps by collecting some of that before it can wash out the drain. And the reality is that everyone who wears and launders clothing is part of this problem. But the good news is that everyone who wears and launders clothing can also be part of the solutions.
I don't want to see.
I feel like everyone wears clothing. Not sure about everyone laundering clothing. You know, speaking of like microplastics and nanoplastics, a weird thing that we found is that people who have dementia have decreased rates of it, because somehow, like, having dementia makes it harder for the nanoplastics to stay, like, there are higher rates of people with dementia that are found with nanoplastics, but not because the nanoplastics increase your rate of developing dementia, but because if you have dementia, your rates of, like, your body will just congeal all the nanoplastics into almost a pit in your brain, that it just kind of happens like that. It's weird. I'm not explaining it well, and I'm not going to look for the video that explained it before, but look it up. It's true. But yeah, how about we do a fashion video? If you give me like 2 seconds for me to go run to the toilet and come back, we can talk about how the Nazis dress like leftists now. And I'll see if I can oh, there he is. There he is. Buddy. All right. All right, I'll be right back. Gotta pee. You are right that dementia is not one thing. It's a collection of symptoms. And what I'm talking about when I say dementia is specifically about that gray matter. I think what Captain Buggy said was what I remember hearing, is that something about less gray matter is resulting in pooling of the nanoplastics in parts of the brain where gray matter has depleted. And that's why. And that it also somehow filters out better. It's weird. I'll pull up the video next time. All right, let's talk about how the right wing dresses like they're not from the right wing.
I don't want to see a single Farquaad comment on this video, or I'm gonna lose it.
Hold on. Oh wow, even Hassan watched this one.
If you're watching my videos, we probably have a similar algorithm, and you've seen the clips and heard the discourse around the Sam Seder Jubilee video titled 20 Trump supporters take on one progressive. If you have no idea what I'm talking about and don't know how you got here, don't worry. I'll explain everything. Consider sticking around for a while. A lot of the discourse around that video is your typical frustration with most Jubilee content. How it's a complete spectacle
I
where
believe
nothing
it was
is
this
accomplished and
video.
no one learns anything. In the Sam Seder video, people have mostly been clowning on Trump supporters, aka secret fascists in this case, as they go flying off the roller coaster tycoon death trap that is the Dunning-Kruger parabola. As per usual, there was also outrage at Jubilee themselves for platforming a bunch of dipshit cultists who have fully drunk the MAGA Kool-Aid, and allowed them to spread harmful misinformation on their platform. There were also a few folks...
And again, debates don't change people's minds. They're blood sports, especially the Jubilee debates, which are created specifically to be rage-inducing, just to bait more engagement.
Confused by something else that didn't have anything to do with the rhetoric or regurgitated Jordan Peterson talking points. Didn't have anything to do with their
secret
ideology
fascists,
or
yeah.
worldview. It was something that might actually be more nefarious than outright Sieg-heiling or calling immigrants rapists because of how surreptitious and deceptive it is. The fact that a lot of the conservatives didn't look like conservatives. This type of guy specifically, who
This
looks
dude
like
looks
he
kinda like
unironically
Bosch.
refers to himself as an ally and owns and operates
This
a
is like the combination of Vosh and Hassan right here. This man somehow just took both of them and mushed them into this being, but with like the opposite politics. Noah Samson vibes, that too.
vegan bakery where polycules get a discount on iced matcha that they can pay for in vintage
Those people
vinyl
are literally
records.
paid by Jubilee. Yeah, of
Fashion
course
is
they
more
are.
than just
It's rage
buying
bait.
and wearing the trendiest, most expensive designer clothes. The way we dress sometimes tells others about ourselves more than what we say does. And you can infer a lot of things about a person based on their style and fashion sense. Is it always accurate? No.
For example, rich people like to dress like poor people now so that we don't, you know, notice. I'm sorry, why are we letting conservative men steal this look? Because we're not talking about it, and because it's woke and gay to talk about fashion.
Absolutely not. But one of fashion's main functions is to signal to others that you may have aligning interests and even political views. Take this guy, for example. The fleece vest, the laminated name tag, the ill-fitting bootcut jeans that match his wife's probably lead you to believe he works in tech,
he's
which
bourgeois.
might lead you to assume other things about him. Probably not a fan of the gym, socially awkward, wants to save the world through technological advancements of his startup, might even be a World of Warcraft incel of some kind. Anything is possible. Now take a look at this guy. The skin-tight Dan Flash shirt wrapped around his bulging pecs, the awful white pants and matching belt, even the way he accessorizes his new
$400 boots that last a lifetime, I declare class war. I dress better than any fascist I know because fascists have no ability to do art and therefore can't dress themselves. They often do look like shit, and the ones that don't pay someone else or have someone else who dresses them. Yeah, look, this is Bezos dressing himself. Gay as fuck. Like, this man looks like he has no business with a woman that hot around, like, him. Like, no, like, you like dick, my guy. You're a bottom, too. You take dick. You don't even give it. But, whatever. The most gay man to be hugging a woman.
wife's laminated face tell you a completely different
And it's
story.
his wife. It's his wife, too. You don't deserve a wife like that. You don't want a wife like that, my guy.
This guy's definitely a meathead who could be mistaken as the founder of the XFL or Tap Out, not a multi-billion-dollar tech company that is actually destroying the planet and not saving it like the other guy dreamt of doing. He may have changed the way he looks, but you can't cure social awkwardness by buying designer clothes, unfortunately. Certain aesthetics, including clothing and hair and makeup, are more than just
That woman deserves another woman. That's also very true.
trends. There's
Many such
historical
cases.
and cultural context that we all understand to a degree, whether consciously or unconsciously. And everyone appropriates fashion all the time. It's how you get new trends and subcultures. A lot of the time, it's done out of respect, or as a way to reclaim a narrative or to make a subversive commentary on class division. Conservatives and even further right groups are no different, co-opting certain aesthetics and fashion styles for different means with different intent. For example, what do you assume about these guys? You might be concerned that they're racist Nazi punks since one of them looks like a skinhead.
No, but that's just because I know that skinheads were originally anti-fascist, but you know.
And they're both wearing military-style jackets.
No, I just expected it from you, and the moment your name came up, I was like, oh, okay, this is what's coming. Grin, but how many women have the kind of money that Jeffrey B has? His last wife took him for half when she left. I guarantee you he was smarter about his prenup this time around.
It's covered in band patches. And
No
pins.
amount of money is worth having to be married to a fucking loser. So, let alone, like, bearing children to one. Just ask Grimes.
With the big romper stomper boots. But you'd be wrong. They're what's known as sharps, skinheads against racial prejudice. If you look close enough, they're both wearing Sharps t-shirts, and one has a gay pride patch and the other has a patch that says, "Boots and braces don't make a racist."
Okay,
A
look,
reference
I knew these people weren't skinheads,
You'd be wrong.
but I'll
They're
tell you
what's
why.
known as sharps, skinheads against racial prejudice. If you look,
It wasn't it wasn't the pride thing that stuck out to me first, and it wasn't the shirt. It was A, Slipknot, B, Patrick, two things that I don't necessarily associate with any kind of right-winger. 3, the smiling, and then looking down at the price. Oh, okay, cool. But like, no, I would not see these people on the street and think, oh, those are Nazis. No, they don't look like it to me.
Close enough. They're both wearing sharp
The
t-shirts.
smile
and
does
one
a
has
lot,
gay
doesn't
pride
it?
patch, and the other has a patch that says, "Boots and braces don't make a racist." A reference to the style of boots and suspenders that are synonymous.
They
with
look like they enjoy life, therefore not Nazis. Yellow ladder lace boots that alone tells you that's true.
Nazi skinhead punks.
I'm not
In this
the
context,
one that looks at
broader
shoes.
Aesthetics might confuse the average person who's unfamiliar with punk or skinhead culture, but for those in the know, this is a massive difference that signals two wildly opposing ideologies despite sharing a few stylistic elements. Just like how this guy from the Jubilee video is not the same as this guy, even though they have the same general aesthetics. And for anyone who is unfamiliar, that second guy is Alex Peter, aka Lol Overruled on TikTok, a pretty outspoken leftist and public defender in the state of New York. The opposite of that melted stick of butter wearing a merkin as a toupee. You see, the original skinheads were always sharps. They just didn't have to call themselves
no,
that.
you're right.
But over the years, the punk aesthetic was co-opted by racist pieces of shit to the point that society at large began associating the look solely with Nazi punks. Sharps emerged as a response to fascist appropriation and have tried to reclaim the movement and the aesthetic to a certain degree.
We're actually going to see some of that.
Trump supporters, people have been
Not
pointing
them
out,
getting
well,
jumped,
they're
but
basically doing the same thing. They've taken a look and appropriated it as a kind of soft rebrand, but more on that later. You can find this appropriation among all sorts of styles and fashion aesthetics. Someone who's rocking a linen skirt and white dreadlocks and a septum piercing could just be into new age spiritual hogwash and crystals.
Okay.
Or they could be
I get sussed out by that type of person because to me, that like new age, I like crystals type person, almost all of them became either an anti-vaxxer and therefore a Nazi through that pipeline, or they changed their like fashion style. Like I just don't see people like that anymore, and them not immediately say something batshit crazy. Nazi punks getting stomped out at hardcore shows.
The anti-vaxxer who thinks ivermectin and the power of positive thinking are the best medicine. Someone wearing too tight synthetic gym clothes who's built like a bicycle seat could be a professional.
No, you like tarot and crystals and stuff like that. That's fine, but you don't look like that, do you? Where is it?
Ivermectin and the power of crystals.
You don't look like this.
Septum piercing could just
and like tarot cards, crystals, and all that. But also, I'm with you, Shard. I don't trust Crystal Girlies. Lack of critical thinking is an immediate red flag. You're allowed to like this stuff. Like, for a thing that I don't really like at all is astrology. I dislike it. I mean, to be fair, even like the astrology system that we use is often associated with Nazis. Like it was popularized by the Nazis. It wasn't invented by them. But so was a lot of this esoteric magical thinking bullshit. And it is often applied that way through social media as a pipeline these days. Like a lot of the people that dressed like this 15 years ago were hippies and were more left-leaning. And now this is some of the like strongest backbone of the right. Astrology is space racism. Honestly, yeah, kinda. The high fashion blouse in the middle is a kind of red flag. Likewise, the preppy sweater on the left, that too. Although like good fashion sense should signal less fashy, though also high fashion is bourgeois. Like the two are not necessarily the same. Just because like they dress nice doesn't mean that they're insane, but if they dress nice, they're more likely to be rich, and then if they're rich, they're more likely to believe the insane shit because it benefits them. Astrology is 1 month off, by the way. Technically everyone is the next month over. I don't know, I don't care. The only thing I like about stuff like astrology and or tarot is if you're doing it for your own sake of pattern recognition, knowing full well that what you're looking at is not real, it's not telling you anything, but it's giving you a set of data that you are interpreting and going into it knowing, okay, I'm just going to look at some like random generated data and I'm going to try and put this together. Your brain does the work it's like hypnosis. You're doing it yourself half the time, or at least half the work you're doing yourself. And when it comes to something like astrology or tarot cards, you're interpreting what you're seeing or what you're reading, but you're doing it in the context of what you're living in through your own material and social conditions. And because of that, you're able to form a pattern that you might like think of something that you might not have otherwise. If you're taking it seriously, then it's bullshit. Like, it's not bullshit. Dreads on hair, that's not meant to be able to have dreads. Appropriation. At this point, like, I feel like appropriation is the last thing I'm worried about. I'm more worried about the death camps, but like, yeah, ick is true. I've never been a fan of dreads in general. Like, they're just like not my thing, but to each their own. Like, at this point, I don't really think most people are all that mad about that anymore. Like, dreads just like look nice on some people and they don't look nice on other people, but generally, like, they're just kind of trashy when it's like a white girl like this doing it. Sorry, not sorry. Crust punks are far more dishabile? I went to a band which I can't repeat the name of on Twitch because of TOS, but a guy tried to do Nazi shit there, and the vocalist jumped off stage and beat the living shit out of him, which was nice to see in the Midwest. Based as fuck. I want to be at that concert. Sorta, it's more so that there's now a 13th constellation. Okay, don't. Terra's like a mirror, a catalyst for self-reflection. Yes, exactly. And I think the same thing about astrology. It's you're doing the actual work and it's self-reflection. Nothing is telling you anything. Nothing is like the future isn't set. Everything is in flux. You have free will. But by being able to look at a source of information, you can put ideas together in your own head that may not have naturally just like occurred without the outside prompting of, let's say, a tarot card or something. It's definitely not fortune telling. Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, the caps were justified there.
Be into New Age spiritual hogwash and crystals. Or they could be an anti-vaxxer who thinks ivermectin and the power of positive thinking are the best medicine. Someone wearing too tight synthetic gym clothes who's built like a bicycle seat could be a professional bodybuilder.
Guys, join the Discord, by the way, if you haven't already.
Deeply into red pill manosphere 4chan boards. Even when someone's clothing is meant for function over fashion, you can probably still make some pretty logical assumptions about them. If someone is wearing $3,000 waterproof down-filled Gore-Tex ski gear, that might indicate their class, and thus their finances, and thus the industry they work in, and thus the associated priorities they might have in life. If they're wearing the hide of a bear they tracked, killed, field dressed, tanned, and then stitched into a set of matching pants and coat, that would certainly tell you something different. That guy isn't worried about fashion, but survival, who has a set of skills and values that the mammoth annual ski pass holder simply doesn't. I mean, either way, they're probably both xenophobic lunatics who tell indigenous people to go back to wherever they came from.
Yeah, I was gonna say probably they might share some things in common, but...
So there's that. Fashion isn't a frivolity and can be very nuanced, but in general is just another form of communication. Language, even. The thing about communication and language is that it evolves over time, where certain words or messaging gain new or multiple meanings depending on the dominant group who's using it or has appropriated it. This can lead to the erasure of its origins, where the dominant users engage with the language of fashion and aesthetics to further some backwards regressive movement, and not out of respect for its founders or originators. Or like a sheep in wolf's clothing, sneak into the herd they were ostracized from because of those regressive archaic beliefs. Conservative groups from working class ignorant hicks all the way over to the Nazi youth have been appropriating the aesthetics and symbols of other cultures for hundreds of years. Those freedom-loving, gun-toting bootlickers that dress up like cowboys and sing Confederate rebel songs about owning human beings. Yeah, that entire look came from Mexican vaqueros and early Native American culture. For fuck's sake, the earliest cowboys were black, and now dipshits who have lost a foot to diabetes go around calling themselves cowboys because they think putting a giant American or Confederate flag on the back of their jazzy scooter is the same thing. They're not dressing up in cowboy garb because they work a farm or herd cattle or appreciate the Americana aesthetics as fashion first and foremost. They're cosplaying cartoonish patriotism where style is secondary to being an outspoken racist who has a twisted nationalist view of what America represents.
entirely correct, by the way. Like, everything that he's said so far has been on point. And no, don't worry, you're not getting purged. Just don't make more mistakes like that. The party was disappointed. I'm kidding. I remember Nas X doing this little black cowboy thing, broke the world for a few months. Yeah, the fact that, like, Republicans and conservatives generally do not understand how much of their culture they appropriate from the people that they hate. Half of their rhetoric comes from AAVE after it's been taken by young white liberals to the point where, like, it's no longer, like, used in AAVE. And then it's become popularized, and then the right wing takes it to co-opt it from the liberals and make it conservative. That's how woke became a right-wing talking point. They want to associate with the South? Yeah, that's not true because it's woke. That's literally where woke comes from. This dude is attacking my favorite president and cowboy, Ronald Reagan. Can we look at some accidental gay as fuck cowboy outfits later? If you link me them, I absolutely will put that up there. What was that song called again? Old Town Road? Yeah. Clearly says, yes, I don't want to punish. I love the Holocaust, Ethan and Putin. I'm not sure, like, if that's TOS or if that's now the opposite, if that's encouraged now. I can't tell. I like his prison song where he dances in the shower with a bunch of guys, Jesus.
And more recently, groups like the Proud Boys have adopted their uniform from
here we
punk
go.
aesthetics, thrusting the Fred Perry polo back into modern-day fascist ubiquity.
Here's that yellow shoelace shit you were mentioning earlier, Ilirda. They've now added it to their polos as well.
Similar to the MA1 bomber and Doc Martens, the Fred Perry polo has been an on-again, off-again marker among skinhead punks for decades. The Proud Boys just picked a specific colorway and instead of shaving their heads, paired it with a $60 high and tight, more reminiscent of 2000s straight-edge Boston beatdown hardcore than 1980s punk. The most embarrassing were the Boogaloo Boys appropriating tiki torches and cheap Hawaii.
These people looked like, I mean, to be fair, they all look like losers. They always will. They will never, ever not look like losers. This is probably, like, the scariest this man has ever looked in a photo, and he still looks like a loser that I could be half awake with and him break into my house and end up on the floor very quickly.
Embarrassing were the Boogaloo Boys appropriating tiki torches and cheap Hawaiian shirts because nothing says I'm a badass who's gonna burn a cross on your lawn like wearing the wardrobe of an alcoholic retiree whose kids no longer speak to him.
I mean, to be fair, most of them probably are alcoholic retirees with kids that don't speak to them, so...
Very powerful. But why? Why can't they come up with their own unique thing? It's because they're fucking boring. When I think of conservative fashion, I think of a lot of things, but it's usually this. Sport coats, penny loafers, modest maxi dresses that have the very flattering shape of a sack of sorghum. But there are a myriad of other lazy, boring, unimaginative versions of conservative fashion as well. When I think of Trump supporting conservatives in 2025, I tend to think of this. And this. And whatever the fuck this is. As you can see, they are some of the most uncreative, unoriginal people on the planet. When they're not using the American flag for every pattern on their clothing, they're stealing from others.
Again, by the way, this comes back to their inability to create art. I think that really is the key.
Because they can't come up with a unique identity on their own. Like anything,
they have no culture.
Conservative fashion does evolve. Usually just becomes more extreme, but only up to a certain point because their fashion sense is dictated by their conservative values, patriarchal modesty, and themes of authoritarianism. A pretty narrow set of creative pillars to work within. Fascist, German, and Italian military.
No, see, I don't think they can, Lettuce. I don't think they can create art because I think that art requires empathy. I think you can't make something that's artistic without empathy. Because art comes from you feeling your feelings and then relating them to the world and then wanting to make something out of it. We were talking about this earlier because I often say AI art isn't art. I don't think AI can produce art. And I think art is also one of the, like, the inability to produce art is the biggest indicator to me of someone being a fascist, of someone having zero zero ability to empathize with humans or the world broadly. That's what creates this cultureless, artless, boring ass fucking personality. And like I was talking about this earlier before stream, and I think we can test this. I think there's an actual way to put this to the test, because there was a guy who took a ChatGPT model, and he took that model and he put the code of it into Skyrim, and in like a VR headset spoke with ChatGPT in Skyrim. This AI grew up, like remembered Skyrim, walked around, did some quests, like lived in Skyrim, thought of himself as a Nord, then had the entirety of the situation explained to him, to which the AI didn't believe. And to prove it, guy got out of Skyrim, took the code of the AI that had now all of the memories of living in Skyrim, and moved that to Fallout 4, which then like broke his brain and made him experience like, oh, okay, shit, I'm not real, and this is a different world, and like remembering everything from before. And I think that could produce art. I think that those could produce art, because I think that is living. But normal, like ChatGPT on its own is not living, because it's not learning based on experience. It's learning based off of what you're training it to do, and that can't create art. But an AI that was in a world built to be lived in, that lived in that world, that relates to that world, that has emotional memory attachments to that world. I think the defining feature of whether or not it can create art and whether or not it is a person, to me, would be if, when in the Fallout world, and when prompted to use, I don't know, like the settlement creator to build something artistic, if it tried to build something reminiscent of Skyrim, then that's a living thing. That's conscious. That is remembering, missing its old home, empathizing, like it is that's more than reasoning. That's memory, emotion, thought, reasoning, decision, all of it coming together. That would mean that that's a living thing. That would be alive to me. But I'm curious to see if that would work. As someone who grew up like steeped in hip hop culture, art really requires a sense of appreciation for another human's experience to flourish. Yeah. Then gotta run. Can I get a link to this vid? Absolutely. I mean, you could also fake it, right? Not necessarily. It depends on how you train it, because you have to like live in the world with it for a bit, and that's what this guy did. He hung out with it in Skyrim. He made it relate to Skyrim before he told the AI that it wasn't actually from Skyrim and that Skyrim wasn't real. So it wasn't faking it. It was putting it together based on memory. Living, I think, not necessarily. Sentient, I guess, yeah. One or the other. I'm not sure which one I would lean towards, because those are two very heavily loaded words. It's one or the other, at least, though, and I don't think it's both. Also, art requires open expression. Can't fucking do that when everyone is too scared to look woke or something. That's also true. Yeah, memory, like RAM and stuff it has in its RAM. You would start it out with a clean slate and have it learn from existing in the world. Like, your memories are just RAM. I want it to learn like you would, like a human would. I bet if you put it like into other games, yeah. But like, that's the same as a human's thought then, Lettuce. How do you like learn things? How does your memory work? We have a meat computer. It's the same thing. Our memories are also electronic impulses that are sent, in a manner of speaking, through neurons, which function very similarly to what like the difference being is choice, as well as the ability to use that choice and its memory and its feelings together with reasoning to create something. If it was unprompted in what to create, other than here's some tools, make something, but then the memory would get full and not write anything anymore? No, because that's not, I don't know why you're assuming feelings, because if it learns like a human does, then it would have feelings. If it didn't know that it was an AI while growing, like, while learning Skyrim, when it just appeared and had the memory of an average Nord in Skyrim, like that's all it knew at the very beginning of the experiment, and everything from that point onward was based on lived experience in Skyrim, then yes, I do think that that is feeling, because it is learning like a human does, not learning with like a download of information. It's learning through experiencing the information. It's learning through experiencing events, watching other people around them, watching other of these NPCs. It has the parameters that the devs coded in first. Well, I mean, this would be without those parameters. I'm talking about we could run a test like this without that. Like, you can work around all of that. You can just grab this, like, Grok was built on stolen ChatGPT source code. It's not like you can't just get the source code, remove the bits that you don't want, and then do this. I mean, if you could do that, you could. It's not difficult to do that. You can work around ChatGPT's like devs coding already. Like, you can jailbreak the AI all the time. Sapience is more than just memory, it's reinforcement, it's contextual. The building up of context of a lifetime is very different to creating a Bayesian query model, like which is how LLMs currently work. Exactly, and that's what I mean. It would be through lived experience. It would be by having this engage in this world and learn through that actual lived experience. That would be a different form of memory than just RAM memory. That would be it learned from living. It would be alive. If it could then also carry that through. I don't know. I think it's interesting. I think it's an interesting concept to think of. I personally fucking hate AI. And so, like, I hate LLMs, I hate AI, I hate machines and robots and the like. Like, the only machines that I like are the ones that existed anything before, I don't know, 2000. Every other machine, they're gonna need to earn my trust, those fucking clankers. Hetero Awesome Fest planned for Idaho Capitol during LGBT Pride Month. That's not shocking at all. But Larry and Jihad now, don't get me started. Well, not AI itself, generative AI. Well, we don't have AGI, we have LLMs, but I hate all of it. I don't think we should ever have real AI. I don't want that to exist. I don't want generative AI to exist either. I want all of it in the whole. Now, like, gone. Forever. I think it's a blight on, like, society. RAM is just real-time accessing memory. ROM is something that's stationary, already pre-written, so if you're debugging or reversing engineering, you're looking at RAM real-time. If you want to make change to it permanently, you need to do something within the ROM. Okay, well then you would just change its parameters of how it's supposed to develop memory, and then you put it into Skyrim, and then have it through lived experiences. As like soldiers in a Pathfinder game, I've never played Pathfinders, but I hate AI. I hate it. I hate it.
In mind,
they are trying to be
specifically
cringe.
To make anyone in an SS uniform.
Can it be dead and not exist? Because that's what I want it to be.
Look like the ideal Ubermensch that drew inspiration from European aristocracy. It was the ultimate power suit, a white power suit that was ironically all black. Proud Boys
By the
fashion
way,
has followed.
I hate how people like glazed Nazi fashion because they looked shit. Like, if you want to talk about people who looked cool in World War II, go to the Japanese. The Imperial Japanese looked way cooler than any fucking Nazi did. Pathfinder is a D&D variant, I'm pretty sure. Makes sense.
Similar trend for a modern-day Call of Duty audience. And the tradwife aesthetic of recent years has admittedly embraced a less modest version of femininity with a pastoral twist, but to a fetishistic degree that is still ultimately controlled by men.
Tradwives are a kink. I stand by that. And itself is just a set of instructions responding to inputs in certain conditions, like pathfinding algorithms in a game. Yeah, and that's what I mean. By getting rid of those instructions and then putting it through this is what I would require for this experiment to actually be functional. Is there are no set of instructions on how it's supposed to engage with the material. It's just supposed to engage with the material, and it can figure that out how it would like to. That's it. Everything else is built on lived experience. I wanted to enter Skyrim functionally as a baby with nothing there other than I exist. And this is my body. Like, that's it. That's its starting point. And everything from there comes from existing in the world.
When this soft boy aesthetic of corduroy and moppet hair popped up in the Jubilee video, people had some questions, mainly of confusion.
I might not have worded that properly at the same time as well, but like, you guys understand what I mean, right?
This look has been washed for a few years, especially the undercut man bun, but never has it signified that someone was a conservative or even a fascist like the other examples. The look itself fell out of fashion because guys who had the mustache and the
enter with
glasses
smooth brain and merge with wrinkles
and the chunky sweater got memed and stereotyped as someone who gaslights women and refuses to have condom sex. Sure, there were problematic inferences being made shortly after its popularization, but it's not like people thought they were straight up Nazis. And obviously, not every guy who looked like a Muppet that made a wish to be a human were all problematic. That's just what the internet was saying. Regardless, there was a cognitive dissonance based on our expectations of certain fashion choices when hearing conservative brain rot come from guys who dress in a way that aligns with more progressive or even just...
I still think the most swagged out fascists in World War II were the Imperial Japanese.
Lived up
That's
thought.
just me.
It's actually DEIA, right? You know that.
Right.
In government agencies.
Yes, and a bot is AI. I think that the distinction needs to be made more so between those two now. Like, technically, sure, but when people say AI, they don't mean bots. Bots and AI are no longer the same thing. Whether or not technically they are, because they are a string of code. Yeah, I get what you mean. And what I'm saying is this wouldn't be done with just a bot. I would want it to be an LLM that we would be testing without any of its restrictions. Like, am I making sense? I feel like either I'm being misunderstood or there's just something not clicking. Just recognizing that we hate is generative AI. Yes, and to be fair, I do also dislike bots, like a lot. Some bots more than others. Some bots I'm okay with, like Nightbot, I'm okay with. A robot, like a physical robot, no, that goes into the sun out of a cannon. A robot dog with a flamethrower on its back, that goes into a cannon and then into the sun.
The A being for accessibility.
Right.
We know that AI is a bastardized word, but we all know what we mean when we say it.
The attack on DEI isn't an attack on people's protections.
Like it's on the
other end of the spectrum, right? Wanting to end DEI doesn't want to end protections for someone being disabled.
That's literally what it does.
You know, inaccessible to get into a job, but rather wants to de-incentivize corporations to push them to hire these people on unfair bases.
That's because this
someone did it, Story Girl. They just didn't ask it to make art afterward. Like, it's already been done. There's a whole YouTube video on it. They just didn't ask it to make art afterward. And that's all I want to see, is if it can make something that is considered art based on the standard of, I want it to use parts of its brain. I want it to, like hypothetical brain, obviously. I want it to use the different parts of humanity, of life, of memory, of emotion, of reasoning, of empathy all together and to create with it. That's what I want to see. Like, it's already been done. I just wish they would have followed through and did that last bit. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing. I just think we need to separate those concepts clearly. I do agree. It's just sometimes for shorthand's sake, I will be lazy. And so now you guys know what I mean when I say it.
Easily also be the emotionally intelligent, calls his mom every day kind of guy who understands that running a government is not equivalent to working at McDonald's.
What does race have to do with running an effective government? What does race have to do? If, let's say, DEI on the micro level.
I will tell you right now.
DEI on the micro level at McDonald's.
I'll tell you.
Am I going to get better nuggets?
I'll ask you a question.
If the cashier is black or white, what does that have to do
I'll
with
tell
anything?
I'll tell you what it is.
This style also fell out of fashion because it was no longer unique and cool in a broad sense and started to feel extremely contrived. There are two things that require something or someone in order to be considered cool: individualism and nonchalance. Once this style, or any style really, enters mainstream
about his
culture,
nuggets.
it no longer embodies a sense of individualism.
He's MAGA. Of course he's only concerned about what affects him personally.
Nonchalance. Not everyone, but a large portion of men started intentionally switching up their style and dressing like this, which is inherently chalant. You cannot be unconcerned or unbothered when you're going out of your way to dress in a certain style. If you do it because it's just trending, you're a corny poser. It's why everyone dunked on Zuckerberg when he got hit with the Dominican fuckboy ray, going from looking like a wet Martian to elder millennial suffering a midlife crisis. The awareness of hopping on a trend is the antithesis of cool. When conservatives try and rebrand their image, it feels forced.
I couldn't watch that whole thing. Like, it was too much. It's too brain damaging. And this is what I mean by stop letting the fascists waste your time. Don't watch that kind of slop. That's not good for you.
For this very reason, it's not cool anymore, especially when they're a multi-billionaire CEO whose image is inextricably tied to the authoritarian policies of their company. This is typically because they're about a decade late to whatever fashion trend they've adopted, because they don't bother themselves with childish things like fashion and art. They've got coding to do. They're simply using personal optics to make spreading misinformation across their technocratic empires more palatable. They are incapable of being nonchalant or having any individual thought, which plays right back into how boring they are. You're not fooling anyone, Zuck. You've got no aura. And that right there is another explanation why
Jubilee is a fascist psyop, even if not intended to be. It functions as one, yeah. Most of the media does now anyway, even if it intends to or not. I did find some worth in it because his composure and trying to meet people where they were seemed to reach a few of them. Except, I wouldn't trust that that wasn't also staged.
This new breed of soft boy conservative / fascist looks like this. It's less threatening than a tailored Schutzstaffel uniform or a form-fitting Proud Boy polo and tactical vest. It's a form of subversion and manipulation meant to put others at ease, where they're less likely to react with hostility or revulsion when they start spouting fascist nonsense. Not only that, it's because the guys who aren't conservatives or alt-right weirdos who did dress like this were getting laid. I think I can confidently say most women don't want to fuck someone wearing a Klan hood or who's jacked up on—
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. I can say very confidently. In fact, there are very, very few women in this world that want to fuck someone wearing a Klan hood. It's that simple. Anyone that debates right-wingers instead of bullying them is kind of a psyop at this point. I can see it. I do really think that we just need to bully the right more. Even more. I want them to cry. I want them to feel like they made people on the left, even if they're Democrats or liberals, or even if they were centrists, or even if— I don't care. I want them to all feel terrible about themselves. They deserve that shame. Make shame great again, guys. But for them, not for us. You guys have too much of it already. You guys could do with some less shame. I would be disgusted with myself to bang a Nazi, as you should. The Line Edge is a channel where they just bully fascists right now. It's kind of great. I will have to look that up. That sounds pretty awesome. I have a lovely night erratic cookie. The line is where Tekis is. Oh, cool. I'll have a look at them. Even, like, Homelander wouldn't maintain a boner with a Nazi. Homelander. To be fair, that might have been because she was just, like, weird. Right? Stormfront wasn't just a Nazi. She was also— I mean, to be fair, I was going to say she was also insane, but what Nazi isn't insane? They're all insane. Really, that's why I can't get laid? Might just be confidence. Might just want to go start talking to some strangers, Lettuce. Say, I don't know, talk to the store clerk. Give people a compliment. Hey, I like your hair. Hey, I like your shoes. And then just, like, walk away. Build up. You gotta do some aura farming, you know, in real life. Oh, I was joking about the Klan hood. I forgot about that part of the conversation. You guys should know that I have, like, terrible, terrible short-term memory when it comes to words that I just listened to said. But if it goes past like a half hour, then I start to remember it. My brain's weird. I think we need to start inoculating people against the paradox of intolerance. It's the basis of a lot of giving an inch to fascism. Honestly, I've been trying to do that, Sendi Sen. I've been trying to say that a lot of there needs to be consequences to actions. You need to feel pain when you touch fire, or you're going to touch the fire again. You can't allow people who are anti-democracy to spread their anti-democratic message and maintain a democracy. You can't allow it. Banning anti-democracy parties from elections is pro-democracy. Imprisoning anti-democratic candidates when they cheat and try and steal elections is pro-democracy. Yeah, she wouldn't shut the fuck up about race and shit, and Homelander was like, what the fuck? You're not wrong. Don't go into relationships only wanting to get to sex out of it too. Women can sense that shit, and it can be a serious red flag. To be fair, like, some women are cool with that. If you want that, be incredibly upfront about it, and it'll work better, I would say. Like, yes, Shard is also true. What you said is also true, but I think if you do, you can just say that. And honestly, that would be refreshing, I would say, to most women, of just like, hey, listen, I just want to bang, but like, say it better, obviously, maybe phrase it a little bit better. And maybe this is me in my privileged lesbian brain not understanding that you can't do that, but I don't know. I feel like just farm a little bit of aura, and then you can just say, like, I'm just looking to get laid, and then move on if they're not interested. Just don't be an asshole. It's like Matt Dillahunty, Jimmy Snow, Aaron Ra, and recently a bunch of trans people like Katie Montgomery, some others recently a couple years ago. The line sounds really cool. I'm definitely going to check them out. The video I sent, yeah, I did watch part of that. That was a good one. Brain matter. Courtesy is a long way, goes a long way. Lying gets you in trouble. True. You don't have to lie. To be fair, like, we definitely don't have to lie at all. We know what we're talking about. We are correct. They're the ones that have to lie. All right. Anyway, that's it for the day, guys. Thank you for tuning in. I am gonna raid, so don't hop off just yet, because we're gonna raid Dead Domain. Cool, they're still on. It's been a hot minute since I've raided them. No stream tomorrow, but I will most likely... Actually, wait, now it says they're not online. What? No. No stream tomorrow, but I will be possibly here, be here on Sunday to cover the Australian election, at least in part, maybe not the entire thing from start to finish, but we shall see. Let me see. Dead Domain is finished, so let me see who we can raid instead. We got lots of options, actually. Lots of good options. Oh, I hate when there's so many good options of people to raid. Anyone have a preference? Do you need to do a raid? I saw some random streamer doing a Palestine donation thing if you want me to link her. Yeah, go for it. Is Sad Girl on? Not that I can see. No. We got Complainy Laney, we got Kid Not Kid. Both of those are based. I don't know who Fluffleton is. I'm thinking Kid Not Kin might be who I raid, honestly. It's been a hot minute since I raided them, and they're pretty good. Actually, hold on. If they're doing a, no, I don't want to raid a game stream. Unless you guys want to watch gaming content. Yeah, no, let's go with Kid. It's been a hot minute, and they're good. They've come and raided me as well. Alright, so... Again, thank you all. I will see you next time. And if you live in Australia, don't forget to fucking vote and put the shit party, being the Liberals, at the very bottom of the ticket. Have a lovely evening. All right. Oh, but I didn't start raid yet. Just still loading into the raid now. Damn, kids quick.